This one's a fucking banger. Fuck it, that's going in the workout playlist. I love this track. I just realized the volume on Spotify was at like 100, and usually I have it sitting at about 75 when I'm doing streams, like 75% for when I'm in like starting soon and be right back. But today, fuck it, we go full ball. Why not? How's it going, folks? Welcome to the Rogue Room. My name is Abigail Beck, and we are going to be talking about Sigma males tonight, and masculinities, and all that sort of shit, and holy fuck, like, put him away, woman. God. Yeah, we're going to be talking about all that sort of stuff. I haven't really, again, I've had a busy day, so I haven't really prepped a whole lot. I've just got a broad framework in my head of what we're doing, so bear with me while we struggle through this topic. How's your day been? How you been going? I had to spend money I don't have to buy myself a charger. One of these things, right? I don't know if I can I can't show you. One of those little wireless charging pads. I had to buy one of those for my phone, because guess fucking what, friends? My phone's charging port doesn't want to work anymore. Excuse me. I'll try not to cough so much tonight. I really went overboard with the coughing last night. God. Oh, goodness me. I've dipped my toes into vegan alternatives to what I normally eat. I've tried vegan like burgers and mints and sausages and stuff like that. I've tried vegan cheese. Because I mean that'd really be the this foot in the door you would want to go towards full-blown veganism, is to try out the alternatives to the things you're used to, so you don't completely cut out like burgers or whatever else. Mick, you love my outfit. Thank you so kindly. I love this little dress shirt thingy. I'm not sure what it is. It's kind of a dress, kind of a top. I wear it with tights, but if it's hot and sweaty weather, I'll wear it without the tights. I can get away with it, you know. And I'm wearing the boyfriend hoodie, which is weird because I've never had a boyfriend, and never do I intend to have one, because I'm one of the gay women who likes other women who are gay. It's Rosa Weeb. Hello, Squeak. How you doing? There you go. I look great, thank you. So do you. You'd go vegan if you could. You have an iron malabsorption issue. Oh, really? How does that work? The infamous shirt dress. I want more of these, but, you know, I've got a few other things in the wardrobe that could potentially do the same role. I really like this style of thing where it's like, this could be a shirt, this could be a dress. Depending on the occasion, do whatever you want. It's fantastic. It's uniform. Or not uniform. That's not the word I want. But it's multifunctional. There we go. Fantastic. Oh, excuse me. The boyfriend sweater is a vibe. I've had this thing for like so long. I couldn't tell you when I got this hoodie, but it has stuck with me through thick and thin for years. Remarkably, the zipper on it still works, despite the fact that it's missing like a little tab. It used to have a really nice little zipper tab, but eventually it snapped off. The zipper still works. Can you imagine? This thing has got to be like 15 years old, and the zipper still works. What the fuck? This is well-made shit, aside from the tab that was on the zipper, and I could probably just put a little safety pin on there, but then it would look tacky. Anyways. Sorry you haven't been keeping up with streams. That's alright. I appreciate you being here. I do not appreciate my throat tickling so fucking much. Driving me insane. You like the headband? I haven't worn this one in a while, and I decided, let's put this one on today. I quite like it. I'm getting back into my headbands. I took a bit of a break from my headbands for a while there. And I've forgotten something. I have to bring out Our Lady and Savior, Ein Cube. There we go. The Cube. Yeah, I've got that throat tickly feeling because I had a bit of sickness. I had a bit of like an actual cold recently, where I was coughing up phlegm and all that kind of stuff. And it was pretty bad. And I'm over it now, but I've just got a residual tickling cough left over from it. So it's fucking driving me insane. I should go get my flu shot, actually. I'm going to go get that done as soon as I can. Get your vaccines, people. If you're eligible to get your COVID vaccine, which most people in Australia are not because we have limited supply of them, and they're only going to specific categories of people like frontline workers and things like that. So, I'm trying to get my vax as soon as I possibly can. Although, the thing that irritates the shit out of me, honestly, I'll put my earphones in so that I can hear the music properly, because why not? The thing that irritates the shit out of me. Did I mention this? That recently my grandmother passed away. Did I mention that? I can't remember if I told you folks that. And it's like it recently, it happened shortly after she got her first dose of the vaccine. Right? So what that led to, we were having a bit of a discussion around the loss and around the fact that she just got vaccinated, and my sister suddenly expresses these mildly anti-vax sentiments over the I mean, I appreciate all the condolences, truly. I've been working through the grief over the past few weeks since it happened. But I'm not gonna lie, the woman was 90. The woman was 90 years of age, and it is well known that when you take any vaccine, you will get like a small hit of the effects of it. And for someone who's lived for 9 decades, that could be enough to push them over the edge. And unfortunately, well, like, all we know is like cardiac arrest. It was a heart attack, basically. Natural causes, essentially, right? Like, yeah, she was a nonagenarian. I am proud of my granny, all right? She hit 90. That's a good life as far as I'm concerned. She did well. Yeah, but that's a full life. And like for my sister, who is 4 years younger than me, to express these sudden anti-vax sentiments as though she's going to have the same result if she gets her vaccine. Oh, I'm a little bit worried now. Granny was 90, dear sister. Again, I miss her deeply. I do. It's honestly something I still haven't fully processed. I'm still going through a grieving period, but I'm nowhere near as bad as I was 2 or 3 weeks ago when it really happened. So yeah. At that point, COVID vaccine reaction possibly could have been too much to handle. Yeah, like the day she got it or the day after she got it, we were meeting up for morning tea, and she sat in the car the entire time. Like we used to do this little Sunday morning brunch thing with the family. And that specific Sunday, she just sat in the car and was just completely couldn't get off her feet, kind of thing, like she was exhausted, sort of deal. So, I think the vaccine definitely hit her quite hard. One of the residents here doesn't want to get vaxxed because she doesn't want to get sick. I mean, I can understand from the perspective of an older person who, any vaccine is going to give you symptoms, but they're very mild symptoms, so your body learns to deal with them and produce the antibodies and things of that nature. I would highly recommend, if you haven't already, watch Vaccines: A Measured Response by Hbomberguy. Fantastic video. It will make you hate Andrew Wakefield like nothing else will. Except for maybe the book that Hbomberguy recommended that was written by a guy who did an in-depth investigation when Andrew Wakefield was at his peak. But, watch that video. It's fantastic if you want to learn more about the whole, specifically the vaccines and autism situation. Just have beer and eat your meat. Well, I'm trying to get away from meat. I've never really gotten into steak in general, though, on that note. I do like burgers and sausages and stuff that has beef in it. And, I'm trying to lean more into veganism and get away from those. But I've never really gotten into... No, I don't hate H-Bomber Guy. I hate Andrew Wakefield. Look up who Andrew Wakefield is and you'll see why. But yeah, like as a dietary thing, I've never gotten super into steak. Like, I'll eat it. I'll enjoy it. I do like it, but I've just never gone out of my way to order it. If I'm going to a place that has steak, usually they also have a chicken schnitzel or a burger that's more appealing to me. And I don't go and buy steak because I can't cook it properly. I don't know how to cook it properly. So I just almost never eat it because there's always something better on the menu. Yeah, I usually get a Parmigiana too. Like if I go to like a steakhouse like Lone Star or Hog's Breath or something like that, or a fancy restaurant or the club or whatever it is, I will typically get a chicken Parmigiana or a pizza or a burger or something. And then, yeah, like maybe one of these days, like once lockdown is over and hopefully it's just the 2 weeks that Gladys has put us into, which by the way, in terms of lockdown, it's a little bit exaggerated because there's still a bunch of places that are open. There's a bunch of grocery stores. There's a bunch of like chemists, department stores.
Another round.
Oh my goodness.
On you.
Hey! Let me turn that down a bit. Ferbs! Hope everyone is having a great night. Well, we're having a great night now. Thank you so kindly, you legend. Oh my goodness. For the 125 bitties. But yeah, like the lockdown as it stands here in New South Wales, or at least where I am specifically, is like, yes, we're locked down and you can only leave the house and you have to mask up and you can only go to certain stores to get like essential goods. You can only go to the chemist and, excuse me, there are a few places of business that are open, but there's a lot of shops like you can't go to clothing shops, jewelry stores, any sort of luxury joints. I think EB Games is open, though, which is weird. I'm pretty sure while I was out today, EB Games was open. I'm like, you are not an essential business, GameStop. Excuse me, GameStop Corporation. We are aware of the fact that you're having a sale. Because whenever you're having a sale, you do fucking this to your stores, you wankers. We get it. They're having a sale right now. That is... I hope they reuse those. I hope to fucking God they reuse those. Jesus Christ. That's legitimate. That's not even a joke. That's not even a gag. That's what they always look like whenever they have a sale on. Always. I think my smartwatch has just started going off, assuming that my heart rate has been elevated so high that I've done 10,000 steps according to this piece of shit. Thank you, Kez, by the way. Big pogs to Kez for buying my Fitbit. Anyway, it's become a meme here in Australia. If you go to an EB Games, you go up to the counter like, you guys got a sale on or something. It's fucking great. I almost never shop there, but, you know. You were in Australia and saw an EB Games, and that's exactly how it looked? Yeah. It's so common, too. Like, they're not always on set. They're not always having a sale. But sometimes, it's like, I feel like it's every couple of months. You know, most of the time, they're pretty normally set up. But every couple of months or so, they're done up like this, and it's ridiculous. And I really, really cross my fingers, hope to whatever deity you pray to, that they pack those things away and they get them out again every time they have a new sale and not just trash them and get new ones, because that would be so fucking wasteful. And I'm a big stickler for waste at the moment. Like, no staff at EB. Every time they hear that joke, you can see a bit more of the light leave their eyes. Oh God, I couldn't. I wanted to work at EB a long time ago, back when I actually cared about the video games, but nowadays I couldn't do it. I couldn't put up with people. I've seen some of the customers that come into EB and the behavior the way they treat the staff. I'm just like, I couldn't do it. Some people I've seen in EB are so fucking rude. So fucking rude. For no reason. And it's like, it's just a thing with EB Games in particular. I don't see this kind of behavior from customers at any other store. EB Games, the amount of times I've been there and I've seen people just being an asshole to the staff is ridiculous. You know. Never shop at GameStop. Almost everything you play is on PC and it's always cheaper. True, yeah. I mean, Steam sales are on at the moment. Should we have a look at Steam sales really quickly? Because, I mean, I can't buy anything, but Also, I ended up uninstalling Beasts of Maravilla Island after we only played like a couple hours of it. Oh, no, sorry, we played 20 minutes of it before I had to go and vomit. I don't want to... I don't want to accuse them of anything, but that was the last thing I installed on my PC before Chrome suddenly got some kind of a, not a Trojan, but like a bit of malware on it that made it automatically redirect to Bing. Like there was some kind of malware that was redirecting through a different browser link or whatever it was. Every single Google search would go to a redirect link and then to Bing for some reason. And I strongly think that Beasts of Maravilla Island, given that that was the only thing I had installed for quite a while, the only program I'd installed for quite some time, sorry, game devs, I can't verify that, but I ended up uninstalling Chrome and switching to Firefox as a result. And I haven't had the same problem, so, you know. What's on here? Anyway, VUEB Games is a godsend. What do you play on primarily, Fox? Life's meant to be lived. Stop watching stupid media. What media? I don't watch media often. I mean, we talked about the H-Bomber Guy video, which is very worth watching. But I'm honestly, if somebody says to me, if you watch this TV show, if you watch this movie, generally no. Generally no is the answer. I don't watch a lot of stuff, aside from a very specific few YouTube channels and like, what's it called? Castlevania. I'll just rewatch Castlevania till the end of time. I've heard they've booked a new series that's a spin-off of the original Castlevania, so keen on that. Keanu Reeves is the only Sigma male, definitely. We're going to look into that shortly. Well, let's just have a look at what's on here. Horizon Zero Dawn, I've already played it, but I would like to play it again on PC, honestly. Which, that's the complete edition, only $45. I've heard good things about Yakuza Like a Dragon, but I just have no interest at all in playing it. I've heard so many good things about the Yakuza series. For all intents and purposes, so many people sing its praises, I should want to play it, because it sounds really good. But I just have no interest at all. There's something about it where I'm just like, I look at it, I've seen gameplay, I've seen the story segments. Like, not all of it, I've seen bits and pieces of it. And none of it appeals to me. I've heard Sleeping Dogs is good. I think I have that, actually. I don't know why I have that, but I think I have that. Maybe I don't. Stardew. No, maybe I don't. Unless I've... Oh, yeah, there we go. I've got it. I've got Sleeping Dogs, which I definitely probably would like this, and this is going to fly flagrantly in the face of my vehement ACAB stance. But... the reason I would probably like Sleeping Dogs is because I loved True Crime Streets of LA when I was playing on PS2 back as a kid, and then True Crime New York as well. They were so fucking good, those games, honestly. They were unreasonably good because they took the GTA format and flipped it on its head. All of a sudden, you're not driving around as a bad guy criminal, you're driving around as a cop and you're saving the city from crimes, but that was back before I understood how bad cops are. But that being said, what I've heard of Sleeping Dogs is it's literally like they had a plan for True Crime Hong Kong, right? And then they couldn't do True Crime Hong Kong, so they just took the format and it became Sleeping Dogs. But again, I haven't played it yet, so I've just got it sitting there. I think someone must have gifted it to me. I don't remember buying it at all, unless it was like $5 at some point on sale, and there were a bunch of... like I probably like bought a bunch of games all at once. Sekiro is $44.97 on PC at the moment. I really want to play it on PC. Although I could just break it out on the PS4, honestly. It still runs well.
I see you brought
Carpe,
guests.
hello, friend.
Welcome,
How you doing? We're just
friends.
talking about how back when I was a teenager, I didn't have such a staunch ACAB stance. How you going? Because I liked the true crime games. You want to buy Sekiro? It's very, very good. Astral Storm, welcome in. How you going? Welcome in, Raiders. Oh, we got to do the raid thing. Hang on. We haven't done the raid thing in a while because I only just came back last night from a break, so haven't had a chance to do the raid lights, which is just like other people will put together a whole production for if they get a raid. I don't. You get colorful lights for a second. How'd your stream go? I was gonna stop in, but I was like just about to start stream, so I had no time to say hi or anything. How are you doing? How have you been? What have you been streaming? What have you been up to lately? We're gonna talk about Sigma males very soon, and that whole thing, because it's a weird, essentially astrology for men, right? Gender for men. Oh yes, Mike Gravel unfortunately passed away. Who honestly, I'm going to be blunt with you right now, I had only heard that he even existed. I mean, I'm an Australian, so most of the politicians I'm aware of are Australian politicians. But I had only been aware of him as of Gravel Institute becoming a thing. So yes, R.I.P. Mike Gravel. Maybe we should look into some of him tonight. So I can have a better understanding of his impact on the world. You've been asking for off-the-radar recommendations on Reddit, specifically stating what I am and I'm not looking for, and almost every recommendation you've been given is literally the exact type of game you said you're not interested in, and when you point it out to them, they act like you called their sister the S word. Wait, what's the S word? Shithead? I don't know. Hello, Holistic Field. How you doing? Tempted to get Sekiro, despite your difficulties with difficult games. It's got a very nice narrative. And it is worth noting that if you've ever played Dark Souls or Bloodborne at all, and I dare say Elden Ring once that comes out, because Elden Ring just looks like it's going to follow the same kind of format as Souls, broadly speaking, Sekiro is a very, very different game. It's almost like playing Guitar Hero on Legendary. You need to hit the exact right button at the exact right time, in rhythm with your enemies. It's not just bait out an attack and hit them with a parry and then riposte, or just like dodge whenever you feel like it. You need to learn when specifically to dodge, to jump, to, I think, dash or backstep, when to use certain... you've got a prosthetic arm that's got a bunch of gadgets. There's like certain gadgets that are better for certain situations. Like, it's very, very precise gameplay. A lot of people... will complain about the fact that, with Sekiro you've just got the one weapon, but there's a lot of diversity in how you can play it, and indeed how you kind of have to play it in a lot of ways. Do I know $27? I think I've heard the name before. He's a video editor and made a really good homage to Gravel. Yeah, link it. Absolutely, yes. G'day, Joom Nukin. That's hard to say, weirdly. Silly sausage. Slapper. I'm going to bring Slapper back. Slut. Oh, you can call me a slut. I mean, it's been a while since I've slutted it up, but I absolutely am. Let me scull my coffee in the most awkward way possible because I've got my arms are constricted by the boyfriend hoodie. Which again makes no sense as I'm a lesbian, but who cares? Okay, so video. Let's have a look at this because I'm curious. Because yeah, it would be nice to. Mike Gravel, victims of our own policies. Alright, let's have a look at this. Why did it automatically pause? It never does that. Okay. Weird. Let's have a look.
The people must know the full story of what has occurred over the past 20 years within their government. The story is a terrible one. It is replete with duplicity, connivance against the public and public officials. I know of nothing in our history to equal it for extent of failure and extent of loss in all aspects of the term. Human beings are being killed as I speak to you tonight. Killed as a direct result of policy decisions we as a body have made.
Oh, it's only in 144p, okay.
The papers do not support our public statements. The papers do not support our best intentions. The papers prove that for 20 years, and certainly for the last 10 years, we have been victims of our Southeast Asia policy, not masters of it.
What we need to do is to begin to deal with the rest of the world as equals, and we don't do that. We are mischaracterizing terrorism. Terrorism has been with civilization from the beginning, and it will be there till the end. We're going to be as successful fighting terrorism as we are fighting drugs with the war. It doesn't work. Well, the military-industrial complex not only controls our government, lock, stock, and barrel, but they control our culture. They're all talking business as usual, politics as usual. This country, we're so proud. We think we're number one. He just gave you a statistic of how bad we are. I'll give you another one. We're 46th in literacy in the world. In the world, 30% of our children do not graduate from high school. What does that mean for the future of this country? And I got to tell you, after standing up with them, some of these people frighten me. They frighten me. When you have mainline candidates that turn around and say that there's nothing off the table with respect to Iran, that's code for using nukes, nuclear devices. I got to tell you, I'm President of the United States. There will be no preemptive wars with nuclear devices. To my mind, it's immoral, and it's been immoral for the last 50 years as part of American foreign policy. Oh, Joe, I'll include you too. You have a certain arrogance. You want to tell the Iraqis how to run their country. I got to tell you, we should just play get out. Just play get out. It's their country. They're asking us to leave, and we insist on staying there. And why not get out? What harm is it going to do? Oh, you hear the statement, well, my God, these soldiers will have died in vain. The entire deaths of Vietnam died in vain. And they're dying in vain right this very second. You know what's worse than a soldier dying in vain? Is more soldiers dying in vain.
There is that. What are our thoughts on that one, folks? Thank you for that video. That's very good. Gave me a bit of insight into who the man was. I got a certain, I honestly got a certain vibe from him and certain other politicians of his kind of, well, particularly the majority of the focus there with those clips seem to be from him in more advanced age. And it always strikes me, particularly when you've got these much older politicians, these completely shock of white hair politicians who are in such advanced age and yet have such immense power and energy. So that was Mike Gravel, who just passed away at 91, I believe he was, who is, I'm still honestly not 100% on what it said, I think, former governor or something along those lines at some point in the video. So I'm not 100% informed on who he was, but I do know that the YouTube channel Gravel Institute is, I'm assuming it was like actually his project, not something that was just made in his name with his name's permission. Governor of Alaska, there we go. So he was on the money. The soldiers will have died in vain. Sounds like sunken cost. He was calling out the people who say that, yeah. So there we go. Yeah, good. Anywho's. Lockdown in 4 minutes? What do you mean lockdown in 4 minutes? I've been in lockdown for 3 days now. Or 2 days. Or however long it is. At any rate, I would kill to have some congressmen from Alaska. There we go. I would kill to see that kind of vigor from Australian politicians, particularly those on the left. I mean, I've seen some of that level of, outright furor. That outright, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Vigor is a good word for it. Vigor, like in terms of like the ability to, I could never be a politician because I can't string a sentence together. The ability to just, I suppose like having the research and having the knowledge and having the information behind you would make it a lot easier to illustrate your points to an audience in front of Congress and all of these other things. To be able to get that out there and state your political viewpoints and state the progress you want to make. The lockdown here is only New South Wales, although I think Queensland is going. Oh, that's right, Kez, you're not in New South Wales. But yeah, somehow we can't get through to the people who get scared easily. Show them a boogeyman and they will do what you want. By the way, Astral, formally, welcome to the Rogue Room. Oh, thank you for your follow. But yeah, it's interesting to see certain politicians who you can just tell by the way, and unfortunately this applies to both the left and the right, and of course we know that politics is more a spectrum than just a line, but broadly speaking, left and right, we have seen politicians who've got that kind of commitment to their message, commitment to their ideas. And there are certain other politicians I'm thinking of honestly, particularly Scott Morrison, if we're to talk about Australian politicians. He just strikes me as a person who's only a figurehead for what other people want to say. He only exists in such a way that he is just putting whatever he's got an earpiece in, and Vince McMahon is on the other end, just telling him what to say, kind of thing. That's been broadly the idea I've gotten from him. And I think there are... Who was it? We were watching a video of somebody recently, I'm sure. Or maybe I was just watching a video of a certain politician. I know I like Anthony Albanese when he speaks. I think he's got some good messages, generally speaking. He is still Labour, which is not great, but it's kind of a lesser of two evils situation here. Where, you know, I feel like Albanese is effectively equivalent to our Biden. If we can manage to get Albanese in next election, I'd be reasonably happy. Because, honestly, you had over in... Hello, Draco, how you doing? Over in America, you folks had Trump for 4 years, and Trump was a... What's the phrase I'm looking for? Trump knew how to fire up his audience, right? Trump knew how to rally the people who supported him. I keep peeking my microphone, I'm sorry. I don't think we... Like, a lot of people have compared Scott Morrison to Trump. But, honestly, Morrison is a weaselly little coward. And you could say the same thing. Yeah, Carnival Barker is a good way to phrase it, actually. It's a very good comparison there. Where Trump had the capacity to speak and rile up his base, I hate to say... Well, I don't hate to say this, because this is honestly a good thing. I've never seen anyone with as much support as Trump experienced with regards to ScoMo. He's just, like, nobody likes him. I see him losing the next election because he's just unlikable. He doesn't say anything interesting. Actually, the only time he ever says anything that's even slightly inflammatory that might rile up someone, he says shit that everyone fucking hates. Like, think for example back to when Grace Tame was putting forward her speech at the Women's March. I think she was at Parliament House. And she was talking about the sexual assault she had experienced. And at the end of it, Scott Morrison leans over to her, get this, and he says, "Bet it felt good to get that off your chest, hey?" Or some words to that effect. Like, he's an idiot. Our Prime Minister's a fucking idiot. By the way, Morrison is a Trump wannabe, Dame Karen, he is. The backlash to Trump has done more for the left than a Clinton presidency could have. In hindsight, we dodged a bullet to a degree. I mean, that does seem to be the case. I have seen a lot more barracking for leftist policies, a lot more rallying for socialist ideas since the Trump administration and during the waning days of the Trump administration. I mean, this is the problem, though. We were having this discussion last night about how, and I promise we will get into the whole what are Sigma males thing. We were having this discussion last night about how, generally speaking, we are only sort of exposed to the kinds of media that we want to see. We see the kinds of messages that we want to see. We see the kinds of things, we hear the kind of things we want to hear. So we inform our own biases through the media we consume. And while I am seeing what seems like more and more support for socialist ideas, more and more support for leftist ideas, it could just be that I'm following more and more leftist people, more and more socialist people, more and more Maoists. Sorry, I just really want to decapitate landlords with my sword. So on that merit alone, anyway, moving on. It's kind of that same thing, and it's why Trump's base was so cult-like. Is not the word I want to use, but probably applies here. Like, there was very much a cultish feel around Trump and his followers, his constituents. So they were consuming media, and they were finding new media through the media they already consumed, because internet algorithms and things of that nature, because they were only watching like whatever news sources were giving them pro-Trump messages, and they were only reading articles that had pro-Trump messages. Also, somebody recently showed some pictures on Twitter of this guy who has his entire bedroom decorated in Trump paraphernalia, and it's fucking weird. Just genuinely unsettling. Like, you know those people that you've seen on those collectors shows, and they've got like a room full of Coke memorabilia, or a room full of Elvis memorabilia, or a room full of the Beatles stuff. It's always weird. It's particularly weird when it's Donald Trump. Like, at the very least you could say, oh, I'm just a big fan of this band's music, that's why I've got a shrine to them. It's still strange, but I can kind of get it. Why would you have a shrine to Donald Trump? Anyway, kind of hilariously though, even when he does something right, making it so under 40s can get vaccinated with AstraZeneca with informed consent, he fucks it up hard by not informing doctors beforehand. Fucking Christ. Scottis and Morrow. Yeah, Scottis and Morrow. Scott Morrison. Just don't, honestly, we keep calling him ScoMo. Don't do that, he likes that. I will say that now. If you hate Scott Morrison, don't call him ScoMo. That's the nickname that he adopted because he thinks it makes it sound like he's a relatable barbecue dad. Gonna go chuck a few shrimp on the barbie, man. Yeah, ScoMo, are you gonna grill those steaks? No, don't call him ScoMo. He likes it. Scotty from marketing has become a pretty common moniker for him. I don't know if he particularly feels about it. Had a dream I elbowed Scott Morrison in the nose. I would. But yeah, it's from what I've heard, he likes the term ScoMo. He refers to himself as that. And it's the same thing as John Barilaro, who called himself Pork Barilaro. Like, he literally took that moniker for himself. He called himself Pork Barilaro. Ridiculous. Was listening to a podcast where a constitutional advocate was saying, at its core, Emord said, power exercised in this way is a product of the administrative state, which in turn is a product of the authoritarian socialist ideology he credits to the 19th century German philosopher Hegel. I've forgotten what Hegel did. I know Hegel's name, but I've forgotten what Hegel did. Scott Morrison is that guy that yells, "Hey Abbott" and Robin Hood Men in Tights. I love that movie. I don't want to go back and watch it. I do recall the moment in the movie and where they all dress up as women. And I don't think that was specifically transphobic or anything of that nature. But I do dread to go back and watch a lot of stuff that I was, I enjoyed as a kid, which was Robin Hood Men in Tights was one of those movies. I do dread to go back and watch any of the stuff I used to really enjoy as a kid for fear of finding something that's homophobic or transphobic or whatever else that's in there. Dialectical materialism. Let me look that one up, because I think I know the concept. Yeah, dialectical materialism. I do recall reading this. Hegel's Dialectics, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Dialectics is a term used to describe a method of philosophical argument that involves some sort of contradictory process between opposing sides. In what is perhaps the most classic version of dialectics, quote-unquote, the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, for instance, presented his philosophical argument as a back-and-forth dialogue or debate, generally between the character of Socrates on one side and some person or group of people to whom Socrates was talking, his interlocutors, on the other. In the course of dialogue, Socrates' interlocutors, I don't know, propose definitions of philosophical concepts or express views that Socrates challenges or opposes. The back-and-forth debate between opposing sides produces a kind of linear progression or evolution in philosophical views or positions. As the dialogues go along, Socrates' interlocutors change or refine their views in response to Socrates' challenges and come to adopt more sophisticated views. The back-and-forth dialectic between Socrates and his interlocutors thus becomes Plato's way of arguing against the earlier, less sophisticated views or positions for the more sophisticated ones later. Interlocutors. There we go. So that gives you a bit of an idea, I think. My reading of that and my understanding of that, I might be wrong here, is effectively, because I'm a ContraPoint stan, I'm just going to use her as a reference. She's done a few videos where she's having a philosophical debate between herself, or like between numerous fictional characters that she plays all of them, obviously. And she's expressing numerous different viewpoints around whatever discourse she's breaking down in that debate video. There was a particular one I'm thinking of where she's done up in 3 different instances of ridiculous drag, right? One of them being the host of a talk show, one of them being someone who is in favor of a far more, let me think, kind of an extreme lefty view of gender with like a ton of gender fluidity about them. Like that's one of the major focuses of the debate, is like being non-binary and all that kind of thing. And the other person is, as far as I'm aware, very much a Blair White stereotype. Trans-trenders, that's the one, yes. The topic is trans-trenders. So that being people who are perceived by certain people among either the trans community or adjacent to it, who will look at those who do not perfectly pass or conform to gender standards and thus are seen as trending. That's a very good video. I would like to rewatch that one at some point. But I think that might be what we're getting into with this sort of concept. And it is something I've considered doing as a video myself. Dialectical debate. Little hypothetical scenario between 2 fictional characters where I argue from 2 different standpoints. But the problem is I would then need to learn how to debate properly, and I can't because I'm bad at this. Radio Echo. Just want to smash. I mean, so do I. I wonder if I can get myself a baseball bat. And how hard do you think it would be to put together a Tabby cosplay? Just curious. Asking for a friend. Excuse me. Alright, so, what were we talking about? I forgot what we were talking about. Hang on. The materialism part is from Marx. It's all old stuff. By old, I mean, why the heck should we follow a philosophy that is 100 years old and tested to failure? Fair point. Like, you're welcome. I think that is the very nature of philosophical discussions, though, right? Is that, we take old ideas and we extrapolate upon those ideas, and we use new information to effectively disprove old information. This is like, it's hard to deny that philosophy and sociology and all of these different kinds of, I'm trying to think of a good way to phrase it, a good word for it. All of these things that broadly focus on all these things that focus more on social systems, which, again, sociology, broadly, I think. I've seen a number of people decry sociology as a science. But by its very nature of, here's the information that we used to have about society, and here's the new information which kind of debunks, disproves, or improves upon that old information, it is by its very nature a science, right? And I think we could look at philosophy in the same way, but my understanding of philosophy is still very, very kindergarten. I'm still learning all of this stuff. I'm trying to educate myself and you, because I seem to come from a family of teachers, it seems. I should honestly spend more time with my aunt, who has I think she's either got a bachelor's in sociology or a doctorate in sociology. At any rate, she's read Marx, and, I'm doing a Bachelor of Social Science. No need to cosplay as Tabby, I have a sword, I know. And I've got a few bits of clothing that I could arguably closet cosplay Ciri from The Witcher, given that is her sword, so, it's a thing. I still don't get why they get... Let me just double check so I'm sure here. There you go, Scoville. This is going to be one of the weirdest Google searches. Witcher 3 Ciri boots. Yes, she has high heels. If this is accurate, this statue looks fucking atrocious. But yes, why does she have high heels? By the way, I love her name. Oh my god. Why did they decide to give Ciri high heels, given that she's a very combative character? I can't imagine why you would just... The logic there escapes me. Anyway. No joke, Robin Hood Men in Tights was your absolute fave movie when you were a kid, maybe tied only with Hook. Oh, I love Hook. Every time you watch, you notice even more little details, definitely vulgarities that completely flew over your head as a child. Yeah, Mel Brooks is great, honestly. Mel Brooks is fantastic. They're supposed to be riding boots. Oh, okay. That makes a little bit more sense. I feel like they shouldn't be that high, though. I might be wrong, but I feel like they shouldn't be that high. As high as they are. Cosplaying as Roach, do it. Hello, Tea with Goblins, how you doing? Rogue Witcher. And by the way, when I looked up The Witcher 3, it suggested Witchery, which is a clothing website. My friend, the idiot that she is, I love her so much. She bought me the Blahaj, the shark. She bought me the shark. Have I shown you the shark yet? I haven't showed you the shark. Let me just see if I can... Did I save the photo in here somewhere? I don't know if I did. No, I didn't. Let me see if I can just find this picture really quickly. Where is it? Come on, here we go. Okay, I've got this outfit that I want to show you. That I managed to convince my dad to get me. And then we'll come back to politics just because I wanted to show off this outfit. That daddy decided he's going to buy me because it was too expensive. Because my friend over here drags me to an expensive clothing shop and they had this on the rack, this whole outfit. How dare she? And I just look gorgeous in it and I need it. So I messaged Dad and I'm like, Dad, please get me these clothes. Anyway, but my friend, the same friend, bought me the shark, which I don't understand why this is a trans mascot. But according to trans Twitter it is, and for that reason I had to have it. And I just happened to message my friend and say, oh, apparently this shark is a trans mascot on Twitter, and I really want it, and it's at IKEA. And I was just casually saying it to her. I wasn't trying to ask her to get it for me. And then she says to me, IKEA's across the road. She was out shopping with her daughter. She goes, IKEA's across the road, I'll go get it. So that's the story of how I have Blahaj. And I do cuddle him when I go to sleep. Oh yeah, light blue, white and pink, true. That could be it. Frog could be a trans mascot, and also fully expect there to be a Sylveon on the bed soon as well. Excuse me. Is my friend Zoomy? No. No, sadly not. I don't know who that is. But yeah, there's going to be a Sylveon as well. Somebody recently made the point that all of the evolutions are trans whatsies. Trans whatsies. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Trans mascots. Which, I mean, how many of them are there at this point? I don't follow Pokemon. I'm not a Pokemon person. The only reason I want Sylveon is because the pink, blue, white. So how many are there? Because I think they've actually added more. They might not have. I don't know. Like, these are the ones I know of. Sylveon, Leafeon, Umbreon, Flareon, Jolteon, Vaporeon, Espeon, Glaceon. You have an Umbreon pillow. Oh, that's cool. That is so cool. I don't know if they've added more or not. They might still be the same ones, but, you know. I still feel like, and I'm not a Pokemon fan, so forgive me for not getting this, but I just feel like they haven't yet done a Pokemon game that actually appeals to me for whatever reason. I don't know. I feel like they need to do a certain type of Pokemon game, but I don't know what that Pokemon game is that would actually make me interested in playing it. All the evolutions are LGBTQ+. Well, hang on, let me bring them back up again. Here we go. So what do we got? So, Flareon, maybe lesbian. Trans, obviously. I don't know. I can't think of all the different pride flags at the moment, so I can't assign them. Umbreon is the trans girl who becomes a goth. Trust me, if I could fill out my wardrobe with goth attire, I would. I would be wearing nothing but black and lace and leather all the time. all day, every day. But that's not, trust me, not cheap. Anyway. Where were we? Apparently the actors who played Hook and Smee deliberately played their roles. Hang on, let me see this. As if they were an old married gay couple. When Spielberg found out about it years later, he was horrified. Oh my god, that's fantastic. Sigma males. Let's talk about the Sigma males thing, because we were going to discuss this. I'm curious. Okay, so I just decided, let's just Google what is a Sigma male. Understanding the lone wolf. Now, part of the reason I wanted to do this is very introspective, very self-reflective in a lot of ways. Not that I was trying to be a Sigma male, but I do realize now, looking back, a lot of my old behaviors before I came out were very stereotypically masculine and rooted in these ideas of like, this is what I need to do to be a good man. You know, whatever that means. But before we go on to that, I need to get my bottle of water because I've left it in the fridge. And if one of you makes me hydrate, tough shit, I ain't got any. So, BRB. Alright, so with this particular one, it's alright, I've already checked. It's not leaky. I'm tempting fate here. We'll do it over the keyboard. Okay, we're good. Hydrate, thank you, Madam Scoville. Didn't we all get past being wolves in high school? You know what annoys me? And don't, like, believe me, like I mentioned, I downloaded the free trial of WoW. And, like, first thing I did was I made a Blood Elf rogue. But then I went back and I made a Worgen rogue. Right? I like the werewolf thing. I like the wolf aesthetic. But you won't catch me dead making it a part of my brand. Because so many people just adopt the wolf thing. The wolf thematic. And I simply cannot. And I think everyone needs to move past this idea of... Well, first of all, let me think for a second. There's a gross misunderstanding about the concept of, like, the whole alpha males thing, right, is already grossly misinformed. Because the idea is, alpha males are like the alpha wolf. And the idea is that the alpha wolf is like the wolf who gets all the women and he's the big, badass wolf. But the reality of the situation is that the alpha wolf is dad. The alpha wolf is just dad to the rest of the wolves in the pack. Wolf packs are families. And the alpha wolf, the big bad monster wolf, the leader of the pack is dad. And usually they're very comforting and warm to their children. They're actually, I mean, you've said the alpha wolf does not exist either. That paper got redacted. Funny how that works. Hello, Hecklin, by the way. How you doing? But yeah, like there's that idea seeped into social understanding. So now we've got this stupid idea of alpha males, which is based on a misguided notion surrounding wolf packs, and packs are just a co-op, Blood Elf and Goblins are the only way to play WoW. I mean, trust me, I played Blood Elf for the vast majority of the time I played WoW. And the only reason I ever even made an Alliance character was because Worgen. Duh. Can I do G? G. Sort of. Bit of an effort. I thought you were a wolf, but you're really a beagle. As far as masculine identity goes, animal aesthetics are pretty overplayed. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's only a study on wolves in captivity. There we go. And yeah, so for those of you who haven't noticed, I have a goal down here of $8,000 because top surgery, dysphoria thing, trans thing. If you feel like contributing, go ahead. I don't mind. Anyways, I'm an alpha female. Your daughter calls me mummy too. Oh, goodness me. But yeah, now there's this new thing. Because previously it was alpha males, beta males, right? And the idea was the alpha male he's a big, attractive man who's a breadwinner, and he's the guy who doesn't give a fuck about anyone else's opinions, broadly speaking, of course. And it's rooted in that notion of the alpha wolf is the big, bad lone wolf who does everything by himself and doesn't need anyone else and takes all the lady wolves and blah, 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 blah. Again, misguided concepts around animals that have informed humans. Can I just ask for a minute why so many people are obsessed with this idea of comparing the animal kingdom to human society? We live in a civilization that is vastly different to anything else in the animal kingdom. Right? We're not. We're not the same thing. Like, animals do not have the same structure as we do. So to compare us socially, it's like, honestly, it's like when, what's a good example? Some streamer I was watching recently had a moment where somebody asked them about their cat, and the person said, "How do you know your cat's a he?" And they said, "Well, I only know that my cat's a he based on his genitals. But the reality of the situation is, I don't know his gender identity. Maybe he's a she or whatever, but I can't communicate that." And they were trying to use that as a disproving of trans existence. Karma Fox, thank you for contributing $2 to my tits, not to the Rogue Room. It's contributing to the tits. But anyway, but yeah, like, they've tried to use that kind of thing to disprove people being trans or people being gay or anything like that, because, oh, that doesn't happen in the animal kingdom. I don't see any trans gorillas. I was like, well, we can't communicate directly with gorillas. We can't communicate directly with cats, dogs, all those kind of things. We can only communicate a little bit. So to use the animal kingdom to try to disprove or prove things that happen in human society, and indeed clownfish do literally transition, in a more biological sense, actually. But to try to use the animal kingdom to disprove things that happen in human society is patently ridiculous. It makes no sense. Like, because we are so dramatically different from the animal kingdom. There's like a pimple here, and it's driving me insane that I can see it. Can you, like, go away? Anyways, how many months have I been on tea? About 10. Thank you for giving heck, Amanda Panda. I really appreciate that you give a heck. We have examples such as transgender hens when there's no rooster. Oh, really? Many fish transition and some frogs. They're turning the friggin' frogs gay! But they were turning the friggin' frogs trans. The frogs were consuming estradiol valerate. Frogs being able to change their sex was literally the plot of Jurassic Park. Was it really? There's a tit fund! Type exclamation mark gold in chat. Oh my god, Manfred. Thank you for tipping $25 to the boobs. The boob fund. Genuine question. And this is going to be tricky because I'm going to need to manually assign this to everyone who tips. Here we go. Oh no! I'll change it. Should there be a Bob Funder? There we go. Just imagine there's another O in there. If you're not already in the Discord, should there be a Bob Funder role in Discord? Why am I asking? I just need to do it. Need an OOTD. Okay, let's have a look. It was how the dinosaurs were able to reproduce. Okay. There we go. Let's have a look at the outfit of the day. So, this thing my mum got me. Amusingly, this... Sorry, I've got hair in my face. Stop. Fucking
another round.
Okay, so,
on you.
Amusingly, I'm wearing
Biddies for titties.
Jeggings, grey jeggings, Uggs, because I can, and like thick merino wool socks. Sorry, my socks are not vegan, Jacinta. I love you. And this top comes from my mother going to some kind of thing where they had show bags, right? They had show bags. Where it's like a top/dress. It can vary depending on the weather. wherever my mother went, some little markets or festival or whatever it was she went to, there was a stall where you could put together a thing that had a top, sunglasses, and like something else. And a bag. If you look over there, it's like a little Hessian bag thing or whatever that is. That whitish bag, whatever. So my mother just got me this thing and I absolutely adore it. It's fantastic. Biddies for titties. Thank you, Carpe. Oh my god, we're over $100 for the boob fund. And someone says there shouldn't be a boob fund to roll in Discord. A couple say maybe. I'll just default those to a yes, whatever. How would I go about it, is the thing. How about if you want the boob fund to roll in Discord, you have to like DM me and say, I contributed, and then like send me a picture of your receipt from PayPal or whatever, which I don't know if Streamlabs shows like full PayPal details or not. But the current goal goes through my Streamlabs tip link, which is how that's able to even update if I'm not mistaken. Also, it'll probably update from week to week as I add my own money to it, so I'll keep resetting the goal so that the total amount goes up according to whatever I put in there. Because I'm going to put, like, Patreon money will go into it.
Appreciates your recommendation.
Cool, old. Thank you so kindly for the host. The breast kind of support. So, Bob Hoskins. Why do I keep seeing Bob Hoskins? What's the Bob Hoskins thing? It's not letting you give. That's weird. I wonder why. Commenter misspoken, corrected themselves. What happened? No other option. So, where are we? What have I missed? Another round. Oh my god, Amanda. Thank you so kindly.
This works.
I mean, I intend to put every Twitch payout into the top surgery as well. Why do top surgery? Is that what you mean? Because I have a lot of dysphoria around that area. Genuinely, like it's something it's like on camera. I feel like I look nice. I look cute. I look pretty and all that kind of thing. But I genuinely have like top dysphoria more than anything else. Even my face, which I've been criticizing a lot, but I do like my face for the most part. But yeah, I actually have realized I have significant top dysphoria. I mean, Astral's got a good point. The simplest answer is because I want tits, and I can use my Twitch following to help support the breast fund. It's really the breast kind of charity drive. We'll start with that now. Where were we? So, PayPal link, type exclamation mark, goal in chat. We're just going to keep requesting money for, I guess. I mean, whatever. I'm growing what I would have, yeah. Like, they have said, and the thing is, I don't expect that I will hit that any time before the point at which my endocrinologist has recommended. So, let me put it to you this way. My endo has recommended I need to be on estrogen for like 2 years. Because at that point, I should be at about stable estrogen levels of about 400. I forget what she said specifically. It's not mol, is it? 400 moles? But she said my estrogen levels are currently, like last time I checked, about 283. And they said once I'm at about 400 and it's stable and steady, about 2 years on estrogen, and I've heard some people will have continuing growth beyond and continuing changes thanks to estrogen after the, generally speaking, 2-year end of that second puberty mark. So, like, to explain it the way my endocrinologist explained it to me, going through HRT is like going through a second puberty, but drastically sped up. Like, you click on the playback speed on YouTube and set it to 2 times speed. That's effectively what we're doing. Licktar, thank you for the $5 to the boob fund. So yeah, second puberty technically lasts shorter, anywhere from 2 to 3 years. And I'm only like 8 months in, roughly. 8-9 months in. So, it's very possible there will be some growth before the end of that 2-year, maybe 3-year period where we're supposed to see the most significant changes as a result of the HRT. And I am going to be honest with you, chances are I'm probably not going to hit that goal before that point anyway. So it's very likely that even if I do hit the $8,000, which is going to be coming from a number of different sources, not just you folks, and I greatly appreciate all of your support. You're being too kind to me, honestly. You are seriously, genuinely being too kind to me. Yeah, I'm trying to put every single little bit of saving I can, which is difficult because cost of living. Oh, kill me. I hate that I had to buy this stupid fucking charging disc because my phone doesn't plug in anymore. Doesn't work. Anyway, besides the point. I'm trying to save up every dollar I can to put towards that. Because, yeah, there's not really much you can do in terms of voice aside from vocal training. I will say that, though. Unless you were to get castrated before starting puberty, which is a thing. Massive mummy milkers, exactly. Something about immune compatibility. It's not worth it to transplant memories. Well, there you go. I didn't know that. That's a fun fact. Yeah, my phone, as of some point today, the battery charging port stopped working. And yes, plots, we are talking titties. Yes, we are talking titties. Yeah, at some point today, and I kind of need my phone for my job, the charger port stopped charging. So I went over to a phone repair. I first went to the place where I've got my, what's it called? My phone plan. And I said to them, is there anything I can do? Apparently, I'm not insured, so they can't do it. And even if they could, it would be 4 to 6 weeks that I would be without my phone. And I can't really do that either, because I need my phone to work. So, I've now got a charging disc, which is pretty fucking cool. Honestly, I'm not going to lie. It's a pretty neat thing. You know, had the, the guy actually, when I was at the phone place, he grabbed a little needle and he put it in there and he tried to clean it out and then he blew in it and everything and plugged it in. Nothing worked. So we've already kind of tried that option. But, I mean, if this charging disc keeps working as it does, I'm happy with it. You know, it seems it's at 100% now, so I'm pretty cool with it. And honestly, it's just kind of, it's sci-fi. I could just put my phone down and it's charging. It's like, that's fucking awesome. Probably a cracked trace on the PCB. Yes, I know some of those words. There is not a surgery to raise pitch. Let me bring up a video. Let me see here. What's her name? You know what her name is. You know who I'm thinking of. She's one of the... Honestly, I feel like there's some... Samantha... What's her name? What's her name? Hang on. Samantha Lux. Okay. Samantha Lux is a YouTuber I follow who has had vocal surgery done. And she's recently had something done to fix something that's gone wrong with her voice or what have you. But she's had vocal surgery done on her vocal cords or whatever it is. Let's have a look here. Finally fixing my voice. I don't know when she got her surgery done originally. But essentially it doesn't really fix your voice, so to speak. As much as it... Let me just have a look here. Let me see here. Transvocal surgery work. Let me have a look. So voice feminizing therapy and surgery. Let's just look at Mayo Clinic. You'd need laryngeal surgery, larynx surgery, yeah, pretty much. And some people have had it done, and it can have an effect, but it's just what I've heard from a number of, I've looked it up online, and a number of people have said, effectively, the results are minimal. As minimal as possible. It's pretty much not worth doing unless you are, for example, the kind of person who min-maxes your build in a video game. You're going in there to get the most refined results possible. Mr. Blinky, welcome to the Rogue Room. So, the best way to do it really is to just try to train your voice, which I think is what ContraPoints has done. If you go and watch some of her older videos and some of her newer videos, you can see she sounds different because she spent a lot of time vocal training. So now... And I've sort of worked on changing the way I sound as well. What's that? Thank you for the host, mate. I've worked on changing my voice quite a bit since transitioning. And I've said this before on stream, I can't do his voice anymore. I legitimately can't do his voice. I'm not where I want to be with the way my voice sounds, but I can't do the old voice anymore. I've tried. I've watched old videos of it and I'm just like, I don't even know how I used to sound like that. But yeah, it's tricky. Wish you could donate the boob fat they remove for something good like boob version of Locks of Love. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Hello, Mr. Blinky. How you going? You got the ingredients, but not enough supply to make it worthwhile. With your voice, it's very much a fake it till you make it thing, pretty much, yeah. Same with the confidence, honestly. Like, I'll say this right now, like, I've got much more confidence in myself in a lot of ways that I didn't have before, and I think there was certainly a point at which I discovered the confidence by faking it, effectively. Normalize low-pitched woman voice. Yes, indeed. There is someone I follow on TikTok called Char360 or something like that. I forget what her actual name is. She's got a very, very deep voice. And she put out a TikTok recently that was talking specifically about how she went through so much bullying in school. And even today, people calling her a man or people calling her trans or all this. And she's a cis woman with a really deep voice. Just a really, really deep voice. And she lives with it. She owns it. It's how she sounds, you know? Cis woman with a deep voice used to get called a boy too. Yeah, exactly. It's just, honestly, hang on. Sniffly. Honestly, I posted something today which is semi-relevant to this, I think. And a lot of the misconceptions around, you know, what's a real woman, what's a real man kind of thing. Where was it? La-di-da-di-da. Okay, so I posted this, and I think we could extrapolate this to the broader concepts around how we perceive people's gender. So passing is a weird idea because it is largely based on preconceived notions of what is male or female. So like that first part there, you could say, for example, how many men have you heard say that someone's not a real man unless they do this masculine activity, wear this type of clothing, do this or that, they don't sound a certain way, like, you know, oh, you're not a real, like, what was it, Harry Styles is not a real man because he wears a dress, but the moment a trans woman puts a dress on, she's a man in a dress. Like, think about that detachment there. Why is it this person who is a man is not a man because they're wearing a dress, but this person who's not a man is a man because they're wearing a dress, right? Only you're not a man until you've had a man. And yeah, like I said, here I've seen very masculine cis women and very feminine cis men. For all intents and purposes, they either pass or the lines blur, which means, you know, androgyny, generally speaking. And I said here, maybe we're just bad at telling. And I think that can apply to a number of things, including our voices, including our, yeah, like our appearance, obviously, including the way we present ourselves, including the way that we, what's another way? What's another thing that we do? You know, styles of dress. Like, it's all based on stereotypes.
Enjoy
right?
your
Gunky
membership.
with the Prime. Thank you so kindly, you absolute legend, you. Please enjoy the subscriber lounge, which is no longer the thing. Here it is, but I realized it was just sitting in this scene for no good reason, so I stopped doing it because it doesn't benefit anyone. And the seats look like they're covered in semen, which was not the intent, so, you know. Right-wing mindsets are just silly. Honestly, that's kind of the point too, isn't it? This is very much rooted in conservative ideas, conservative concepts of what a man and a woman is, conservative concepts of how a certain should look, how a person should present, dependent on their genitalia, generally speaking, because they've decided in their infinite wisdom as a conservative society to associate your genitalia with your gender. Anyway, it's a whole thing. Didn't understand your question. What question? Which question? What question? What? When I say his voice, I tend to refer to him as dead name. You know. Just got your FFS. Thank you for being here. Always hang around and support when you can. Trans rights. Congratulations on the FFS. Oh my god. How is your face? Are you okay? I hope you're okay. I'm honestly like, now I'm looking forward to the moment where I get to the point where this is done, right? And then I go off and I have the surgery, and I'm gonna drag my friend along to a hotel room, right? So like she can take care of me after I'm done, and I'm gonna post a really woozy, drugged up video on Twitter. It's like, hey guys, got my boobs did, or something. We're gonna just chill out, eat snacks, and watch YouTube videos in a hotel with my new boobs. Oh goodness. Like, I know it's not gonna happen for ages. I know this is not gonna happen for ages. But I just, like, it's this thing that I have to look forward to now. I've decided this is what I want to do. And it's actually, you know, really a very weirdly gender-affirming thing. And sun's out, tits out. Oh, hell yes. I am going to go to a nude beach. How can I come out for family and friends as trans? The way I did it was weird. Honestly, I'm not the best at this. But the way, honestly, the way I did it was I came out to my mum first. And then my mum kind of told everyone else in a way. She's just like, oh, dead name is now Abby. Goes by she, her, is a girl now. She just sort of subtly told everyone, and then word just spread from there, so I kind of didn't have control over it. And then eventually I just posted to social media, oh, hi, by the way, I'm a girl. So you're aware, everyone, I'm a chick. And then everyone was cool with it. So I awkwardly stumbled over it with my mum. I first asked her, have you ever had a transgender student? And she goes, oh, there are transgender students at the school I work at. So she had a bit of a concept of transgender kids, and I was not a transgender kid, so to speak. You know, it's all dependent on your circumstances. Do you feel safe telling them is important, like Draco said there. But like the important thing to note is I've never had any concept in my mind that my family or friends wouldn't have accepted it. I am, honestly, this is one of the biggest privileges I have as a trans person, is that I kind of assumed everybody would be okay with it. And the reason I assumed everybody would be okay with it is because they've never given me any reason to think that they wouldn't be okay with it. There's nothing, they've never said anything disdainful towards trans people. They've never said anything, I keep using the word disdainful, which is not a word. They never said anything derogatory towards trans people. The worst, I think, perhaps, is one of my oldest childhood friends who has made a number of jokes about trans people. But even he has been accepting of the whole thing. He calls me Abby. He gets that I'm a she now. And I think he stopped making those jokes around me at least, but, you know, anyway. So when it comes to coming out, it all depends on... Disdainful is a word. We're going to keep using it. So when it comes to coming out, you need to make sure you're in an environment that will be good to you. And unfortunately, not everybody has the luxury I had of having friends and family that I knew would accept it. You can call me name. Dead name. I want to write a story that focuses on a trans character, and I want to work something like the use of the word dead name in there. But I don't want it to be I want it to be a kind of a fantastical story, like an otherworldly kind of story, not a drama set on planet Earth. I want to do something that's out of this world, not sci-fi, but something. I've got some ideas in my head. I've also got an idea in my head for another kind of story that is set in the real world, but will also dip into some pretty fantastical ideas like necromancy. I'm gonna do a story about necromancy. Somehow, I've got this weird concept in my head now. I'm not going to explain what it is. I've already told you one of my stories. I'm not going to do another one. I don't think I'm going to write that particular story though. That was just a silly thing. The action hero guy, where you're rooting for him the entire movie until the last 5 minutes. It turns out he's a fascist. I like the concept. I don't think I'm going to write it though, because I'm not a huge fan of action movies. Anyways, showing contempt or lack of respect. With a last disdainful look, she turned towards the door. So yeah, I mean that applies then, doesn't it? Because disdainful remarks towards trans people. My family never made those. Don't think you could before your parents are dead. I mean, that sounds pretty not good, unfortunately. I'm sorry to hear that. We will come back around, I promise, to the Sigma males thing. What is a Sigma male? Well, we'll do it at like 12 o'clock. Or 10 o'clock. I don't know. We'll get there eventually. However, given that it is gender related, this is all kind of interlinked. Totushek. Amogus. How you going? Turns out the action hero eats children. That'd be great. That'd be fucking awesome. Short version anti-hero trope. Sigma males. What do they know? Do they know things? Let's find out. You can sleep lurk if you want, Echo. I appreciate you swinging by. I have only done, I think, one stream of Amogus. And maybe one day we can do it again. I haven't done Among Us in a while. I don't do gaming streams, generally speaking, but I have considered bringing back some kind of community game nights or something. We could do Among Us, we could do Jackbox, you know, whatever you find fun, honestly. We could do something. Not tonight, but, you know, it could be a thing we could dip into if you're interested. Give me a sec. Community game nights. Yeah, nah. Can't stand Among Us. I get that, honestly, is one of my big things. I'm not a huge fan of lying to people, which I already did 31 years of it, so I'd rather not continue that. But I do like Jackbox. I am quite a fan of Jackbox. If I had the capacity to run a server, I would certainly do Minecraft. Yeah, I'm 31 years of age, 32 very soon. You thought I was 23. I've got such a baby face. Holy fucking shit. Everyone thinks I'm in my early 20s. I'm a lesbian. Yeah, I'm a lesbian. So, I'm not straight. And I keep making the joke when I'm driving with my friend and she's directing me somewhere. And she goes, just drive straight. And I'm like, I don't know how to do that anymore. I think I'm hilarious. Let me think. What else could you do as a community game if we were to do that? You know what? I really want to see. I really want to play the full version of this of Gloomwood. I played a bit of the demo, and it looks so fun. Honestly, like of the games I've played recently, this one stands out in my mind as something I really want to play properly. Release date soon. TM. How fucking dare you guys? How fucking dare you, Gloomwood developers? Dylan Rogers and David Zemansky. How dare you give me a release date of soon? You fuckheads. I really want to play this. Looks so good. Fucking cough. Gonna go try and focus on work. Radio Karma, thank you so kindly for hanging out. And for tipping to the boob fund. Golf with friends. I've got that sitting there and I've been meaning to play it for ages. So we got 6 years for community game night. We could do that soon. Tomorrow is workout Wednesdays. I'm going to show you some home workouts I've been doing. That's a good point. I have 3 types of women that I dated or slept with before I came out. One was that example. The woman that I wanted to be. I dated a few girls where I was like, now looking back on it, I didn't think of it then, but back then, now looking back retrospectively, I can see that I was kind of dating those particular women because I liked the idea of them as me. Then there were women that, I'm trying to think of another example now, because I said there were 3 types of women I dated, and there were another, and this is one of the toxic masculinity things that I did. We've talked about toxic masculinity before, and how certain social attitudes that men are faced with encourages toxic masculine behaviors. And this was definitely one of mine. There were certainly girls that I simply dated like once or twice, or slept with once or twice. Body count. I hate to admit it, but I was a bit of a cunt and ghosted quite a few women after sleeping with them. Third, and I think there was only maybe it's only those 2, honestly. But I think there is definitely an element of that, and that sort of factors in let me see if I can get my head around what I'm trying to say here. I think not just the women you date, but also like the women you find attractive, or and that's honestly just fuck. I know what I want to say here, but I can't put the words together. Let me think. Because I've thought about this a lot, and I do know what I'm thinking of. Just in general, women, cis and trans, have a tendency to look to other women and want to emulate how they look. Right? And I have certainly done that. I've certainly looked at women online. I used to do it with men. I used to look at certain men online and want to emulate their appearance, because that was another factor of, this is how I can pass as a man, because it was such an effort. You know, before I came out, it was such an effort to try to be as masculine as I possibly could. So I did everything that was bad, that men do, bad in a broad sense. Oh shit, Abby is just Abby to me. Wait, what did I miss? Didn't think about the gender of that joke type and how that could be read. Wait, I missed what happened. What happened? Dad joke. I missed what do you mean? I missed it. Girls you wanted to be, girls you wanted to sleep with, girls you really like. Yeah, I think that's probably a good way to put it. So like, I definitely dated girls I wanted to be. There were girls I wanted to sleep with. Again, gross body count sort of thing. I just slept with them to sleep with someone, you know. And then there were definitely, I'd say maybe 2 or 3 of the women I dated where I was just like, I want to be with this person. I don't want to be this person, I want to be with this person. Or at the very least, I want to keep this person around because I actually genuinely have a lot of love for them. In a, like, platonic way or a romantic way or whatever. And sadly, some of those girls are gone. Not dead, just out of my life. Outfit model. We can do another outfit model if you want. Hang on. Coming out as trans was an immediate path to... Oh, I'm asexual. Aspirational numbers and love. That's a good way to put it. And, yeah, we'll do the outfit model. Because I like it. Look at me. It's a cute little dressy thingy. I can't really do spinny because I'm wearing a hoodie like this for some reason. It's a thing what the girls do. You know, it's a dress shirt. It's a shirt dress. But I don't think I'm asexual necessarily. I'm certainly attracted to women still. But since I've been out as trans, I haven't indulged in anything sexually. I've only very rarely even experienced an element of like a hint of sexual awareness. Horny. I've only had like passing moments of horny. And in a general sense, I just have not acted on it since coming out. Because I noticed my sex drive disappear instantly. Arousal, yeah. So now I am essentially a romantic lesbian. As in, I'm attracted to women and I like the idea of feminine intimacy. But I have no interest in pursuing sex. So yeah. That's a whole thing. You kind of went to IMAs on estrogen. Excuse me. It was like, oh shit, wait, not Ace, just had no sex drive. Yeah, I think if I ever get on prog, it's probably going to be the same kind of thing. Detroit, there you go. I can't really do the whole stretch my arm thing. I like wearing my hoodie like this. It's very cute. But I'm restricted. Anyways. But anyway, yeah. So that's a little bit of romantic sexual history of me. If you wanted that kind of information, there you have it. So, what else were we talking about? We were talking about gender, generally speaking. We were talking about gender. And I do want to come back around to this, because I forgot exactly why we were talking about this particular thread that I posted. I think it was more like, you know, we were talking about passing in an aesthetic sense, in a visual sense. But I think we were extrapolating it to behaviors as well. You know, there are certain people who experience and exhibit not very typically gendered behaviors, or behaviors that don't commonly align with the gender assigned to them at birth. I have a very long, bizarre sexuality tag at the moment that includes like 5 different things at once. This is why I try to keep it simple. I'm just I'm just a lesbian. That's it. Which just means broadly, I'm attracted to women. You know, if I dull it down, makes it a lot easier. You ever look at a river and go, gender? I will now. Continue drive to trans, kind of a kill people who think it's a fetish. I'm confused by what you mean there. Capass, you think fairly easily, but your voice will always fuck me. That again is another factor in the whole road of passing. Like, again, I've met a lot of women who have pretty typically masculine voices, but they're cis women, you know. Anyways, let me see here. So wait, what was the oh, hang on, Mary Jane. You asked about autism. I was originally diagnosed as Asperger's syndrome, but they don't use that classification anymore. Instead, we now use, well, the unfortunate thing is among the neurodivergent community, high functioning and low functioning tags are still pretty bad, like still a pretty problematic thing. But broadly speaking, I am considered high functioning, which means I don't need as much support to get through life. But honestly, I am not entirely independent in a lot of ways. But I can live alone and function alone, generally speaking. But there are autistic people who are more severely autistic and need more care. I'm not one of those. So they're the kinds of people that, generally speaking, can't live alone, can't function alone. They need to be accompanied out in public, kind of thing. Like I am acquainted with an autistic person who is at that level where they're in their mid-20s and they still live with their mother, and their mother, they are almost, oh no, what happened? Hang on, let me untime you out if I can. I think because you used that word. Did that work? There we go. You should be fine now. Sorry. It's because the R word. There's a lot of slurs in my chatbot that it automatically times people out for, so just be mindful. But I know what you mean. Yeah. Definitely have ADHD, but you get called, excuse me, that daily because of ADHD, which is awful, of course. There was a thing recently, someone named Ali London or something is claiming to be transracial and transitioning to being Korean. Okay, let's have a look at the transracial thing for a second. Because people like Rachel Dolezal and other folks like them have definitely turned the term transracial into a bad thing. However, it is worth noting there is an element of it that is based in reality. There is such a thing as being transracial, but the term generally applies to... It's not referring to someone who actually transitions their race. That's not something you can do. But it's also worth noting that race is a very vague and silly concept based purely on aesthetics. It is worth noting that the term transracial originates from children of color being adopted by white families, or children of color being adopted by other people of color families or something like that, and integrating into their cultural norms in their families, right? So that child, there's a I think it's a slur among the black community, generally speaking. Some people will call other black kids Oreos, which I used to think was a mixed race slur, but it's actually something more like a kid who's black on the outside but acts white according to everyone else, because the kid may have been adopted as a 2-year-old by a white family, raised in their household, raised in their environment, adopts their particular social conventions, their typical behaviors, because ultimately, the circumstances under which you are raised most definitely influence your behavioral patterns. Like I mentioned before, like last night, we were talking about sports teams with regards to politics and stuff. But we were talking about sports teams, and I never got into sports because my mother never got into sports. She never showed me sports on the TV or anything like that. But she loves Back to the Future. She loves Robin Hood Men in Tights. Like, a lot of the movies she showed me as a kid that I still love are a result of her loving those movies and showing them to me. And the same thing, like, the way we are raised, the parentage that we are given influences the way that we behave as we grow up and we have our own kids and teach them and all that sort of thing. So the same thing applies to adopted kids. So if you've got a white family that, I don't know, how do you describe it? So like transracial is a thing with regards to a family of one race adopting a child of another race and effectively just integrating them into their own family culture, social culture. That's what transracial is supposed to mean. But unfortunately, there are some idiots out there who have adopted the term, like Rachel Dolezal, and thought you can literally just change your race. And her children are humiliated by her. Rachel Dolezal's child, or children, I don't know how many she has, are humiliated by her very existence. They don't like her because she's embarrassing. Can you imagine why? Oreo means black on the outside but acts white on the inside. Yeah, pretty much. That's it. Yeah, they've got animated emotes now. They've got animated fucking emotes now. What the fuck? It's weird. It's so weird. Not only aesthetics, but goes back to how close your society originally lives to the equator. It's literally a melanin situation if you must label it. Yeah. It's absurd. Race is a silly concept. Like, hang on. Sorry. If we look at what race is at a, if we take it back to sort of the origin of it, the origin of the categorization of people according to their race. Like, we can definitely say that people's geographical location or people's lineage has influenced certain physical traits about them, right? We can definitely say that there are certain biological traits associated with a person based on their origin. However, the concept of race socially is now a classification to encourage social division, right? So while there are physical differences, and the thing is, a lot of these differences are purely visual. Like, they're purely, what was the phrasing that my lecturer used? Like, there are, I can't remember if this was regarding gender or race. I think it was regarding race. I'm pretty sure it was regarding race. There are more, let me think for a second. There's more genetic diversity, or there's more biological diversity between people of the same race than there are of people of different races. So there's more biological diversity between a group of white people than there is between, say, black people and white people. It's hard to get your head around, but because it's, you'd need to have more fine details to properly explain this point. I think it's talking in broader terms. Like, so, for example, if you've got 5 white people over here, right, there's more biological diversity among them, more genetic diversity among them, than if you take a group of white people and a group of black people. It's hard to explain what I mean. I don't have the words for it. Yeah, you need to add in scale. Like, a lot of people think there's a huge amount of genetic disparity between black people, white people, Asian, etc. But between those social groups, on a broader scale, there's less genetic diversity between 2 big social races than there is. Yeah, there's more genetic diversity within that race. Savvy? I think I got that across. Just generally speaking, race, like many things, is a social construct. We have defined race in such a way that we can categorize people and put them over in this pigeonhole over here. And race has thus been used as a way to separate people and keep them out of opportunities and keep them in certain circumstances and used to sow social division. That's what race is. I wasn't actually expecting that we would start dipping our toes into the critical race theory thing tonight. Like, I'm not actually getting into the critical race theory side of things. We're just, like, touching very lightly on the water's edge of this massive ocean of information. But that sort of gives you an idea, because racial division is socially constructed. You know, society is constructed in such a way that racial division is used to keep people apart from one another. Yeah, race is really not a complicated thing in that regard, in that specific regard. But a lot of people do tend to overcomplicate it for the sake of maintaining that division. Many physical differences between the races were there to ensure the survival before the advent of modern technology. What do you mean? Can we talk about Pokemon? I don't know enough about Pokemon to talk about them. Racism is dividing, but not race, yes. However, the concept of race, like, we could do without the concept of race, but unfortunately, we also can't in the society in which we live. Racism and race do just exist, but they don't need to, is the thing. Tend to make your friends feel all warm and fuzzy, though, because you give them pet names in Gaelic. Wait, what? Oh, you're talking about language. I've missed that whole conversation. Sorry. So what's Bill Nye's video on this? Am I allowed to watch this? Bill Nye uses science... This is a Now This video. Okay. To explain why racism doesn't make sense. Yeah, Bill Nye is going to do a better job of this than I would, so let's watch Bill Nye's video on it.
This is a map of the continents of the Earth showing how much ultraviolet light lands in each latitude. It turns out the closer you are to the equator, the more intense the ultraviolet. We use reds and purples. But then as you move away from the equator, we change the colors to orange, yellow, greens, and grays. Now here's the same map of the same continent with just one color. And it turns out that everybody on Earth is descended from people that live here in Africa. And then as groups of us moved around the world, the color of our skin had to change. And here's why. Our skin is where we make vitamin D. If you don't get enough ultraviolet, you don't get enough vitamin D. But if you get too much ultraviolet, then you break down your folates. You have to have it in perfect balance. And because the ultraviolet varies, the color of our skin varies. And that's it, everybody. That's why we have different colored skin. But we're all one species. But we're not treating each other fairly. Not everybody's getting an even shake. So it's time to change things.
I didn't turn my microphone back on. That basically sums it up. You know, we don't need to go any deeper into that topic than that, honestly. We're all the one species. We don't treat each other equally. And the concept of race itself... shut up, Drake. The concept of race is definitely rooted in a branch of science going back a long time now, which has been largely and broadly debunked. But there are still biased sciences that will attempt to use like biological racial theories, essentially, to put it to you this way. There used to be, you know about phrenology, I'm sure, where they were measuring skull shape and size and facial features and things of that nature to justify, like they would say, a person's skull size is thicker or something of that nature, or bigger or smaller or whatever, and thus their brain had to be smaller, and thus they had to be like a lower functioning breed of human. That's one of the roots of the whole racism thing in a general sense. So phrenology used to be a legitimate science, and people did believe that because this person over here with this different skull friendology, what was I thinking? This... Fucking hell. Because this group of people over here have different skull shapes and sizes to these group of people over here, the social model became those people over there are obviously inferior to this group of people over here because it was, studied and scientific. They had studies that proved it. Clearly we've sat there and we've had people in laboratories actually measuring people's skulls, and that must prove the blah blah blah. The logic is nonsense, obviously. It's stupid. It's dumb shit. And a while back, people were very, very dumb. And unfortunately, it's 2021 and they're still very, very dumb and they still believe this shit. Anyways, think you ruined the 69 viewership. Oh no, how dare you. It still says 69 on this end. Oh well. We'll talk about Sigma males soon. I fucking can't with this throat, man. Honestly. I need to find medicine for tickly cough. It's just like literally like I've got dust in my throat. It's awful. Out of water. Anyways, combining the genes helps reduce bio issues that impact certain groups, like how sickle cell anemia is the most common with black people. The closest we get to caramel, the less inbreeding of races will be at, in a way. Well, yeah, exactly. For Sigma males. And like, yeah, there is, it's not COVID. I don't have COVID. I hope I don't have COVID. I am in a state that's in lockdown at the moment. I'm going to go get a test done. What was I going to say? Let me think. Hold on a moment. So, like, there are genetic factors among races, like, for example, only acceptable for knowledge. Like, there are differences between races. Like, as far as I recall, many Asians do actually have lactose intolerance, whereas, as far as I know, actually, lactose tolerance is not the default. I think, broadly speaking, white people are lactose tolerant because of a prominent usage of dairy products throughout the generations, like going back to Europe and Britain and stuff, whereas other cultures didn't use dairy products as much, and as a result, those, I think, like, humanity is not supposed to be tolerant to lactose. So lactose tolerance is a mutation, yeah. And that's how evolution works, you know. In that case, you could argue perhaps, let me think. In that case, you could possibly argue that, what was I going to say? I can't remember. What was I forgot. Something about the, we didn't look at cows and get thirsty. There's a benefit from Eurasia. Was cutting, what was the phrase I'm looking for? Like, not Darwinian evolution, but almost, would it be like a forced evolution kind of thing? Like, we kind of made ourselves tolerant to it by consuming it. You can get lactose intolerance by not having dairy for a while. True. I guess it's kind of a eugenics kind of thing. Wherein adaptation is probably a better way to put it, yeah. So, like, eugenics is specifically genetically trying to breed out undesirable characteristics. And it is bad. Whereas if a culture broadly adopts consuming lactose and they develop a lactose tolerance as a result of that over generations, that's adaptation. You know, it's different. If we were all allergic to apples until a bunch of us started eating apples, and then all of a sudden we like apples and we can tolerate them, it's an adaptation, you know. It's kind of like, there was that guy, was it in ancient Greece or something like that, who suspected he was going to be poisoned, so he started taking tiny doses of the poison regularly to build up a tolerance to it, and then, surprise, surprise, he got taken and they tried to poison him. Mithridates, there we go. They tried to poison him and he didn't die because he had built up a tolerance to it. I don't know what they did there. They probably just chopped his head off, but, excuse me. The kids that had that could tolerate lactose had a survivability. Yeah. That's why it's about that Fairlife and Lactaid. So yeah, I'm wondering, like, if I start doing the whole vegan thing properly, I may end up developing lactose intolerance. Because, yeah, like, after childhood, after being a baby, and it's generally recommended that babies breastfeed for up to 2 or 3 years, actually, for those who aren't aware of that. But after we've reached past that point, our bodies no longer need the lactose, you know, as young children. So we shouldn't really continue consuming it, but we develop a taste for it, I suppose. and humans figured out, oh, cows produce milk. You just snatch theirs. And it's easier to produce it because they're animals and you can abuse them. That's how capitalism works. We said, oh, we can't communicate with that species, so we're just going to treat them as though they're dumb and stupid and just manipulate them into cages and force them to breed ad infinitum, even though their bodies logically shouldn't, just so we can keep milking them. Grandparents raised in a very sterile home, and I totally think that's part of why you've got such bad dust allergies. Oh no, that's not good. Mithridates tried to poison himself when he was going to be captured. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yep. Mithridatism is how you used to be able to feed your pet scorpion by hand. Oh, really? That's neat. That would be interesting, actually. Do you take it orally or do you inject it? Do you inject the poison? I need to get crickets for my spider, by the way, who I am absolutely not Mithridates against. And I wouldn't dare try to handle her anyway because she has urticating hairs. Which means, you know, if she gets antsy, she'll start flicking hairs at me, and if they get stuck in your skin, wouldn't recommend it. I haven't had it happen, but it's apparently not very good. It's not very poggers. So if I have this milk, I won't be sprinting to the toilet after morning coffees. All of my coffee is just black coffee at this point, honestly. I don't drink coffee with milk in it anymore. Because I've made the switch to soy milk, and I tried soy milk in black coffee recently, and it just curdled. It wasn't good. Didn't work. Didn't help at all. Didn't make the coffee any better. Don't recommend it. You know. Anywho's. Should we? I don't want to start the Sigma male thing because honestly, I was considering taking a break in about 10 minutes. Because we've been going for nearly 2 hours now. Well, we've been going for 2 hours technically, but I've only been technically on screen for an hour and 50 minutes. So, generally speaking, a break every 2 hours on the 2 hour mark. So, we won't start on the Sigma males thing until after the break, I think. Try almond milk as well. I will give that a try because I do want to branch out into non-dairy milks. Because, yeah, it's kind of that first step into proper veganism for me. I would like to be, in a year's time, not consuming any animal products is the goal. You know, slowly, inch by inch, change my diet so that I'm no longer eating meat, no longer eating dairy products, no longer eating any animal products at all. I suppose I should look into other vegan alternatives for like clothes, makeup, hair products, everything that I consume, generally speaking. I'm not going to throw out clothes if they're already made of a dead animal because I've already got those. It'd be wasteful. And I'm going to try to head down that slippery slope towards lefty veganism, lesbian transgenderism. I'm becoming a stereotype. Save me. You have coffee. I might grab myself another coffee. I think I need another one. I should do that. Tried almond, but instantly threw it out. I tried oat milk, and I had the same result. So, like, soy milk so far has been the only one I've enjoyed that is, you know, a dairy alternative. But yeah, it just doesn't go with coffee is the problem. So I can't have it in my coffee. And as a result, I've got this soy milk sitting in the fridge and I'm like, I'm not using it because usually I use like my milk for my coffee. And it doesn't work. I can't use it. What do I do? Oh well. We'll figure it out. Grab that deck and do a kickflip. What kickflip? I want to get back on my skateboard, honestly. I gotta get back on my skateboard. What type of music do I enjoy? It varies. I like this kind of stuff we're listening to now, which is synthwave. But I don't play my guitar anywhere near as often as I should. I should practice it more often. I might try to get back into it soon. I'd like to get back on my skateboard, which you can see behind the guitar, just there. Oh, well, there's another one there, but I don't ride that one. This is the one that I ride, which is behind the guitar and behind the mirror. This one is literally just for display, because I like the deck. I do not ride this one. I don't want to ruin the deck. Because, like, trans skateboard, also it's too small for me. This is like a, I think this is a 9 board, and my size for skateboarding is an 11, 10 or 11. What's it called? Like, let me look up skateboard sizes. My typical riding board, which again, maybe after lockdown's done, I'll go back to the skate park. And I'll keep you in the loop about that. Hang on. But I'd like to get back on the skateboard and start recording some clips and stuff again. Okay, so I got the sizing wrong, I think. That one is an 8. Not that one. That one's an 8. And I think that one is either a 7.8 or a 7.6. Let me have a look. It's not a full, yeah, that one's a standard 8-inch deck, and that one's a smaller size, but I don't know which. I think it's a mini. It's a mini or it's a mid, but whatever that one is, that's a full size deck. And I think that one's a mid size deck. But yeah, and that one's much smaller. Just generally speaking, much smaller. So, I don't know enough about deck sizing, but I do know that the trans deck is too small for me. So, that one is the just right size, whereas I've put my feet on this one and it's certainly too narrow. Excuse me. The thing is, I'm not good enough at skateboarding to even be able to play a game of Skate yet. So once I'm good enough, I'll let you know, but I have not been able to actually. I'm still learning how to ollie. I can stay on the board and I can go up the quarter pipe a little bit, but I can't air off the quarter pipe yet. I can go up and back down the pipe and continue on a loop, and I can sort of ollie some days depending on if I'm honestly, I think the weather is a big impact on my ability to skate. If it's too cold, I can't do what I normally can. If it's warm enough, my body, you should ideally warm up. And just skating around does tend to have a warming up effect, but you should also stretch and all these kind of things before you start skating. But yeah, if the weather is too cold, I can't get the board off the ground when I'm trying to ollie. And I've been able to land 1 or 2 pop shove-its. But not moving. I haven't been able to ollie moving yet. I think I've done 1 or 2 moving ollies, but the problem is I don't have a tripod for my phone, so I can't record at the moment. Org, welcome to the Rogue Room. But yeah, I'd really like to get back into it. Trying everything moving is actually a lot easier. I'm hoping, honestly, it's confidence too, having the actual ability to just say fuck it, I'm gonna do it, and clearing your mind, essentially. Taking yourself out of the moment of I'm going to fuck up and stack it hard and break a bone. All of that kind of thing. Once you can get that out of your head, it would definitely be a lot easier. If Sydney's out of lockdown by PAX, just let me know if you want to hit up a skate park. That'd be cool, actually. When is PAX? I won't be able to go to PAX because I'm saving for boobs. But, there's PAX Melbourne. Oh, you mean go to Melbourne? There are actually still spots available on the Friday and the Sunday. How much are tickets? I could probably go to a Sunday PAX session, but doesn't tell me the pricing. Tell me the prices, you fuckhead. Whatever, I agree. Show me the prices. They're all sold out. You can get a 3-day ticket for $175. Oh no, sorry, just the one is sold out. So it's $70 to go from 10. Is that AM? 1-day ticket? Is that 10 AM? Or that's not 10 PM, surely. Yeah, no, 10 till 23:30. Okay, that's I don't understand. Oh, the Sunday ticket. Oh, okay, so it's different days. I've got different times. I didn't read that properly. Okay, so you can get a Sunday ticket from 10 till 6. All right. So I could technically do it, but then getting to Melbourne, I could probably save for that, and I could probably save to get to Melbourne. But yeah, the whole thing is then I'd have to find somewhere to stay. It's a whole shebang. Yeah. But I want the boobs. PAX is a gaming expo, and honestly, as much as I was ripping on Jim Sterling recently, and I don't hate Jim Sterling, I was just saying how their content has become a bit repetitive. I do also kind of agree with their point that going to events like E3 and PAX and all those kind of things seems largely unnecessary, but I think from their perspective, it's more that they were doing those things for work. They were work events, and they felt like work, and they felt tedious, and watching the streams of E3 is just like, oh, why should I even bother? You know, it's just boring. As is your opinion, got him. So, like, if I were to go to something like PAX or like TwitchCon whenever that comes back on, or VidCon or whatever, it would be purely to meet other creators and meet friends and stuff like that. I wouldn't really be going for the purposes of going to see gaming stuff. I don't pay much attention to gaming stuff, but if I could make it there, then certainly I'd like to go hit up a skate park and chill, you know. Anyways, it's also worth noting, though it may seem like my boobs do look good, I'm wearing a padded bra. It's the same bra as yesterday. Shut up, okay? I only wore it for a short period of time, so shush. I can get away with it. It's not dirty. This won't stay up, for God's sake. I need to get... Somebody suggested I get a pin or something, or like a little badge or whatever. I don't know. A little brooch to hold it together right in the middle, because it just keeps slipping down. But yeah. Your girl wants mummy milkers, so shush. I will milk the money for the milkers if I have to. Little clothespin, yeah, I should do that. I think I have some around the house somewhere. Anyway, it's just on 8 p.m, so we're going to take a quick break in about 12 seconds. I haven't been running ads all night because I'm a moron. So I'm going to hit the ad break button right now. We're going to hit the BRB right now. If you are enjoying the show and you would like to support it, watch the ads, I suppose. BRB. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with a new drink and whatever else. Ta-ta. Don't go away, folks. Well, what's up, sweet tits? I forgot to turn the volume up on the music, sorry. So you just had to deal with, like, very quiet music in the background there while I was away doing a piss. Anyway, how's it going, friends? How's it hanging? Oh my god, look at the chat over here. This is like... God. It's a lot. It's a lot. Fight. If you're seeing an ad, you're missing out on all the really cool shit going on behind. Consider subscribing to support the channel. Yes, indeed. If you are seeing an ad, and I'm trying to keep an eye on my ad rolls, so at about, like, just shy of 8:30, I've got to keep an eye on the time so I can run another ad roll then, because I run the ads to get rid of the ads, so the people can come in and they can actually experience the content first go, but I forgot to do that for the entire first segment of the stream. Aren't I great? And yes, Jenny, yeah, let me have Big Mommy Milkers. Which, again, yes, I'm totally, completely aware of the fact that my desire to have obvious breasts is informed by society's expectations of women. Which is that to have a womanly physique, a woman should have notable, obvious breasts. So that's kind of a thing of dysphoria for me, specifically, especially knowing that, you know, I've mentioned before, the women in my family are quite blessed, and I am not. Fuck, that's hot. Oh, God. So I've just decided, you know, because I would really like to have... Honestly, the way I described it to the plastic surgeon... I don't think it was the surgeon that called me, but it was somebody that worked at the plastic surgeon's office. The way I described it to them is I'd like to have breasts that are obvious in any clothing. You know, if I'm wearing a cardigan, if I'm wearing, you know, a low-cut top, obviously, duh. But if I'm wearing a t-shirt, if I'm wearing a long-sleeve sweater, I want it to be obvious that I've got tits, no matter what clothes I'm wearing. I want the silhouette of a woman that has breasts. It's not just about, haha, I've got Big Mommy Milkers, gonna go start an OnlyFans now. Or probably not, because OnlyFans has decided to completely throw sex workers under the bus. Good job there, dickheads. I hope your platform fails. But yeah, I want to have the silhouette that just immediately says to a person... woman, you know. I want to have, like, I want to be able to. I actually don't think, aside from this, I don't think I have many low cut things actually. I want to be able to go out in public with cleavage, so I can go up to the service desk of the phone repair shop that sold me the fucking charging disc, and not have the woman there say "sir." And I think that silhouette's a part of it. It's wearing full... fucking hell, sorry. I'm wearing 4 layers of clothing in the outline of tits and ugh, fuck yes, exactly. Hoping because all the women in your family have double Ds that you luck out maybe with a B or C cup. Yeah, exactly. And like I mentioned before, like by the time I save for this, I'll be at the point in my estrogen journey, my HRT journey, where my endocrinologist has recommended I wait till before even getting the surgery. And there are other options. Believe me, I could... skip the idea of crowdfunding it. This is mutual aid. I could skip the idea of crowdfunding it and try to finance it, but I don't want to do that because I've already got a debt that I'm already in, and if I can manage it with the top surgery, I'd like to pay for it outright, you know. I don't want to get into another debt for this. Parents don't know you're trans, HRT for 4 months here. You just want to pass. I can understand that completely. And this comes back to this thread. If we come back to the passing thing, I promise we'll do Sigma males. I promise. We will get to it. But this thing here... Let me just go off this screen for a second because Mia has a tendency to post her tits on her timeline. But my passing tweet stemmed from... where is it? God, she tweets more than I do. Fucking hell. Mia, calm down. Holy shit, I thought I tweeted a lot. 11 hours. When did she post it? Something about passing. Here we go. So this thing here. It's a little weird when I say I don't pass and people online tell me I do. I'm not saying I'm not pretty. I'm literally saying I don't pass to strangers. Of course, people that know who I am and know my name and pronouns see me as a woman. Strangers call me sir in real life. And I think that's what a lot of trans people actually want. All of my friends, all of my family know I'm a woman, know I'm Abby, know I'm a girl. They get it. All of you get it, generally speaking, except for assholes who come in and they're just like, oh, you look like a man. You look like Michael Jackson. All of you know me as a woman. All of you are aware that I'm a woman. All of you are aware that I'm a girl and all that. But it's not so much... it's not so much that I feel pretty or, you know, giving me compliments. Oh, you look so gorgeous today. Love your outfit. Love your makeup. Love your hair. You have feminine features. Blah, blah, blah. It's great. Yeah, thanks. Awesome. Except for the fact that today I had 2 different people refer to me as sir when I had first interacted with them behind a mask, which is even worse. I mean, to be fair, I had my hair up and... what was it? I had my hair up, but not like pulled completely back, so like the whole hairline was revealed. And I was wearing a mask, and I was wearing fitness attire, so I was pretty like frumpy. But I'd like to be able to pass when I'm frumpy, when I'm out and about wearing worn down sneakers and jogging tights and a tank top, and I'm not really done up to the nines kind of thing. Oh, thank you, Draco, for hitting us with another classic
Man Band.
Fuck yes. Can we get some cheers in chat for the Man Band?
Man Band.
That's actually me. That one.
Man Band.
I really need to add some extra sound effects to that to really add some oomph to it and add a graphic that pops up on the screen. Pass visually, but voice, which is what I'm scared of, is what doesn't. Yeah, exactly. My voice does not pass, and I'm well aware of this fact. But then that also feeds into the notion of, like, what is a passing voice? You know, again, I have spoken to many women, many cisgender women. Like, they've told me about their birthing stories, for example, who have not got passing voices. Who've not got passing voices. I've spoken to quite a number of women. Can't you all just put on a voice? No, honestly, this is the best I can get. And in order to put on a voice that sounds as feminine as possible requires vocal training, requires a level of understanding what to do with your vocal range and to be able to maintain it. It's a skill, like singing, honestly. It's why people like Abigail Thorne and ContraPoints and Samantha Lux. I legitimately didn't realize Katie Montgomery was trans until she put out a video that exclusively outlined that she is trans. Let me just bring up Katie Montgomery for a second. Because of the fact that she passes so perfectly and effortlessly. This woman right here, I did not have a clue. I did not know. I had no idea. She is goals as fuck, my friends. Holy shit. I think you could... I don't know if she's had work done here, though. But there's something about, like, the sides here. Particularly. Cat, your claws just dug into... Also, this outfit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's kind of the look I'm going for right now. Where it's got that, like, short dress with leggings. But yeah, just genuinely, she flawless. Would not be able to tell if I saw her on the street. She's so gorgeous. Oh my God, I simp so hard. But then you look like wait, she's 35. Fucking hell. Then you look at Abigail Thorne as well. She's got a very regal appearance about her, honestly. Where's a good picture? I think that's just kind of her thing. Abigail Thorne just has a very elegant appearance. Samantha Lux is another one where it's like, oh my God, goals. But she's like glamour model gorgeous. And all these women, as far as I know, have had work done. I don't know about Abigail Thorne specifically. But the rest of these women have had things done to their face, or they've had other surgeries. Like Samantha Lux has had the throat surgery. Natalie Wynn, obvious example. Fucking stunner. And just like unfair. But again, these are all people that have got a lot of money. They're very rich. They've been able to afford to get their, like, they can get their, either their makeup done professionally, or they're really good at makeup, get their hair done. And I know Natalie Wynn at least has talked about having her FFS. Like, there's a whole video on her channel where she's had FFS. I know Samantha Lux has had the vocal surgery. I don't know if she's had anything done to her face necessarily. I don't know if Katie has had surgery, and I don't know if Abigail Thorne has had surgery. Would it shock me if they've had FFS as, you know, rich and famous trans women? Not really. But again, do they need it? Probably not really. You know. Katie looks like her cheekbones could be natural. And I mean, honestly, like, looking at it, I can see that. I could see that. There's just something about her cheekbone, or not her cheekbones, like her cheeks, like this area along, like up where her mouth is. Not so, like, this is your cheekbones. I've got high cheekbones. I've got cheekbones that are enviable according to numerous women in my life, including some cis women. Or is that her cheekbones? I don't know. But yeah, just like this bit along here, I don't know what it is. But just looking at her off the bat, full pass, 10 out of 10. Why are we doing this? This is weird. I'm just giving you examples of, like, even and again, Mia Moore is another one where it's like, she's gorgeous, right? And you look at pictures of her. Let me find a good one. Here's a good one. Posted recently, and I look at her, it's like, pretty girl, right? But the thing is, I don't know what it is, and again, the misgendering that happened to me today was probably because I was in that lazy frumpy mode. You know, I wasn't putting in the effort to pass, so to speak. If I went out like this, I may actually get ma'am, I don't know. I've had it a couple of times, and I've had situations where I've been out with friends and they've said, you know, like if we were at a cafe, we've had people say to us, what can I get you ladies? If it was just a table of girls, you know. So I've had moments like that. You can interrupt very briefly, yes. I'll just say this. But yeah, like the whole passing thing is kind of ridiculous because, yeah, there are a lot of us, I've noticed specifically, there are a lot of trans girls out there who, no matter how much effort we put in, and no matter how many cis women there are that don't pass, you know, so to speak, using that stupid terminology, but we have to, like, we are talking about this concept in a broad social sense, right? And honestly, it's not just trans women. It's also lesbians. There have been, like I've mentioned before, I've got a couple of butch lesbian friends. In fact, one of them recently at her girlfriend's party made the joke that she actually looks like a woman because she looked very pretty. She'd done her makeup, she'd had her hair done, she was wearing a very feminine outfit. But generally speaking, when they're getting around doing whatever, what's the phrase? Not chores. Errands? When they're running errands? They get around in like a sports polo and some jeans or shorts or whatever and some sneakers, and they don't do their hair or their makeup or whatever, you know? And there has long been an issue with women who present that way. In women's restrooms, it's always the restrooms thing, right? There's been this horrifying narrative that, you know, any woman who enters a woman's private space, like a restroom or a change room or a whatever, if she doesn't pass like every other woman does, if she doesn't fit conventional cis feminine stereotypes, then there's always been this narrative that she's a potential threat, right? And that's what's being foisted onto trans women right now, and this is why this whole passing discussion is so complicated. Because there are certainly people who will innately perceive someone, no matter how feminine they are presenting. They will look at someone and they will immediately assume sir, just based off something they've perceived, whether it's jawline, brow ridge, nose, whatever. And I've mentioned in the past, I know a number of cis women who've got stereotypically masculine facial features, or they're broader shouldered, or like they've got something about them that's not typically passing. And they have the same problem of like, they are clearly a woman for other reasons. There's other, you could say their breasts or their hips or whatever it is. And yet they'll still get gendered male because a lot of society, no matter what it is, just defaults male if the person is not stereotypically feminine. It's a whole thing, you know. The only time you get misgendered is when people are trying to be kind. Yeah, the only time you don't get misgendered is when people are trying to be kind. Oh, I see. Don't forget the interesting people. 1.7 people in 100 and have been forced into one gender and have a higher rate of becoming transgender later. Wait, what do you mean? I'm confused by what you mean there, Jono. Concentrate circle. What does that mean, Carrot? You just really like high cheekbones and upturned noses. Wish you had both. Yeah, I mean, that's where plastic surgery comes in. You know, yeah, that's where cosmetic surgery comes in. Which, again, a lot of people are going to assume this is cosmetic surgery. And at the end of the day, to a lot of... I was going to touch on the cosmetic surgery thing specifically. This is a dysphoria thing. The boob goal is a dysphoria thing. Like I mentioned, this is an area where I'm just like, I wish there was more prominence here because I've had emotional breakdowns about how my body looks. And there are cis women who've had the same, obviously. Otherwise, and like this is why plastic surgery is such a booming industry, such a big industry, because not only do we have these preconceptions around how we look, and not only are those preconceptions informed by how society says this is what an acceptable woman looks like or what an acceptable man looks like, but you know, there have been, you know, like a lot of plastic surgery is often reconstructive surgery. You know, there's things where like someone has had their face destroyed by something, and in order to fix it, they will go through plastic surgery, which has other applications. Somebody will have a certain surgery to fix their nose that might have been broken, or fix their eyebrows that might have been damaged in some way. But those surgeries then become cosmetic as well. So somebody can just go to a surgeon that does those reconstructive surgeries, and like, you know, women have had double mastectomies, for example, can get breast implants, obviously. And those surgeries also become cosmetic because then you've got women who are like A cups and they're like, I want bigger breasts, so I'll get them. And some people now just broadly dismiss something like top surgery for a trans woman as it's just a cosmetic thing, you know. Wish there was a better term for passing. I mean, passing is probably the best term we have because it still gets the point across. And it is still deeply rooted in this idea that we have of this is what an acceptable person looks like in this gender, for example. And as much as we hate it and as much as we can criticize it, I still want to pass all the time. Blending is it's all the same thing. It's all the same concept. Like, we are still trying to conform to a certain aesthetic standard according to society's conventions. And I hate it. And a lot of people just brush it off and don't care how they look, how they present. And they're just like, I'm not gonna conform to society's stereotypes. And good for them. If they can have that kind of personal perspective on themselves and just be freed of that, more power to them. You know, honestly, it's got to be so freeing to not care. I don't get how you do it. I wish I did. But dude, such a fucking power move. When I see a woman who bucks social trends or a man who bucks social trends based on how people perceive them. Like the dude that you might have seen who wears skirts and high heels and stockings and just generally like full women's outfits. But he's a dude who shaves his head He's got sometimes like a nice, neat, trim beard or something. He is a man, and he says, I am a man. And he gets around in women's clothing all the time. And he looks fucking fabulous. Let's put that out there right now. He looks amazing. Dude knows how to put together an outfit, but he's just wearing what is stereotypically women's clothing because it's more comfortable to him. It's the kind of thing he likes wearing. But he's still a man. He's still male. He still does man things. You know, whatever that means. And more power to it. If you can do that and you can go around and just say, fuck society's norms and standards. I'm not going to conform to this. Good. We got an ad break in about 6 minutes, by the way. Intersex people can have big advantages in swapping genders with opposite gender features, comparing or setting goals to someone with disadvantages like money or luck or messed up hormones as a child is setting tough standards. All of society is built on tough standards. Built on unreasonable standards, you know, for a lot of people. Everyone should be like that, but unfortunately it's not. It's generally speaking not going to happen, you know. Try to have that perspective, but it's hard to shake off the stairs if you're already dysphoric. Absolutely, yes. And I was already feeling pretty dysphoric today when I got confronted with 2 people calling me a dead name, and sir, and dude, and guy. And then I go to the other person and they call me sir. And the reason the person called me dead name in the first place is because dead name is on my phone contract, which is where I went. So I kind of couldn't avoid that, you know. Even though I'm wearing a pink Everlast tank top with a padded sports bra. But, you know, what can you do? I need to find out how to change those details. Anyway. I think, honestly, cosmetic surgery should all be free because it makes people happier and that makes society better. Some trans people need it. The unfortunate reality, though, is that we as a society, we as people living under a capitalist nightmare, are everything like that. It's already an expensive procedure. You're already going under the knife. It's not going to be free, unfortunately. There's nothing we can do to change that. It's always going to cost me a ton of money to get gender-affirming surgeries. It's still going to cost me about as much as a Jeep Wrangler to get bottom surgery done. Unless I get Orchi, which is only like maybe $4,000. I think it's about $4,000. So that's significantly cheaper than getting the full reconstructive surgery done. And I still, you know, I honestly am not super, it's weird. I'm not super dysphoric around the eel as much as I am things around it. Super dysphoric about the chest, mildly dysphoric about the face. Honestly, weirdly, I've got this in-between thing between dysphoria and euphoria. It teeters like a seesaw about the rest of my physique, because if you haven't seen me in all my muscularity, where am I? I'm kinda buff, and some days I look at it and I'm like, well, seeing a buff woman is not common. I'm pretty uncommon in terms of my physique. But on the other hand, I look at it and I'm like, holy crap, I like how I look though. And I have put a lot of effort into this body. Like, I definitely look much more feminine bodybuilder than my old body used to look, which was pretty stereotypically masculine. Like, if we go... I made this joke on Twitter. Twin bro and I just sharing fitness progress pics. He goes to another Twitter. That's me. That's him. That's dead name. Sorry he died from the injection. But yeah. So if you wanted a little bit of context for how I used to look, there you go. There you have it. And I'm much leaner now. I'm much lighter now. That was probably, I want to say 85 kilograms. I got much bigger than that. I got up to 96 kilos, but it became just too much fat. Too much body fat. And I got to the point where I'm just like, I need to get lean. So I wanted to get lean. I'm now at about 73 kilos. Let's get a flex on. Let's get the guns out. Us. So, like, I like how defined my muscles are these days. Which is a very nice feeling. But yeah, the guy with the beard is familiar, is he? Buff women are beautiful. They are. We stand a buff gal. We stand buff gals. I like Xena. We need more Xena. You know what we need? You know what we need? We need to bring Lucy Lawless back for a Xena movie. Right? Just a Xena movie. Where it's still Lucy Lawless playing Xena, obviously. Not a reboot of Xena featuring a new actress. Bring Lucy Lawless back for Xena for some reason. Just for the hell of it. Oh, goodness. You feel like you're the one who wants Xena back? We all want Xena back. Xena's fantastic. Anyways, you're a chubby woman who needs to get healthy again. You're too unhealthy. Well, define unhealthy to me, would you kindly? How are you unhealthy specifically? Because, I mean, do you actually have medical conditions that negatively impact your ability to live? Eating unhealthy food and not exercising much. I mean, I understand that. I don't eat a whole ton of healthy food. I'm not bad, but I'm still not the best at eating healthy food. But I eat reasonable portions and I keep my calories down. That's how I'm able to maintain this kind of physique. Right? Also, we got an ad break in about 24 seconds. So, prepare for the ads. I'm sorry. I hate to do it to you. And yeah, Kevin Sorbo does fucking suck. How are you, Perth, by the way? Kevin Sorbo fucking sucks. He's a total lunatic. We're going to run an ad break, and then we can come back to the fitness thing in a moment. So, because ad revenue is contributing to the boob fund as well. 3, 2, 1, ad roll. Sorry. Do 2 ads. Well, I run a 90-second ad break, so, you know. Anyways. I do hate running the ads. Because, like, honestly, during this period, I know at least some of you are not seeing the stream right now. You can probably see me up in the corner. Hello. Hi, chat. How you doing? I'm sitting above the chat box. Sometimes it actually takes a little while for the ads to pop up. I don't know if there's something on the viewer side that prevents ads from playing. But even if you have adblock, adblock doesn't affect Twitch ads anymore. They've changed it enough that the ads are now embedded into the video player, and adblock either can't get rid of it, or it does this thing where it's like... Sorry. Let me see if I can find it. Twitch purple ad screen. How do I prevent Twitch's purple screen of death? So if you're watching... Oh, wrong one. If you're watching a stream... Also, thank you, Draco, for another...
Man bad.
Kindly. If you're watching the stream on a... on an embedded website, like if you watch Doe's stream, Doe has their own website, has its own website, sorry, Doe has its own website, and, when I was watching it stream the other night, I'd keep getting these every so often when an ad would pop up, which is just Twitch saying, go and watch the stream on Twitch instead of over there, so we can collect the ad revenue, basically. Also, hi Nox, how you doing? What's going on? Anyways. If you're seeing an ad and don't want to miss out on all the feet pics, dissing, not subs, and meetup plans, consider subscribing. Yeah, it was a one hate line, yeah, pretty much. Boring trolls. I'm not going to read their nonsense. Anyway. So, yeah. I forget why we were going over that. I forget why we were touching on that whole thing. What were we doing? We were talking about advertising on Twitch. And so that means that if you can somehow get adblock to work on Twitch, you'll probably get that same purple screen of death, so to speak. That's just like, oh, consider turning off your ad blocker, consider watching on Twitch, blah, 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 blah. So they've now made it so that you can't, like, it'll mute the stream, keep the stream playing over the chat box over here in a little window, and then they'll play the ads in the player regardless. So you can't do anything to get rid of the ads at present. Adblock just used to work. but now it doesn't. Kind of weird how people had hang-ups over Lexi's pronouns. It's so weird, like, they went so woke and considerate they became transphobic. Oh, I know, is it the reason, is Doe the reason that there's it pronoun discourse on Twitter right now? Is that what's going on? Because I've seen people going on about this, where they're just like, I wouldn't want to be referred to by it. That's dehumanizing. And it's like, well, obviously it likes it. Obviously Doe is fond of it. Like, who cares? Again, you're so in favor of the whole, you know, like, if someone changes their pronouns, all of a sudden it's not okay because you personally have a problem with the idea of being called it. Well, obviously Doe doesn't find it dehumanizing, and it started it. Okay. So Doe is a streamer that's Exiliax. Exiliax. Is that how you spell it? I think. Hard to spell their name. Its name. I still stumble over the pronouns, but I try my best. Honestly, it's just unusual. But that's its name. That's its stream. They tend to do. Honestly, what I have seen of its streams, kind of similar content, maybe a little bit more detailed educational stuff. I am much more of a broadly social discourse kind of streamer, generally speaking. We do want to talk about the Sigma male thing, but we've gotten caught up on so many trans issues tonight. So what's today's topic? We were going to talk about Sigma males. We were going to talk about voice feminizing therapy and surgery as well, which I'm not getting done. I have no intention of getting that done because it's a very dangerous surgery. And it's not got a lot of success with actually feminizing the voice. Smegma males. So let's have a look at this. Let's come back to this topic because we haven't actually touched on it. We haven't actually touched it. What is a Sigma male? Understanding the lone wolf. Are you a Sigma male? And then we've got this Forbes article, The Pseudoscience Behind the Sigma Male Explained. So let's look at this article first. We're actually doing it now. You're stuck with it now. Sigma males. Okay. Understanding the lone wolf. Are you a Sigma male? This post contains... oh. Donate to my top surgery fund so I can take the money out and buy some tickly cough medicine. Oh, fucking hell. At the very least, I'm getting some money from Patreon in about 2 or 3 days, so I can put that towards the titty fund as well. Or towards tickly cough medicine. Fuck! Oh my god, it's driving me insane. Keep thinking ligma. Well, these are all based on what, like Greek letters, I think? Alpha, beta, gamma, omega. Understanding the lone wolf. On a website called The Adult Man. I gotta wonder who takes this shit seriously. Okay, what is a Sigma male? A Sigma male is a man within the socio-sexual hierarchy. What does that mean? Who chooses to live his life outside of the normal social dominance hierarchy structures of society. Sigma males share many traits in common with the alpha archetype, though their tendency to walk outside of the lines of traditional social dominance hierarchies sets them apart and makes them different. What does that mean? What does that mean? That's gibberish. That's fucking gibberish. That doesn't make any sense. This is astrology for boys. This is astrology for boys. That's what this is. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind. It just sounds like incels with extra steps. Oh, fuck. Oh, let's keep going. The astrology for boys joke, I can't take credit for that. I found that somewhere on Twitter, but it literally is. It's like astrology, it's star signs for boys, it's gender for men. It's a whole thing. It's so dumb. Excuse me. Pronouns are too complicated, by the way. I know. It's the same people. It's the same people. And I've seen people who tag themselves as Sigma on social media. Like, literally, I've seen people on Twitter who are, yes, anti-pronoun types. They've made tweets and responses to pronoun types, yet they have Sigma in their username on Twitter. Fuck me dead, dude. Need some chloroseptic spray. I might need to find some of that, yes. That sounds good. My life in the woods is ruined. It does, honestly. It does sound like an anime protagonist. You know what it sounds like to me? It sounds to me like a few beta males who do nothing but watch anime in their bedroom all the time wanted to create an archetype of the male that defines them in a vague, roundabout, obtuse way that makes them sound better than the alpha males that have continued to demonize them throughout their lives. Just based on this bottom line segment here, I'm just saying, maybe. Not talking to anyone with pronouns or listening to anyone with pronouns, bitch, everyone has pronouns. I know. It's so ridiculous that they think pronouns are some concept the transgenders made up. It's like, no, we learned about pronouns in like first grade. You should know what pronouns are. Honestly, it harkens back to that thing from the Gravel video, the Mike Gravel tribute video, where he was talking about how like 30%, was it 30% of Americans don't graduate high school or something like that? It's like, it seems like there's a lot of uneducated people, some of them in positions of power, who never learned what a pronoun was. The archetypal Sigma male is defined above all else by his tendency to forsake the traditional social dominance hierarchies of modern society. These men walk a more solitary path. They're sometimes called lone wolves or wanderers. The sociosexual hierarchy, originally attributed to Vox Day, is a system for describing how men and boys relate to one another and organize themselves into different archetypes. So, astrology. This is just rebranded MGTOW, it really is. These archetypes categorize men based on who they are, how they behave, what their inclinations are likely to be, and how they're perceived by women in the sexual marketplace. In the sexual marketplace. The Chad meme, I know. There's a whole video here. Okay. But today we're going to answer the pressing question that likely landed you here. Are you a Sigma male? Let's break it down and explain it. They've got a whole series of chapters! Oh my god, so like a power bottom. Holy fuck! They've detailed the fuck out of this. This is so... Oh my god, this is hilarious. This is funnier than any stand-up comedy special I've watched in the last 10 years. This is fucking hilarious. Sorry. Wouldn't call a large number of Americans that graduate high school educated. U.S. schooling is for indoctrination to make good cogs. Fair point. Fair point. What was it? So where does Sigma male fit on the sociosexual hierarchy? The sociosexual hierarchy. Here we go. So this is what it is. Okay. You've got your sociosexual hierarchy here. Alpha, beta, delta, gamma, omega. And Sigma is equivalent to the alpha. But he's outside of the hierarchy. Oh, this is dumb. The exact role of the Sigma male archetype in modern sociosexual hierarchy is somewhat hotly debated, but for all intents and purposes it describes a man who goes his own way, living as a lone wolf. This is literally just designed to make dudes who have no friends feel like they have a justification for their existence. When I said get to know, I thought we'd have to actually do actual research, but no. They gave us a PowerPoint. Even the descriptive social structure of wolves being alpha and beta in their packs has been scientifically debunked. Yeah, we were talking about this before. Yeah, toxically masculine men who want to use these terms to cope with their insecurities. Patriarchy is a bitch. Patriarchy and toxic masculinity. It's just alpha male with extra steps, pretty much. Could have included more information. I think Sigma male is just someone who doesn't give a fuck about how alpha any other blokes think they are. Arguably. I have a video on this. There's a video in here that I kind of want to just click on the video and see what it says. But we'll come back around to it. Hang on. I'll save this and we'll come back to it. Oh, all 24 types of males. This is from College Humor from 2016. Anyway. Anywho, I've found that the term is often used in conjunction with MGTOW philosophy, men going their own way. Men who believe in the MGTOW movement tend to identify strongly with the Sigma archetype. And if you've ever looked at the... Actually, hang on a second. Let's see if I can find it. Is it still up? I don't think it's still up. No, they got rid of it. MGTOW... Oh, hang on. Hang on. MGTOW.com is a segment on Reddit. So there is a MGTOW section on Reddit. But the original MGTOW got deleted. Got... what's it called? Does anyone know what the quarantined. It got quarantined. So only people who... Yeah. I'm assuming only people who are already in the subreddit can use it. Yeah, here we go. If we click on this... Men going there. Oh, hang on. This community is quarantined. It is dedicated to shocking or highly offensive content. We won't click on anything. Excuse me. I thought it meant you couldn't actually use it. I thought it meant you couldn't actually... And it's what's it called? It's active 10 hours ago, 17 hours ago, 16 hours ago. They've got upvotes. So the community is isolated, and you can only use it if you're in the community, as far as I know. If you're already in there. And you can't apply to be in there. Like, there are private subreddits that you need to apply to be allowed into. As far as I know, that one is one where you can't even join it. So they're just quarantined, they're off by themselves. They're effectively an echo chamber. Anyway, coming back around to this. They see the idea of walking away from social dominance hierarchies and becoming a lone wolf as synonymous with the MGTOW mandate of walking away from both women and a society which has been, quote, destroyed by feminism. End quote. I didn't say, that's just one perspective. Oh yeah, iBlack. I've been on there. That's a nasty move, by the way. They named their subreddit so close to iBleach, and then you click on it and you're just like, oh, that's an intestine. Anyway. But I am... You know I have a problem with gore. That being that I actually find it very entertaining to look at. Look, I'm fucked up. Okay? I am fucked up. We're not going to look at that on stream, though. I have standards for this channel. Thank you very fucking much, cunt. Anyway. But despite the obvious ideological link between the Sigma male archetype and MGTOW, that's not the only filter through which to view the true identity of the Sigma male. To get a truly accurate view of exactly how a Sigma fits into the modern socio-sexual hierarchy... I fucking hate that phrase. It's so cringe. Like, I don't use the word cringe often enough. But socio-sexual hierarchy is cringe. I need to get myself like a vocoder or something. Or one of those things where you can, what's that thing? You plug the microphone into it and you make funny noises with your voice. I don't know. Anyway. To get a truly accurate view of exactly how a Sigma fits into the modern socio-sexual hierarchy, we need to pull the lens back and take a larger look at how the different male archetypes fit together. What motivates the Sigma male? If the alpha male is the king and he's served by a court filled with beta males, then the Sigma male is the traveling bard, storyteller, or wanderer who visits the king. He may dine with the king. He may even hold the king's favor. His exploits or successes, while not necessarily well known, may earn him respect and admiration. What I'm reading into this is that Dandelion is a Sigma male. Bingo. Jaskier from The Witcher, Dandelion, is a Sigma male. There you go. Need a shower after that phrase, so do I. He doesn't take a wife, instead he sleeps with his pick of the most beautiful women from the king's court, and then leaves as quickly as he arrived to continue his journey. So the Sigma is an interesting guest or passerby, yeah. I guarantee the people who define themselves as Sigma males are the most beta people on the planet. And the people who would probably technically be defined as a Sigma male according to these standards don't even acknowledge the existence of the phrase. Unlike the betas, he doesn't lust for the king's power or favor. In fact, he probably doesn't truly care if the king likes or dislikes him, because those things are meaningless to him as a Sigma. He also frees himself from the trappings and challenges of trying to compete with the betas. Why? And like further reading, the beta male explained. Oh, fucking hell, people take this seriously. People legitimately take this seriously. Because once again, he just doesn't care enough about the social dominance hierarchy to bother with trying to secure himself a place within it. They're really making everything out like we got a whole monarchy. Yeah, I know. There are like comparisons you can make to monarchical power structures, to the modern day capitalist power structure. But you need to realize the nuance and the differences between the two, you know? These kind of comparisons don't work when we don't live in a monarchy, you dickhead. Anyway, unlike the Alpha King, the Sigma has no reason to maintain a certain public appearance. He has no incentive to please the masses or to appease anyone else's opinion. Also, unlike the Alpha King, he has little interest in competing within the social dominance hierarchy to rise to the top of the social order. It just reads like a bunch of Jaskiers who think they're Geralts. Oh, fuck. How does someone not care about the hierarchy if they're calling themselves Sigma? That could bring us back up to the top here, where they've got this whole chart here. This is the hierarchy, but the Sigma sits outside of us. Oh, look at me, I'm fancy. I'm outside the hierarchy. So dumb. The Sigma male willingly forfeits the benefits of the alpha position. So they're acting as though, like, the Sigma is the alpha who has chosen not to be an alpha. I also don't believe in the hierarchy. Am I Sigma? Yeah, right. How does someone not care about the hierarchy if they're calling themselves Sigma? Oh, I read that bit. What am I doing? He does this because he sees the benefits of the Sigma archetype as superior when you filter them for cost and value. This honestly just, like, and this Forbes article over here that we've got that ties into this, the pseudoscience behind the Sigma male explained, right? And there's Keanu Reeves. Just because we were mentioning this before. It's all pseudoscience. Like, it reads, like, the thing about this is, like, all of this stuff reads like it makes sense, and they've gone into a lot of detail to make it appealing, to make it, like, again, to make it make sense. So you've got people who are reading this kind of shit and fully taking it in and embracing it and thinking that they are Sigma males because they've embraced this ideology. It's truthy, but not true. Yeah, exactly. Like, they've taken ideas that have already been written about by better, more intellectual people. Like, this honestly reminds me of Masculinities by Raewyn Connell, which I haven't actually read, but I've read about. And Raewyn Connell has written about all these different types of masculinities. And she's actually done the research. She knows about it. These people have made vague observations based on social stereotypes, and then they have fleshed those out with just effectively fictional ideas. It honestly reads like, what I'm looking at this, like we mentioned before, with Jaskier, with Dandelion. It looks to me as though they've taken a bunch of masculine stereotypes from a bunch of shallow surface level fiction and then applied those ideas to an attempted sociological gaze. Does that make sense? Does that? I don't know. Am I being too wordy? Please stop me if I'm being too wordy right now. I'm trying not to. The sociological gaze and the sociological straights. I'm one of the sociological lesbians. Anyway, where were we? Unlike the alpha archetype, the Sigma doesn't have to play political games or run every thought process through a tribe mentality filter to produce the results he wants in life. Can someone please decipher that, please? Unlike the alpha archetype, the Sigma doesn't have to play political games or run every thought process through a tribe mentality filter to produce the results he wants in life. What? He's as self-sufficient as men can get. Alphas are also self-sufficient, though part of their self-sufficiency comes from their investments into the social dominance hierarchies that they choose to be a part of. And they put Keanu as an example, right? Basically, I'm brutally honest, but more interested in being brutal than being honest. Oh my god, yes. I fucking hate cunts like that, genuinely. They're just rude for the sake of being rude. You know. Sigmas aren't invested in tribal connections. Alpha males typically spend more resources building tribes and climbing through the hierarchies. That's a room full of men. They're all wearing almost the same outfit. That picture is that's toxic masculinity. That picture's attacking me with toxic masculinity. It's just a room full of men. Is that relevant at all, or is that just literally plugging is Mike Miller the dude that wrote this? Is it just a random Instagram post? It's the same outfit with different colors, and not even that different. It's dark and light blues and grays and greens. What the fuck? Honestly, you put all of these men in a lineup. Like, you make me look at all of them, and you point to one of them. You say, that's Dave. Like, you introduce me to one of these men. You say, this is Dave, right? And then you put all of them in like like one of those criminal lineup things, and you say to me, point out Dave. I couldn't do it. You know? We introduced you to Dave a minute ago. Can you point him out? No. I'm sorry. They were all exactly the same person. Anyway. Now who's being toxic masculine, Abigail? Anyway. Anything outside that color scheme is gay. Oh, fuck. Pay for my boobs. Anyway, as a result, they reap the rewards of strong tribal connections, tribal resources, and higher social status. Are we still talking about alphas? Yeah. The returns on these tribal investments are doubtlessly valuable, but the alpha also takes on a great deal of responsibility, stress, and effort in exchange for these benefits. Exclamation mark goal if you legitimately want to contribute to the boob fund. I should make a command that's just exclamation mark boobs. From College Humor to Keanu to Rando Instapost. This is even documented among chimpanzee tribes. So here we fucking go. Again, people thinking that we can be compared to animals. Frans de Waal, the author of the incredible book Chimpanzee Politics, Power and Sex Among Apes, sheds light on the true nature of the natural chimpanzee alpha male archetype in this fascinating TED Talk. I don't care. This talk may be about chimpanzees, but human alphas aren't so different. There's no alpha chimps. Again, it's Dad. My person is a Dave. Today's his B-Day. He has no resemblance to those Daves. Good. The best videos are those, what is a Sigma male? Here's how to become one. We need to watch one of those. We will, I promise. The Sigma male shuns the social responsibilities of the alpha, at least in theory. Yeah, men will literally make up genders for men instead of going to therapy. It was a sneeze this time. There we go. Fancy that. We're getting a bit of variety in here. With my... not cardiovascular. What's it? With my respiratory distress. He sees the resource investments into the tribe as high risk, low reward. The Sigma also sees the delicate framework of the social dominance hierarchy as a fragile house of cards. It's just buzzwords. He chooses to walk away from it because he sees it as smarter and more self-sufficient than hedging his bets on what other unreliable humans may choose to do. This is perhaps an oversimplification, but it serves to lay the groundwork for the basis of the Sigma male archetype and how it typically fits in with alpha and beta archetypes. It serves to lay the groundwork for the basis of the Sigma male archetype and how it typically fits in with alpha and beta archetypes. Do I just not understand man anymore? Does this make sense to men? Cis or trans, I don't care. Does any of this make sense to men? Have we got any men in chat? Can we get some men in chat? Does this make any sense? It's gibberish. Personality differences between the alpha and the sigma. JB the real sigma. JB the real sigma with 332 Instagram followers. That says it all right there, doesn't it? Males are easy to goad. That says it all. Next to no following. Equal social ranking as the alpha male, considered the introverted alpha, calm and collected at all times, does not have or want a lot of friends, does not care what other people think about him, high intelligence, very deep thinker, never seeks validation from others, does not care what others are doing, will rebel against ideas and rules that he sees as stupid or inefficient, very difficult to get close to the sigma, highly attractive to women. Highly attractive to women. Why is he highly attractive to women? I will say this right now. I've spoken with many women. I've spoken to a lot of women. I know I've got a lot of girlfriends. Got a lot of female friends. And I've had conversations with them about what kind of men they find attractive, and the term sigma has never come up. Never ever come up. Really weird that. Anyway. But what about attracted to men? Reminds me, honestly, that reminds me of bodybuilding. Reminds me of when I was like super into bodybuilding. There's a meme that bodybuilding is the gayest sport on the planet, right? Because in bodybuilding, the goal is to build this big, huge, buff body. And a lot of guys who go into bodybuilding kind of do so with this intention of being seen as attractive alpha males to women, right? They want to be the big, buff, burly man. And the people that come over and want to touch your muscles and compliment your body are other men. Like, that's literally what happens. The people who are complimenting each other's physiques in the gym and talking about all the finer details of your biceps and your thighs and your glutes, it's other men. It's not, obviously it's a joke that it's gay. I mean, I don't doubt there are gay bodybuilders for sure, but, you know, given that there are so many men who go into that thing, whether they're going to compete in bodybuilding or not, but there are a lot of men who go to the gym, lift a lot of weights because they want big muscles and all that kind of thing, so that women find them attractive. Like, I gotta be a big, strong protector man for you and our children that will be healthy and also big and strong. Like, the women, generally speaking, not always, but, you know, there are some women who definitely want that kind of thing. But the people who are attracted to that kind of physique, it's not like sexually attracted, but the people who are drawn to talk with you about your body are other men who are into bodybuilding. Anyway, I think a sigma, male or female, is just someone who doesn't care too much about others around them in the sense of who's tougher, who's cooler, who's better in any way, but you've never heard sigma. Yeah, like, this all just feels like it's trying to justify a kind of, like was mentioned before, lone wolf attitude. We're gonna have to run an ad break in a second, sorry. All seems like it's trying to extrapolate ideas around this lone wolf attitude, which didn't need extrapolating. There are people who just exist on their own and vibe and do their own thing and don't care about the sociosexual hierarchy or any of that bullshit. They don't need a definition. They don't need an essay written about them on theadultman.com. Like... And, yeah, did they seriously put Elon Musk, the attention seeker, as a sigma male? Yeah, right? I remember a few years ago, he made a remark on social media, or he made a remark on a podcast, or something. I think he was on Joe Rogan or whatever, about how the only people he followed on social media were news publications. And that has drastically shifted as he's shifted into this, like, meme lord kind of personality, which has gained him a lot of notoriety. All right, ad break. Sorry. We'll sit here and ramble for a bit. Oh, that coffee. That hits. Hello, Lydia. How you doing? Who, if not being a total bastard, would be totally matching an alpha. Yeah, exactly. I like muscles aesthetically, but the big appeal for me is someone being empathetic, compassionate, honest, you know, what they call beta traits. Yes, exactly. And honestly, again, comes back... And I can't verify that this is every woman. You know, I can't say this is every woman, but the majority of the women that I've spoken to about, like, what's your ideal partner? If you were trying to find the perfect partner, or if we're talking about their partner, like I was talking with my best friend about their partner. And generally it's not the physicality of the person, it's how good the person is for them. What does that person do well for them? You know? How do they benefit me personally? Not, oh, big muscles. I mean, not gonna lie. One of my friends has told me about one of my friends has told me about a friend of hers, who is certainly the bodybuilder archetype. But that's neither here nor there. So, like, there's certainly women who are, you know, certainly attracted to a particular aesthetic. But, yeah, when I've spoken to other girls about guys, they want, kind, caring, compassionate, and safety. They want a man who is safe and comfortable and caring. Which, again, beta traits. You're getting a Windows Intel ad now. It's Minute Maid lemonade from McDonald's. There you go. We should be past the ad break now. Let's come back to it. Let's continue. That's the Be Right Back screen, not the one I want. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that Sigma males and Alpha males also tend to have very different temperaments and personality types. All these personality types definitely play into which archetype a man will gravitate toward. For example, I'm an Alpha male. Self-defined. But I intentionally chose this path because several of my strongest personality traits give me huge strengths in the Alpha archetype arena. For example, I'm highly extroverted. I have a natural talent for reading people. People energize me. I have strong natural leadership skills. Excuse me. I have high emotional intelligence. I'm highly empathetic. Totally an Alpha. They've just defined themselves as an Alpha. Yeah, that's right. I hate women. Sorry. Hello, Devix. How you doing? Who says being caring, compassionate, and generally not a fuckwit is a beta, though? I feel like the people, honestly, it's other men who see themselves as Alpha and Sigma and all that bullshit who would look at a caring, compassionate, loving, generally not a fuckwit man as a beta. But that man doesn't give a fuck about your Alpha and Beta and Gamma labels. That kind of man is busy minding his own fucking business and probably fucking the women you wish you were. Like, talking to these kind of people. Like, that kind of man doesn't give a shit. He's probably more Sigma than the people who define themselves as Sigma. If we're going to use their own definitions here. That kind of man doesn't give a shit for these nonsense male astrology labels. Plus, since people energize me, I would probably be exhausted by the solitary life of the wandering Sigma. Sure, these personality traits could all help me as a Sigma male, but in the end, after taking my personal strengths into account, it's far more valuable use of my natural talents and abilities to pursue the path of the Alpha. As an Alpha who exists at the top of several dominance hierarchies in my life, this is so ridiculous. I would be forfeiting my biggest personality type advantages by choosing to walk the path of the Sigma male. This is like... It's like some hero's journey shit. This is what I'm... Excuse me. This is like some hero's journey shit, like you have been chosen to walk this path, child. Come, travel away with me and become a Jedi. Like, it's so mystical and ridiculous. It's like the author blowing themselves. Do you reckon they've had their bottom two ribs removed? This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Oh, Draco, I love that. This man literally wrote a fanfic about how alpha he is. Just some up himself fuckwit. It's so absurd. And people take this seriously. People take this seriously. Oh my god, the amount of sentences that could just be formed into a single paragraph. I know, he goes on. Like, this is a man. Look at this scroll bar over here. Do you see? Have you folks noticed this? Look at this fucking scroll bar over here on the right hand side. This dude does not know how to edit. Holy shit. He just had a thesaurus. He had thesaurus.com over here on his other monitor while he was writing this. And he's like, okay, I've written this sentence. Now I need to write that sentence again and change the words a bit. And he just did that 100 times. Holy fucking shit, dude, how pretentious. Let's be real, those are nice, but fun/playful are probably just as important to me as compassion and empathy. Honestly, honesty is still number one though, yeah. Favorite part of the whole alpha beta male thing is when the author of the original study on wolves came out and said it's all bunk because the wolves were held in captivity and then toxic masculinity just went, we're keeping it. Jesus Christ, Vampire Hunter. Why have we not had that movie yet? We had Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, which I don't think I've seen. I think I've seen bits of it. If a man embodies some or all of the natural Sigma traits as his dominant personality traits, then he would stand to gain the most from choosing to live his life according to the Sigma male archetype. Here we go. Here we get to the MGTOW shit. Which do women prefer? He's definitely just talking in circles. We'll read like one more section and then we'll go to the Forbes article. And we can come back to this if you want. But honestly, I'm getting a bit sick of this guy. It makes sense if he was making set points to a statement. Yeah, he's not. This is one of the first questions. Like, look at the suggestive photo of the sexy office lady with the sexy office man. I will say this though, at least she's like, in terms of her attire, that's what I would expect a woman working in an office to wear. At least she hasn't got like multiple buttons down and unnecessary cleavage showing for the sake of the image. But yeah, stolen stock photo. I mean, this guy's probably got a spare $20 to throw at a stock photo, but anyway. I'm sorry. This is one of the first questions I usually hear when talking about alpha and sigma archetypes. The truth is that both types of men can do extremely well with the ladies, albeit for different reasons. This is making me gay. As if watching me doesn't make you gay? Before the Forbes, yeah, we can look at the video you dropped, yeah. Honestly, I can't... On the one hand, I want to say I feel sorry for women who are attracted to men, or men who are attracted to men, or anyone who's attracted to men, because they have to put up with this bullshit, inevitably. But on the same token, I have met numerous women who are into a bunch of woo, a bunch of dumb bullshit, anti-vaxxers, those who are into astrology and crystals and tarot cards, and I'm like, it's the same thing. And it's cringe in any circumstance. But that aside, I do regret. I do, and I mean, this woman is straight as an arrow, so there's no chance.
Thank you for continuing your
Rena!
membership. Abby, I'm getting ready for work, so can't stay long.
That's alright, Rena. I hope you have a pleasant day at work. Yeah, this woman I dated was by far just my 10? She's just, oh my god. Straight as an arrow. There's no chance I'm ever getting back with her. But she was also into the tarot card reading thing, and I made probably the mistake of disparaging it. Like, I was like, oh yeah, okay, you can read my tarot cards, but I don't believe in any of it. I think it's a bunch of nonsense. I was like, I probably shouldn't have done that. She was really awesome. Oh, goal! Exclamation mark goal. Unless you want to contribute to my Rest Industry Super Fund. I don't know. Anyway, where were we? Okay. Prefer Ligma males. We've had Ligma males, we've had Sugma males. Now I'm gonna keep looking at who's leaving, Cool Olds or Mary Jane? By the way, Mary Jane, I forgot to say thank you for following. Welcome to the Rogue Room. Alpha males have high status and power. These are benefits that Sigma males are automatically going to struggle with because both of those benefits are closely tied to existing at or near the top of the social dominance hierarchy. It's no secret that women love men with high status and power. The reasons for this are fairly obvious, but I believe... The reasons for this are fairly obvious. Oh, are they now? What are you saying there? But I believe that David M. Buss is described it best in the following quote from his book, The Evolution of Desire, Strategies of Human Mating. Oh, that's gross. Left me a nice message above. Okay. Great hanging out. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mary Jane. I appreciate you. Also, for those of you who have not already looked at Outer Peace Gear, which is where I got my awesome Trans Pride flag ring from, you can go check them out. They're very helpful. They're very cool. You got a couple of days left of Pride Month. Go buy yourself a fancy ring. Rena, thank you for contributing $20 to the Boob Fund, to Abby's Top Surgery Fund. You legend, you. You have a friend who's really into astrology, but fuck, can she use a vlogger? What does that mean? I don't want to know. David M. Bussy, the book is better than the quote. Evolution has favored women who prefer men who possess attributes that confer benefits and who dislike men who possess attributes that impose costs. Yeah, that's a bad quote. Without context, that's awful. Evolution has favored women who prefer men who possess attributes that confer benefits and who dislike men who possess attributes that impose costs. Okay. Anyway, high status and power confer numerous benefits, and so an alpha male who exists at the top of the social order is automatically at an advantage when it comes to attracting the attention of the highest value women in the tribe. Hubgia, welcome to the Rogue Room. How are you doing? Note, being alpha is not a benefit. Sigma male advantages with women. Sigmas bring a few of their own advantages to the table. Foremost, Sigmas are characterized by the mystery and fluidity of their solitary lives. That's vague and nondescript bullshit. But they're also characterized by how they're impossible to tie down into a normal relationship. Have a good one, Rena. Thank you so kindly for swinging by. Thank you again for contributing to the boob fund. The unattainability of a prolonged and secure romantic relationship with a Sigma male sets them apart from betas and even from alphas to a certain extent. A short whip with about 50 tails. Okay, I thought so. Sorry. Yeah, highest value women. You can tell what kind of people these are. And both of these attributes drive women crazy in a good way. In fact, Esther Perel describes the relationship between mystery and desire quite poetically in her book, Mating in Captivity, Unlocking Erotic Intelligence. All of this shit sounds like woo. It's generally a bad thing to tell people with no ill intent that you think their beliefs are BS. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't thinking about it at the time. Like, she mentioned it. It wasn't like I wasn't saying it like that. I was just like, oh, I just personally don't believe in that kind of thing. You know, I wasn't being rude about it, but I couldn't relate to her on that level about the whole tarot cards thing. So that was like a bit of lost connection there. They're only viewing women in a sexual way and how they benefit from men, as if all women want a man as a partner. Yes, indeed. Love enjoys knowing everything about you. Desire needs mystery. Love likes to shrink the distance that exists between me and you, while desire is energized by it. If intimacy grows through repetition and familiarity, eroticism is numbed by repetition. It thrives on the mysterious, the novel, and the unexpected. That actually makes sense. However, Astral has assured me the Peril book is trash. I don't plan on reading it. But that quote actually makes sense. That's the first thing in this entire article that makes any sense. When coaching men, I often talk about the importance of When coaching men, of course. I often talk about the importance of cultivating mystery when building connection and sexually escalating with women. Some men really struggle with building mystery. It requires a certain level of quiet confidence that few men possess. Alphas need to work a bit harder at this than Sigma males do. Sigma males tend to cultivate it more naturally due to their off-the-beaten-path approach to life. Another powerful advantage that Sigma males have in the dating marketplace is that they don't care about social hierarchy. You're welcome. This gives them a rebel type of vibe that many women find incredibly sexy. One look at the character Han Solo, played by Harrison Ford in the Star Wars movies, will tell you exactly what I mean. Maybe. At least the media is relevant in this particular circumstance. You know, at least the piece of media is actually something. So we're like 10% in. This is like novel length. Wait, this is an incel romance novel? Yes, exactly. All right, let's have a look at this video by College Humor, shall we? Let's pause this for a second. We'll come back to the article. We'll come back to the Forbes article. I'm getting so sick of this fucking bullshit, honestly. Let's have a look at this. And Peril's book is limited to war scenarios. Okay. Just want to know the end before we go to the Forbes article. Okay.
Not sure what kind of man you are? Relax, bro. Just kick back and watch this list.
C-3PO is the Sigma.
Alphas are bold, traditionally masculine figures endowed with raw, sexual confidence. Unlike alphas, betas are kind and docile introverts that prefer deeper, more intimate relationships. Gammas are similar to betas, except every cell in their body has been irradiated by a near constant bombardment of high-energy photons. Also, they, never get laid. Deltas are open-minded individuals who believe in change. They're comprised mostly from sediment deposits carried in from nearby rivers. There's actually nothing special about epsilons. They're just real shitheads.
It's a joke.
Zetas are all die-hard Catherine Zeta-Jones fans. Etas, or ETAs, are the classic gentlemen. They're very punctual, but can't pronounce their H's. Sweet Evans, look at the time! Thetas are identical to Etas, but have a slight lisp.
How dare you, sir?
Iotas are very small and insignificant and can be found arguing in the comment section of popular websites.
What?
Kappas are mischievous beak-mouthed river spirits from Japanese folklore. They like to play tricks on children and are very good listeners. Lambdas are the only males that can successfully rock a goatee. Oh, this isn't a type. This is just what I call boy cows. And this is what I call boy babies. Zymales are, of course, men who exist solely as a special spherical function on a
Some of these are
simple
funny.
Lie group within the field of mathematical harmonic analysis.
Hey, sup, babe? My name's Chint. Can I buy you a drink or something?
Omicrons are even bigger shitheads than epsilons. They rarely wear sleeves. Pi males are well-rounded, but completely irrational.
Pretty sure the Purge movies really happened. Whoa, really? Is that true?
Romales are so stupid, they actually serve as a physical representation of the concept of density. Sigmas are the summation of all things male and masculine. And honestly, they're pretty big shitheads too. Tall males are...
So this was back in 2016, before the concept of the Sigma male really leaned into the social discourse. So that didn't have any sort of inclination really whatsoever with regards to what we've been reading about. It was just like, oh, the epitome of everything male and masculine, which is not really, like, it's not the whole lone wolf thing that we've been talking about. Should we continue? Yeah, there's a little bit more. They're shitheads too. I mean, that's true.
shittier than epsilons, but not quite as shitty as an omicron. Upsilons like to scream at TVs playing sports in public bars. They are the worst. Female is just the way that Australians say the word female.
Oh, that's fat income, mate.
Chi size are men with strong
Shut the fuck up. You don't know how Australians speak, cunt.
bonds of fraternal brotherhood. Also, they're way less racist than the KAs 2 houses down.
Woo! Less racist!
And finally, Omega Male is just a genderless honorific given to anyone who made it all the way through this stupid video.
Oh, thank God it's over.
Congratulations.
Agreed. Anyway. That's the joke. Anyways, that was the whole thing. Okay, so we want to know the end. So we want to know, like, the thesis statement. Not the thesis statement, like the conclusion of this fucking essay that this person has written. So we just scroll to the end here and see what it is. Should int J's... Oh, no. We've gotten into the fucking... Oh, no, not that shit. That's basically phrenology. No. Okay, so we're in the FAQ section. Conclusion, here we go. The Sigma male is a fascinating archetype. I forgot what that's called, the int J's thing. Somebody remind me what that is. Whole new can of worms. What are my thoughts about Ben Shapiro? He's a whiny baby. A Sigma male is a fascinating archetype, although it's supposedly one of the rarest archetypes to come across. At the end of the day, I suggest using the sociosexual hierarchy. I still fucking stupid. For self-reflection and learning. If we take it too seriously, we can pigeonhole one another, or even worse, ourselves, into roles that may not be accurate. Huh. Weird. Remember, the goal is to level up as men. This was written by someone who's never been laid. To become the best version of ourselves that we can possibly be. No hate to asexuals, but this is someone who wants to get laid and never has. And if it helps you to identify yourself as a Sigma, then it's all for gain. I resonate with the path of the alpha male, and that brings me a great deal of clarity and understanding about myself. Waxing philosophical, welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing? If you can find resonance and clarity on the path of the Sigma male, then I see it as being a truly worthwhile use of your time. What are your thoughts about the Sigma male journey? Follow us on Instagram. I won't. How many followers do they have? The adult man. Look at these masculine photos. Look at these man photos. Look at this. Is this the guy? It looks like it's all the same dude, unless they've just found a bunch of people who look exactly the same. He reminds me of that guy from The Dark Knight Rises, who was also in Game of Thrones, whose name escapes me. You know who I mean. Anyway. Ludicrous. Absolutely. This guy defines himself as an alpha and has 3,000 Instagram followers. Congratulations. Good on ya. Yeah, right. Frustrated teen, possibly. Int J is a person with introverted, intuitive, thinking and judging personality traits. These thoughtful tacticians love perfecting the details of life, applying creativity and rationality to everything they do. Their inner world is a private, complex one. Copy paste from Google. Like that whole thing. Let me just the Myers-Briggs type indicator is not good. Is what I was getting at. Not just int J, the whole thing. Not good. Not POG. Basically psychological phrenology. Anyway, what is a Sigma personality? Let's read the FAQs really quickly. A Sigma male is the type of personality that doesn't need anything from anybody else. Sigma males are self-sufficient lone wolves, I hate that phrase, who walk their own path in life. Littlefinger, that's what I'm thinking of. Forgot the actor's name. They don't follow the crowd. They're confident in themselves, know what they want, and they don't care what other people think of them because they intentionally unplug from traditional social dominance hierarchies. Yeah, the creator or creators was a eugenicist. Yeah. How can you tell a male Sigma? Wouldn't it be a Sigma male? Anyway. You can tell a Sigma male by his fondness for going his own way. Ew. And by his lack of need for companionship. Sigma males are losers. Oh, sorry, loners. They reject traditional social dominance hierarchies and focus almost completely on doing their own thing, on their own terms, on their own timeline. They're men who have walked away from mainstream society to forge their own individual destiny. They love to be alone with their thoughts, solve problems, and work on their own passion projects. Or where their pack died. Sigma males are men whose entire family was murdered by the mafia, and they went on a violence crusade. So Sigma males are the Punisher. They tend to be deep thinkers who value a deep and profound understanding of life and the world. Are Sigma males attractive? No. Sigma males are often highly attractive. Says who? Intelligent and popular with women. Again, says who? So Bruce Wayne is a Sigma male? Well, no, according to all the definitions given here, he's technically not a beta, an alpha. For all intents and purposes, they're considered to be on par with the attraction levels of an alpha male, of alpha males. Anyone calling themselves a loser? Sorry, not sorry. I feel like tweeting that. And can I steal that, Haggard? They tend to be mysterious, adventurous, and charming. Should int Js consider themselves a Sigma male? Int Js are prime candidates for the path of the Sigma male, but that also doesn't mean that all int Js are going to feel drawn to this particular archetype. Int Js tend to be highly analytical, logical, and creative. But they also have a strong tendency to want to work alone. I work alone! Pair this with their tendency to be callous or insensitive, and you have the classic makings of a Sigma male. I like how those are in quotes. Tendency to be callous or insensitive. I'm not an asshole, honestly. Lydia, thank you so kindly for the $10 to the boob fund. You're legend, you. I'm just going to call it the boob fund. I don't care. I hope Twitch doesn't have a problem with me raising funds for dysphoric surgery or euphoric surgery. For gender-affirming surgery. Should change it to that. So Abby's gender-affirming surgery. This makes them the most likely out of all 16 different eugenicist Briggs personality types to identify with the Sigma archetype. That's what he looks like? This guy identifies himself as reformed... Oh my god. Reformed dork turned dating and attraction guru. If I could teach men one thing about how to truly succeed with women, it would be to pursue their own passions and purpose first. Check out my blog, subscribe to my YouTube channel, and listen to my podcast for more in-depth tips, guidance, and stories. Ew. Ew. There's a whole ebook as well as a 7... Oh. Yeah, he's a grifter. Absolutely a grifter. I honestly wish I had leaned into this bullshit. There's definitely money in this because some people are stupid. Anyway, big cringe. Very big cringe. I need to pee. So give me a second. I'll be right back. I need to pee. I'm going to run another ad break quickly. Listen, all you gay genders, or whatever that means. Anyways, what ads did you get? What ads did you get, folks? I'm back now. We shouldn't have pre-rolls for another 35 minutes. Poggers. Lil Nas X ad. I heard he had a really good performance recently. I need to check that out. Because Med's doing a sleep as usual. Radio, Madam Scoville. Have a good night. eBay. City ad. Razor ad. Carl's Jr. I've got a Carl's Jr. not far from me. I should go there. That'd be fun. And not that I can at the moment. I'm flat broke. Like, we got the top surgery fund, but that's not for Carl's Jr. We're not spending the boob surgery fund on Carl's Jr. I'm not spending it on the boobs. Yes, I'm getting top surgery. I'm gonna book it. Once I get my friend to come along and take the photos that I need to take, which I can't take by myself because they've got, like, you have to put your hands on your head or like up like this, and you know, you got to do all these different photos that you got to take, which you can't take. Yeah, you can't take by yourself. If I had a phone tripod, I could probably take them by myself, but I don't, because the fucker broke, didn't it? Stupid thing. What about post boobs for comfort foods? Start an OnlyFans, post boobs on it, just for the sake of people buying me Maccas. Or just like a Fan Centro or whatever. There's like a bunch of other websites that are like OnlyFans now. That are not... I don't know if I'm allowed to even reference OnlyFans on here, actually, on that note. But I'm not... It's not like I'm trying to advertise for one that I don't have. But I've seen a bunch of people posting shit on websites that's not... It's like the same kind of thing as OnlyFans. But it's more like... Like, I think Booty Haver has one. And on it, she posts photos, which she does these lovely photos, where she's like high quality camera and all that, but she's not posting nudes or lewds or anything of the sort. It's just photos of like her makeup or her clothes or outfits, posing in certain parts of her house or out in public or whatever. And it's just, I've noticed there's a couple of websites now where people are just literally posting that kind of fan engagement content, but it's not sexual. It's just literally more fan engagement, which OnlyFans wants to pivot towards, and they want to do away with the sex workers because they've made some kind of, I think, multiple billion dollar deal for the platform because it's taken off, obviously, on the foundation of sex workers. And now, because they're getting that money, they want to try to do away with sex workers and pivot the entire platform just to, oh, your favorite celebrities are on OnlyFans, and you can interact with them. Like, they'll post something where it's, you know, you can pay money and they'll put exclusive content out. It's stupid, you know. They're trying to take away a platform from sex workers, and sex workers are just going to have to go and find another one. Same thing that happened with Patreon, same thing that happened with Tumblr. It keeps happening. Time is a flat circle. Yeah, that's why you deleted your OnlyFans? Yeah, it doesn't. Like, if you were thinking of getting into OnlyFans now, don't even bother. Like, if you are any kind of, if you're any kind of sex worker, there will inevitably be another, where the fuck are you? There you are, hello. There will inevitably be another platform. One of them will inevitably be the next platform. But, yeah. You're allowed to mention that you've deleted yours. I don't see a problem with it. I don't think I can get TOS for talking about the business proceedings of a particular platform. But anyway, let's play it safe and move on. Because we're back onto this Sigma Males thing, but we're going to look at Forbes' article about it. The pseudoscience behind the Sigma Male explained. I'm hoping this writer actually makes sense. Are you tired of reducing masculinity into the two nonsensical made-up categories known as alpha and beta males? Well, a viral Twitter post, I forgot about this, on Monday drew the internet's attention to the term Sigma Male. Oh, this was Lily Simpson. I forgot about this, yeah. What the fuck is going on with men? I forgot that Lily posted this. Yeah. Anyway. OnlyFans, I barely know her. On Monday drew the internet's attention to the term Sigma Male, another exciting and innovative way in which society can limit masculine expression. Which ultimately it's all it comes down to, right? Is like men are only allowed to express themselves according to certain social conventions that we have categorized, right? You have to define everything and put it in a box. Why can't people have their freedom to be who they are without labeling themselves? The whole labels discussion could go on and on forever, honestly. It's a never-ending discourse. The Twitter post highlights media which reduces the broad spectrum of masculinity into a rigid hierarchy composed of alpha, beta, and sigma males so that men can understand and accept our place in society without ever considering ourselves as, human beings with unlimited potential. What is an alpha male? For those unfamiliar with the manhood mythology, the concept of an alpha male is based on the absurdly illogical belief that groups of humans resemble a wolf pack destined to be led by an aggressive, domineering leader, aka the alpha. Not only is this not how humans operate, it's not even how wolf packs function. The now debunked theory was based on observation of wolves living in captivity, and subsequent studies of wild wolves concluded that wolf behavior was far more nuanced than a binary between an alpha and his cowering subordinates. Excuse me. But the correlation came too late. The concept of an alpha male stuck around, firmly embedded in pop culture and ideology that can justify oppressive hierarchies and reduce people to empty stereotypes. The alpha male is practically a star sign, imbued with a hint of incel ideology, there it is, used to confirm poisonous perspectives and exaggerate pre-existing insecurities. What is a sigma male? A sigma male is essentially an introverted alpha male, offering misguided men a chance to place themselves at the very top of this imaginary hierarchy without the loud, boisterous personality that an alpha boasts. My lips are dry. Examples of a sigma male apparently include John Wick, because who doesn't want to compare themselves to a cool, composed assassin? Oh, goodness. I'm noticing when I laugh tends to be when the tickle comes back. Fucking hell. I'm going to go to the chemist as soon as I'm able and get myself some tickle cough medication. So I know that's a thing. If you want to sit, just sit. If you want to take my lap space, cat, you need to make a decision. Because you're just sort of meandering there. What do you want? Okay. Other made-up category... Oh, hang on. Although when it comes to choosing a role model that exemplifies a non-existent category of manhood, one could do a lot worse than Keanu Reeves. Other made-up categories include beta, gamma, and omega males. I went to say omega males. All of whom are placed towards the bottom of the hierarchy, meaning that they are unlikely to find financial stability or attract a sexual partner. If you haven't noticed, this reductive line of thinking is exactly how pickup artists view the world. It's about as insightful as a BuzzFeed quiz that categorizes humans into different flavors of Starbucks syrup. Cishet weirdos. They just keep making up new genders. I love Casey Explosion, by the way. Also cishet weirdos. As well as the typical alpha-beta dynamic, we've categorized the omega male, delta, and gamma male, and we believe we've identified a new type, the sigma male. Well, the sigma male proved to be as influential and misleading... Oh, will the alpha male, sigma male, prove to be as influential and misleading as the alpha? Perhaps. Twitter is good at popularizing poorly thought out ideas. Goodness me. I'm going to follow this guy on Twitter at least, because he seems like he knows how to put a sentence together, put a paragraph or an article together, without gibbering on about nonsense that makes no sense. At any rate, there we go. There's the sigma males thing. What do we think of that after all of that nonsense? Like, I kind of want to go back. Let me just go back to this article for a second, because I kind of want to come back to the lone wolf thing, understanding the lone wolf. We got down to a point where it was like 7 traits of a sigma male. Nonconformity, self-sufficiency. They assimilate well into social dominance hierarchies without becoming dependent on them. Adaptability, again with the wolf bullshit. Self-priority. They forsake the trappings of companionship because it slows them down, whatever that means. They strive to be invisible. Perhaps most importantly, don't mistake the Sigma's rejection of society as a response to being hurt or alienated. That feels like cope. Sigma male test, are you Sigma? Alright, let's answer these questions, alright? We're back on this article for a minute. Are you constantly frustrated by society's obsession with the alpha male? I mean, I haven't noticed society is really obsessed with the idea of the alpha male so much as these particular men are obsessed with the idea of the alpha male. Should I take a toxic test? Probably. So it's hard to even answer that one. Are you constantly tempted to go against the grain? I mean, that's kind of my very existence in a lot of ways. Do you legitimately enjoy being alone at times? Is Abby a Sigma male? Well, obviously no. Oh, that's it. Those are the 3 questions. Okay. Benefits of a Sigma male lifestyle. Freedom. Attraction. Efficiency. Drawbacks. They don't have a tribe. Whatever that means. And that's it. Some Sigmas end up creating their own dominance hierarchies and become their own version of an alpha. Says fucking who? Hello, Fester. How you doing? What's going on? Jerk archetype. The journey can be tumultuous. Famous Sigma males. The Doctor from Doctor Who. Harbard from Vikings. Haven't seen that. Is the sociosexual hierarchy real? Alphas, betas, deltas, gammas, and sigmas. And then we got to the conclusion. Yeah. So, famous non-existent males. And they have 2 examples. They have 2 examples. That's it. 2. Like, you gotta do better than this. What does it say about the Doctor? Because they've never gotten any of this kind of vibe. Doctor Who, but I haven't really watched much of it. 3, also Steve Jabba. Wait, what? Did I miss something? A British sci-fi television show, again, fake. Believe this character ticks all the major Sigma boxes. He isn't really tied to any particular social order or hierarchy. He sometimes takes on companions. You mean like all the time. Has a habit of walking away from them and moving on when the time comes to do so. Since he's a Time Lord who regenerates every time he dies. See, this... I get what Doctor Who is, and I know the context of this. But for someone who doesn't, that makes no fucking sense. That sentence makes no fucking sense. He definitely knows what it means to walk through life alone. He always outlasts the people closest to him. He's mysterious, obsessed with his own personal mission, and certainly prioritizes life's work above everything else, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Load of bullshit. Major load of bullshit. Also, yeah, they've recently had a female Doctor, so Doctor Who is not always a man. Not always the man's. Also, the Doctor has 1 million Doctors. Gender is meaningless to Time Lords. Yeah, like, you can't apply these notions to a fictional character like that.
Another round on you. I'm at the gym scrolling Twitter between sets and saw your boobies fun tweet.
Thank you, Gory. I hope you are having a great time at the gym. Oh, goodness me. Thank you so kindly. Yeah, we're trying to get the boobies fund up to... Well, this is the goal. 8,000 at the moment is like the rough estimate of how much it's going to cost me, I think. So I've joined us to your Facebook post. You try to support all people. What is the topic here? A little confused. We're talking about Sigma males, which is a really... The best way to break it down is very obtuse astrology for men, pretty much. So how do we define it? If we come back to what it was before, the article before. Let me bring that back up. It's a bunch of nonsense, honestly, off the bat. So the bottom line, as is outlined here, astrology for men. It's astrology for men. A Sigma male is a man within the socio-sexual hierarchy who chooses to live his life outside the normal social dominance hierarchy structures of society. Sigma males share many traits in common with the alpha archetype, though their tendency to walk outside of the lines of traditional social dominance hierarchies sets them apart and makes them different. So basically gibberish. It's essentially like, how do we phrase this? It's yet another way for men to try to specifically categorize not only themselves but other men in ways that effectively strip away their freedom, effectively strip away their own individuality, their ability to be themselves, right? So they want to assign, you know, certain type. If we come back to this thing over here, we've got this little graphic. They want to say that alphas, betas, deltas, gammas, and omegas, and then sigmas, which they see as like kind of equivalent, yet outside of the hierarchy. They want to say that like there's all these different types of men based on these personality traits. It's silly. It's silly nonsense. And we've read through a lot of this, and honestly, we had this discussion around the idea that this guy definitely had a thesaurus open on another browser page while he was writing this, and just rephrased a whole bunch of paragraphs over and over again to make a point. But if you actually read it, and I'll give you the link if you would like to read it, it's a novel. It's huge. And a lot of it is just gibberish or basic observations about human behaviors that they have decided they desperately need to categorize, which is silly, you know? There are some personality clusters, but it's not a damn hierarchy. Exactly. Like I've mentioned before, I think there are certainly a lot of people who fit into certain personality molds. There are certainly, like, I've met this person at one point in my life and this person at another point.
Thank you for
and
continuing
the two are
your
effectively
membership.
the same. Ren, thank you so kindly for the 6 months. How you doing, friend? Like, I've definitely met people who are effectively the same person, but... Oops. What these people are trying to do is say there's only a specific few categories of men, and this particular breed of man falls outside of the hierarchy of society and is a lone wolf and walks their own path and doesn't care if men, I suppose men or women, are attracted to them, and they're all about self-sufficiency and freedom. It's a whole bunch of silly nonsense that tries to categorize people instead of allowing them the ability to be whoever they are. And yeah, like, it's just like the joke that I keep going back to that I love is gender for men. They legitimately cannot cope with their own reality and must use toxic masculinity to justify not fitting in. Pretty much. I hope that explained it. So basically males with different personalities. Yeah, exactly. No Puma and Sugma. No, sadly not. Which category is the guy who wears lady stockings under their business suit because it makes them feel powerful? Alphas. I don't know. It's so ridiculous. The whole thing is so ridiculous, honestly. I can't... One of these days that will stop harassing me. Fucking throat. If you don't do stuff like me, then you're not a real man. Yeah. I was just thinking before, I saw a bumper sticker on the back of, surprisingly, a 4-wheel drive. Shock and horror there. Which was a picture of a fish. And around it the text that said, "Ditch the bitch." Right? So, like, I have to wonder, like, why is it so that, A, men hate their wives so much? Why is, like, I hate my wife still such a prominent attitude? And B, why is one of the most boring, inactive activities considered so masculine? Have you ever been fishing? Have you ever been fishing? It's dull as dishwater. You go sit in a boat or on a wharf or on the shore or whatever, and you just sit there and drink. I'm assuming they drink. You don't do anything for like hours at a time, and they think that's the epitome of masculinity. Like, I know it can be relaxing, certainly. But it's weird that men are so obsessed with this idea that fishing is masculine, or like particular men. Don't want to sound cliches to your post, but leadership, this alpha chart you talk of, is not gender-driven. No, it's not. Yeah, leadership is not gender-driven. Seems to be to me, there seems to be many words used to describe basically leaders and non-leaders. Effectively. Yeah. You've nailed it on the head. Getting reminders from the case with Ubisoft where one of the heads slammed his fist on the desk while saying, "The protagonist must be straight, white, alpha male." I do recall the incident with Ubisoft, maybe multiple incidents, where they said that they didn't want to... they didn't want to do a video game with either a female protagonist or female player models in multiplayer because it was more work. They had to do all these animations for a female character model. So much effort! And then they did a female protagonist in one of the games anyway. And there was another incident... I forget. There was another blatantly sexist incident about female protagonists in video games from Ubisoft. But yeah, like, what was it? It's game dev, right? Like, it's game development. Like, there's gonna be effort. It's going to be an effort to create a character and do all the animations for them. And that's just a part of it. And saying that it's gonna be too much effort to make a female character model, no the fuck it isn't. In the grand scheme of things, I guarantee you, no the fuck it isn't. To make a new character skeleton and animate her is not gonna be that much more effort in the grand scheme of making a whole video game. It's just not. Like, yeah, that person who has to do the majority of the animation work, or that small team that has to build that skeleton and build that model and then animate it, yeah, it's going to be work, definitely. But you're making a whole fucking video game. Trust me, you can always justify adding a female character model. Now, in the case of like, which was, and all they have to do is just reskin an older character model, which they could do too. They could cheap out on it. They could just give the female character model male animations. Most people aren't going to notice. Hello, Story Girl. How you doing? Ubisoft is that company that staple their hand to their forehead, puts on the ableist ideologies of I'm such a starving artist while making bank every single fucking year. Yeah, I know. We have had a good stream. It's been very fun. It's been very interesting. We've been learning a lot of stupid bullshit, but we've been learning a lot. Oh, sorry, cat. I'm very fun. Thank you, Ren. Thank you. These animations sometimes make sense, true. Male animations with boob physics. GTA 5 adding whole new stupid things to their game every month. Yeah, exactly. It's worth noting, but I mean, this is the thing, right? It's like Ubisoft is still one of the biggest AAA game companies on the planet. But yeah, Rockstar is, I think, like the top in terms of their income right now. I don't recall. I may be wrong, but Rockstar is making fucking bank off GTA Online. You know, they can honestly afford to add new content to GTA 5 all the time. Am I starting earlier? Yes, I am starting earlier. I'm starting at about 6 p.m. my time. It's 9:52 my time now, which I usually take a break at about 10 o'clock. So in about 10 minutes. 8 minutes. Sorry. I'm getting this lip gloss off again because it's clumping. I don't know why it does this. Fucking insufferable, dude. Let me get it out again and fix it. Always remember, thank you, Butwick, to be kind to yourselves and each other. It's good. No, stop. Don't you dare. Get that out of your mouth. Be back in a second. Yeah, Rockstar's owned by Take-Two. So technically Take-Two would be the company making games. I'm putting lip balm on. 10 to o'clock. Oh, why is talking about cake? I want cake. I want cheesecake. Somebody buy me cheesecake. It is a thick cat. Well, he's actually very tiny. He's a teeny tiny cat. He's a baby cat. I got lip gloss. You don't have lip gloss. I mean, maybe you do. I don't know. But I am a Sigma. Hang on, there's something on this. Because I wear lip gloss. Abby asexual confirmed. I mean, effectively, honestly, it's not that wild of a concept that I may be asexual. Anyway. Yeah, it's not that crazy. It's not that outlandish that I might be asexual. But I am still attracted to women. So I think we've sort of established... Maybe I'm ace, but I am still attracted to women sexually. Like, or attracted to women romantically. I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. Demi, maybe. I don't know. I just call, like I've said before, I don't like all the other finer labels that give you, like, you know, detailed definitions of all of it. I just prefer the term lesbian. I am sapphic. I like women. That's it. So, you know, that's where I stop. You know? I'm a transgender lesbian. That's it. Cheesecake and boob and schlong physics. Fuck yes. You know what I may do? They've got this thing here. In Australia. I don't know if you've got it over out in the rest of the world. But you can take your used bottles and cans down to this machine and put them into the machine, and the machine turns it into money. So I'm going to take all of my bottles and cans that I've saved up out in the kitchen to the machine tomorrow. And I'm going to put them in the machine and hopefully get at least $5. And then I'm going to go buy 2 slices of cheesecake from the shop. Because I want cheesecake. Yes. It's a Norwegian invention. So what it actually does, it takes your bottles and cans, you connect your PayPal to it, or you connect like a Kohl's account to it, I think. And you can, it'll either give you a voucher for that supermarket, or it'll put the money into your PayPal account. So it doesn't actually spit out coins. It doesn't turn the cans and bottles into actual cash. That'd be cool. That'd be fucking cool. But yeah, just, you know, recycled cans for food. 2 slices of cheesecake, Barbie. Is it Barbie? Or have quiet? Behave, be quiet. Fucking hell, you got me with your username. Behave, be quiet. I didn't even read that. I saw Barbie. What the fuck is wrong with me? How you doing? So yes, let me just see. Let me see if they've got it on their website. I'll show you what I mean when I say 2 slices of cheesecake. So they've got a little fridge that you can go to. Little fridge that's got desserts in it, right? So you can get cheesecakes, you can get vanilla slice, you can get whole cakes or little pieces of cakes. This, right? This is what I'm talking about. Just make sure that it doesn't have any of my details on it so I don't dox myself. You can get this, and it's just 2 rectangular slices of cheesecake, right? For $5. It's fucking sick. I love it. I live for it. But yeah. I mean, if they spit out cash, I can understand that. Like, it wouldn't be hard to do. You just have to keep the machine stocked with cash. But yeah, I love those. I had the chocolate cheesecake the other night. That was really nice. But in particular, my favorite is strawberry cheesecake. But I don't think they do the strawberry cheesecake in that particular variety. It's just the New York baked cheesecake or the chocolate cheesecake. Or it's like vanilla slice, choc vanilla slice. There's a choc hazelnut slice that's totally vegan. And at some stage, I need to get that next time Jacinta's over. So we can have the choc hazelnut slice together. Anyway, behave, be quiet. They keep telling me that. Thank you for following. Welcome to the Rogue Room. Behave. I hope you're doing well. So what have I missed? Hang on, let me come back. Let me see this thread here, because I want to see what you've been saying. Some companies have, excuse me, actual data and it's not as clear cut. That comment alone backs what I say when you say some, that is not a mass or all a majority of CF change. For many, many centuries have been given mail. They've been given mail and it ain't going to change overnight. The world is slowly changing this, but it won't be a norm for a long time to come. Oh, yeah. Really want a nice, warm cinnamon roll right now. I used to make homemade cinnamon roll. Oh, that'd be so good. That'd be so... I'm going to look that up. I'm gonna look that up. You see them, there are diff implementations of them globally, but most of America is the worst with waste. Oh, I know. I really want to reduce waste as much as I can, but there's only so much I can do. Pretty late in your time zone, so you're gonna head to bed. Rightio, Squeak. Thank you so kindly for hanging out tonight. It was good to see you again. Have a good one. So you're fine if I just call you Squeak from now on? I can go back to calling you Rosa if you want. It's up to you. ASMR of the nails, I know, right? It's so nice. I can't do it with all of them. Anyways. Should I just switch to the ASMR category and just click my nails? Anyways, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, it's actually about 10 o'clock, so I'm going to... I already did just take a break, but I already need to pee again. So I'm going to go refill the water bottle, empty the bladder, get some wine. We'll come back and we'll discuss something else. Because we did the Sigma Males thing. We need something else now. Can you folks brainstorm a topic we can look at? ASMR burping might get you banned. Well, I'm not going to ASMR burp. I'm just going to belch into the microphone, so... You know, as long as nobody thinks it's a kink or something. You know. Anyway, some people think being trans is a kink. Am I being kinky on Twitch right now by being a trans? I hope not. We want to talk about the heat dome. We can talk about the heat dome. If you've got some resources, drop them in chat and I'll take a look when I come back. Don't go away, folks. I'm going to run an ad break right now, even though we just did one not that long ago. But, you know, we're going to do another ad break. I'll be right back. Don't go away. I love your faces. Hello, Jasmine. Welcome back in. How you doing? We'll be back in just about 5 minutes. What's up, the gays? How's it going? My name's Abigail Beck. Welcome back to the Rogue Room. I'm your host. Why am I doing the whole introduction thing when I just came back from the pee break? I've got Moscato, bitch. I'm not a sex demon, unless you want me to be. Anyways, what have we been talking about? Let me come back a bit. So, whole new demographic. The heat dome, we did touch on that. If I say excuse me, when I belch, you're welcome. It's always you're welcome. Go piss, girl. Nobody's resisting new Team FPS characters. I want to make clear, it couldn't give two shits what gender a character is. Character you play or fight against in a computer game, you're just trying to look at it from a non-biased, no gender point of view. But what a gender is there in having gendered characters in games, though? I'm curious. Am I drinking cold water in a fancy glass? I could do that. I could genuinely do that. Was there any discussion on the Supreme Court rejecting a Virginia school board's appeal to reinstate gender rights? No. Do you have a link to that? Do you have a... Yeah, what do you mean specifically? Fucking hell, I'm talking over this music. I didn't realize I hadn't turned it down. Yeah. Do you have a link to that specific thing? What have I missed? Eat my entire ass. Yes. My Be Right Back screen has a thing that says eat my entire ass. Yeah, send me a link. I want to read about this. I want to know what this is. Because we like the trans stuff. We like reading the trans news because we got to stay on top of this. Don't think you're trying to debate and cause friction. Okay, yeah, no debating. We don't like debating. Look very pretty on that top. Thank you, Alice. It's so good because it's in winter it can be a top, and in summer it can just be a dress. It's fucking awesome. I need more like this. Somebody please buy me more shirts like this. No, don't buy me clothes. Contribute to the boob fund so that I can wear tops like this and have cleavage. Anyway. You love the color? I like the color too. Like, I didn't... At first when I saw this, I was like, I'm not really hugely a fan of it. It's got like these tiny little crescent moon patterns on it. Yeah, after a while, I've just sort of gotten used to it, and I really like it now. It's such a nice top. It's really, really cool. Anyway. The plan for your stream, once you get a routine started, is to try and help waste reduction be more accessible for all, and ways to give the finger to these corps who put the disposal on we consumers, as well as the system, and completely bypass recycling altogether. Basically, a sustainability-focused millennial Martha Stewart, or a more serious at-home with Amy Sedaris. Okay, that sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, our Santa is beachy. He gets around in like, let's have a look up really quickly. Decided on the size. Big. Not gonna lie, I want them big. I do. Not like Norma Stitz, but I want them to be like I said to the lady at the who was on the phone for the like consult basically. I want them to be noticeable no matter what I'm wearing. You know, if I'm wearing a turtleneck, cardigan, jacket, I want it to be obvious I've got tits. Alright, so let's have a look at Aussie Santa. He tends to get around in board shorts, you know? This kind of thing. Board short Santa, mate. Oh. Very Aussie Christmas. Gets his thongs on his feet. You know? All this kind of thing. That's Aussie Santa, right? You might? Yeah, might. Dashing through the... What's it called? What's the lyrics to... Let me see here. There's, there are lyrics to an Aussie version of Jingle Bells. Excuse me. Where is it? Dashing through the bush in a rusty Holden ute. Kicking up the dust. Esky in the boot. There's a whole thing. I'm not going to do the whole thing. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Christmas in Australia on a scorching summer's day. Christmas time is beaut. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a rusty Holden ute. So good. So good. I look good the way I am. Thank you. As a member of the trans community, how do I feel about Laurel Hubbard competing in women's weightlifting? Fucking great. Good on her. She should be allowed to. There's no problem with it. Also, a Twitter link that sends you to a tweet about the Supreme Court, and the comments were not awful. Okay, so let's actually have a look at this piece, because I forgot to look at this. I've still got voice feminizing therapy and surgery up here. We never looked at that. We'll leave that up, and maybe if we have time, we'll come back to it. We can discuss voice feminizing surgery, which I considered at first until I looked into it, and I'm like, oh, it's basically useless. Speaking of strange Oz things, how's Gary Awesome doing these days? I should actually look into him. He's been relatively quiet. Anyway, Supreme Court won't revive school's transgender bathroom ban. The U.S. Supreme Court, here we go, come over here, cat, on Monday rejected a... When was this published, actually? Let me just make sure. Yesterday. Okay, yesterday. Excuse me. Fuck, that is debilitating. The cat has decided the laundry is where he belongs. He's found the laundry basket. The U.S. Supreme Court on Monday rejected a Virginia school board's appeal to reinstate its transgender bathroom ban, handing a victory to transgender rights groups and a former high school student who fought in court for 6 years to overturn the ban. I remember seeing a picture of this person we're about to see. After learning that the High Court refused to hear the board's appeal, Gavin Grimm, now 22, said that his long battle is over. "We won," he tweeted, honored to have been part of the victory. Now, hang on a second. Right? Okay, so this is Gavin Grimm. This is what Gavin Grimm looks like. That's a bloke. Right? That's a bloke. There were TERFs using photos of Gavin saying, this man... what were they saying? They were saying they're forcing... what was it? What were they? They were saying they were making this man shower and change with the girls at the school or whatever it was, right? Trying to insinuate that this man is actually a trans woman. They got it backwards. The TERFs and GCs, whatever they want to call themselves these days, they got it backwards. They intentionally warped the idea to spread their bullshit. This is a trans man, as in AFAB, assigned female at birth. They don't get it. Trans men do not, I went to say trans women. Trans men do not exist to TERFs. I genuinely believe this at this point. Which is weird because there is notable trans literature, anti-trans literature out there about trans men. You know, they're stealing lesbians and all this other bullshit. They're preying on our little girls. It's definitely intentional. So they've taken pictures of this guy and they've shared them on social media insinuating that he's a trans woman. Right? Who's just not very passing. Or whatever their bullshit is. But that's a trans man who was forced to shower and change with the rest of the cis women because of some stupid laws. It's the whole Mac Beggs thing all over again. You know, they were saying, oh, look at this man who's, you know, identifying as female, dominating in women's sports, when it was an AFAB trans man competing in women's sports because of legislation. Stupid backwards legislation. Which is weird because you've met more trans men IRL than trans women. Oh, really? That's interesting. Must be validating to the dude, though. I mean, yeah. I mean, you could see it that way. Anyway, wait. Fuck me dead. Alright, honored to have been part of this victory, he added. Grimm was a 15-year-old student at Gloucester High School when he was banned from using the boys' bathroom. The Gloucester County School Board's policy required Grimm to use restrooms that corresponded with his biological sex, female, or private bathrooms. Grimm filed a federal lawsuit that wound its way through the courts for 6 years. Grimm said that being forced to use the nurse's room, a private bathroom, and the girls' restroom was humiliating and severely interfered with his education. He said that he is heartened by his victory in court because a win in Virginia is a win everywhere. This is a national conversation because trans people are everywhere and because we have to fight for our rights in, like, most of the states in our nation, still who have not passed affirming policies, he told the Associated Press. The Supreme Court left in place lower court rulings that found the policy unconstitutional. Justices Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas voted to hear the board's appeal. The ACLU said the High Court's decision to let stand the lower court rulings supporting transgender rights is a significant victory for Grimm and trans students across the country. You're welcome. Dude, I really want to, like, the not necrophilia, but the necromancy thing. This dream that then turned into a thought while I was on my morning walk today. I genuinely have this image in my head of a particular kind of story that deals with necromancy. And I really want to do it. I really want to write it, but I don't want to tell anyone about it yet until I've actually started putting pen to paper. It's a good idea. It's a very weird and grim and quirky kind of story, though. I'll see if I end up writing it. I might try to write it. We'll see. It might just end up falling through the cracks, but, you know. This is the third time in recent years that the Supreme Court has allowed appeals of decisions in support of transgender students to stand, said Josh Bloch, senior staff attorney with the ACLU's LGBTQ and HIV project. And yeah, this is a win everywhere, because if Virginia cannot win, then this basically prevents other states from using these transphobic laws. Our work is not yet done, and the ACLU is continuing to fight against anti-trans laws targeting trans youth in states across the country, Bloch added. And as far as I know, Biden has specifically said that these anti-trans laws are unconstitutional. Not that he's actually fucking done anything since, but he said they're unconstitutional. David Corrigan, an attorney for the school board, declined to comment on the decision. Gee, I wonder what his opinions are on this. In its opinion, in a petition asking the Supreme Court to hear the case, the school board argued that its bathroom policy poses a pressing federal question of national importance. The board argued previously that federal laws against discrimination based on sex, not gender identity. Because Grimm had not undergone SRS and still had female genitalia, the board's position has been that he remained anatomically a female. The ACLU, which represented Grimm in the lawsuit, argued that federal law makes it clear that transgender students are protected from discrimination. A U.S. District Court and the 4th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals both ruled that the board's policy violated Title IX, a federal civil rights law barring sex-based discrimination in any school that receives federal money. They also found it violated the U.S. Constitution's equal protection clause by prohibiting Grimm from using the same restrooms as other boys and forcing him to use separate restrooms. The Supreme Court was scheduled to hear Grimm's case in 2017, but it was sent back to the lower courts after the Trump administration withdrew the government's support for Grimm's claims. Glad the U.S. Soon as I can. I'm gonna get surgery on my throat to get rid of this tickly cough. Fucking Christ. GLAAD, the world's largest lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer media advocacy organization, hailed the decision to leave in place lower court rulings that found the bathroom ban was unconstitutional. No shit. This is a victory for transgender students who simply want to be themselves without worrying about being rejected or refused access to basic dignities, GLAAD President and Chief Executive Officer Sarah Kate Ellis said in a statement. Paul D. Castillo, an attorney for the LGBT rights group Lambda Legal, said Monday that 5 states are technically bound by the 4th Circuit decision: Maryland, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and West Virginia. But he said that it would be hard to imagine a court that would not take this victory into account. Importantly, decisions of federal appellate courts, particularly when denied review by the U.S. Supreme Court, are often cited in subsequent decisions for their persuasive value in analyzing the legal issues, Castillo wrote in an email. There we go. Good shit. Nicest viewer in the world. Welcome in. How you doing? Welcome to the Rogue Room. Biden says a lot, but we're still waiting for him to do more than say anything. I know, right? It's ridiculous. And I'm not even in the U.S., but I know the influence that the U.S. legal system has on the rest of the world. You know, knowing what... let me think for a second. Like, knowing the influence that U.S. politics has on otherworldly politics and the U.K.'s politics. You know, knowing the influence they can have and knowing the changes that are happening with regards to the trans laws in the UK has me on high alert for any of this stuff coming to Australia. You know, I want to see these kind of laws stricken down. I want to see progress made in the US simply because there are hints of it happening here in Australia. Nothing has happened yet, I don't think. Nothing major has happened yet. But I'm really worried eventually it will. There are already notable transphobic politicians here in this country who are going to try and push transphobic legislation. I can just tell based on things they've said. And it's all about social division. Like, it's all about, not fringe issues, wedge issues. It's all a wedge issue. And at the moment, in the US, critical race theory is the predominant wedge issue they're going for. Because transphobic legislation was the previous wedge issue that the right wing is pushing so hard. Now it's the critical race theory thing. They've shifted their narrative. They were previously so hell-bent on as much transphobic legislation as they could manage. They weren't gaining the foothold that they wanted. They found critical race theory. They moved on to that. You know? It's happening. There are motions in the Senate getting passed in Australia or in America. May too. Welcome to the program. How you doing? Worried about the money being thrown at anti-trans legislation everywhere. Oh yeah, all of the anti-trans legislation is horrendously funded. So we're fighting a losing battle. We're fighting a very struggling David and Goliath battle here, where they've got tons of money. Like the transphobes who are pushing for the legislation have got tons of money behind them, and all the organizations that are fighting against it are relying on like donations and relying on what money they do have, which is nowhere near as much as those who are pushing the legislation through legal proceedings. Depends on the state. There's still a lot of transphobic legislation being floated out there. Yeah, but I mean like broadly in the social discourse. Not in... I know there's certainly definitely a lot of states that are still pushing that transphobic legislation, which is terrible, and I hope it stops. But right now, the prominent social discourse around legislation is don't teach critical race theory to kids in schools. And I hope that this topic, and again, I hope that the topic of the trans rights in general, being pushed to the forefront, awakens more people to these issues and pushes for social change. That's the silver lining, is like we get to see all these people bucking against these ideas, and that being portrayed in the mainstream media, that being given the representation it deserves. Even if we're seeing all the bad shit, I'm hoping that with those issues being presented, the transphobic people, the people who are racist, I'm hoping that the more attention those issues are given, then eventually it's going to sway people over to our side once they see that there are so many people vehemently against this without understanding it. And the people who do want to understand it will research it and understand why it's such an important issue. Pretty good at imperialism. Sorry about that. Yeah, true. Assholes. Have some stuff about transphobic politics for you to talk about. Off stream, you'll understand why I can't talk about it here when I tell you about it. Oh, okay, yeah. Not gonna lie, critical race theory is great for me because it keeps me from being the culture war issue, but it can't be good for POC. Yeah, exactly. It's because the George Floyd debacle forced racism back into the limelight. True, I forgot about that. The whole Juneteenth thing, probably. Yeah, wake up the bystanders. Yeah, exactly. I think it's much like Corbyn in the UK. The Republicans are throwing as much as they can at the wall, hoping something sticks. Yes, it's very recently where you've seen pro-trans messages being used in common talks, Twitch in particular. Yeah. So, like, the more that it's talked about, the more that it will be talked about. Even if there are negative voices talking about critical race theory, talking about trans issues, talking about this and that and the other, talking about the sexual assault things that happen. Like, I keep coming back to the Grace Tame thing and the mysterious woman who took her own life, who was a victim of, what's his name in Christian Porter. Like, I keep bringing these issues up because they're important to me, and because those issues are talked about, it means more people can talk about them. If more people are being brought into the discussion, it means the discussion can continue, and hopefully more people can be swayed. Bareback Radio, Izzy. Christian conservatives in Australia are also starting to moan about CRT. Oh, fucking Christ. I mean, honestly, with how prominent a voice Pauline Hanson is, I don't even know if she has any political influence, but she never shuts the fuck up. I'm not surprised that CRT is a thing, because she is one of the most vehemently racist people in this country. Never really left the public eye after Trayvon Martin was murdered. Murdered, though. I mean, arguably, you can say he was murdered. At least not in my circles. There's a lot of murders that have happened in the past 6 months that have been largely swept under the rug. 2 of them in your hometown. That's awful. CRT is basically entirely manufactured by right-wing think tanks as a talking point. Yeah, I can see that. And again, it's the same as the trans issue. Like, trans people were not an issue until we were an issue, right? It wasn't a big, important discussion being had until, again, right-wing think tanks said, hey, let's get our base riled up against this thing. And they'll use talking points like the trans women in sports, or the trans bathrooms, or the trans... excuse me. They'll say they're doing surgery on children, or giving them hormones that are dramatically changing their physiology, and all that kind of stuff. Like, they just find something to get people who are already angry more angry. And then it has the, again, the silver lining, double-edged sword kind of effect more. Not so much silver lining, but double-edged sword. Of like, you've got people on the right over here who are getting fired up about this topic, but then you've got people on the left, or people who are centrist, or people who are just, again, bystanders, who start paying attention to the discussion because it's so prominent in the media, and all of a sudden their viewpoints are being swayed. Their viewpoints are being influenced. And yes, the right's going to catch a few of those people who weren't paying attention before, but the left is also going to catch a few people. And we're hopefully going to get more people shifting over to this side, where things are going to be more, where like progress is going to take hold. That's the main thing. Just kidding rolling is almost as bad as Ricky Gervais being rude and not funny. Exactly. I'm amazed. Like, if I go back and I look at clips of Ricky Gervais now, I'm just like, it's astounding how not funny he is. Like, once you start to realize what his shtick is, you're just like, oh, I get it. It's not funny, though. Don't get me fucking started on puberty blockers. Fucking amazing, and they bitch and moan about them. Yeah, it's like, it's perfect. Because they act as though children are being placed on full regimens of HRT. And they act like children are being taken to hospital to get their genitals reassigned. They're acting like 4-year-olds are being put on this shit. But kids are not starting puberty blockers until they're like 10 to 12 years of age. Maybe even 14, right? And they're on those puberty blockers until maybe 16 or 18 before they can actually start cross-sex hormones. Right, so they're not immediately allowed to jump on HRT. They've got to consult with a doctor or several doctors, specialists and stuff. It's not like they just... It's not like they are immediately just going to a GP and saying, give me all of the hormones and book my child in for a gender reassignment surgery right now. My 3-year-old who doesn't even understand full sentences. Like, that's simply not what's happening. It's just not a thing that is happening at all, under any circumstance. Genital mutilation is happening to intersex children. And, circumcising kids who don't have the option to consent, etc. Gender mutilation is happening, but it's usually the right wingers doing it. Hello, KSA, how you doing? Will Trump drop out in 2021? I don't know what that poll is implying. Honestly, like, Trump has said he's not running again, as far as I can tell. He's still keeping on his political rally thing for some reason, but as far as I've been able to tell, he's not actually running again. Not that I can see. SLNG, how you doing? Welcome in. I don't know how to lay that poll out. Gervais is reaching that age. Personally, I love his brutal honesty. I think there are a few jokes where I've seen of him. I'm just like doing my ASMR thing. Like, I've seen a few of his jokes where they actually land and they hit, but then he'll do the joke like how he identifies as a chimp named Bobo, and it's like, that's stupid. You're 20 and you're not gonna lie, it did feel kind of easy to start your hormones, but let's not talk about that. I mean, that's kind of, it's kind of good though, right? And if a person is, and like, I'm not gonna ask what age you started, but like, I went to the endo, and I had my first consult with her, and within that consultation, we were discussing informed consent. So I signed a form that said, yes, I'm willing to go on HRT, I understand the risks. Because I was 31. Like, yeah, I'm an adult. I'm well aware of the risks associated. I've done my research. And for a trans child who is experiencing gender dysphoria to the point that they are willing to go to their parents and say, I feel more like a girl, I feel more like a boy, and I want, and like the parents, generally speaking, you would think, and we've seen this case before, hang on, excuse me, we've seen numerous cases before of young trans kids, 8, 10, 12, where their parents are understanding and they realize their child is going through this. It is not something that parents are like foisting on their children. They're not teaching their kids gender ideology. Kids know who they are. I have met children who are very well affirmed in their identity. They know who they are, right? And to be fair, I haven't actually met a trans child that I'm aware of. However, I have, there is someone I am acquainted with who is raising their child effectively gender neutral, and their kid's got like boy child, but long hair, wears, dresses and skirts, whatever he feels like. She refers to him as he. So I don't know. Letting the kid choose their own path, basically. Decide for themselves what they're most comfortable with, instead of being foisted into a certain role. But like, I've met a number of kids as a kid myself and as an adult, and I know like kids are young and they're dumb, of course. They're not as educated as adults are, but they're also smart in their own way, and they understand their own identity. They know they know the kind of they know the kind of person that they are, right? If that makes sense. Like they have a grasp on, like my daughter knows she's a girl. My son knows he's a boy. They have that understanding. They're aware of it, and they're comfortable with it. And they would express to me if something felt wrong. They do. Anyway, a single with a plural? What does that mean? What does that mean? I'm not sure what that... Yeah, thank you, Botwick, for timing that person out. Frankie Boyle is good. Anyway, let me come back. On top of that, they have to have at least 2 therapists sign off on gender dysphoria, and they have to go through the same process when they start HRT and for any affirming surgeries. It's frustrating that when you... It's frustrating that you have to go through evaluations on that end so many times, and it's problematic because it feeds the narrative that it's a mental illness when it's not. But not getting affirming treatment sure as hell causes mental illness. Exactly, yes. Whispered a shocking Wild Bill video as he's realized that Donald was always a bullshitter. I think a lot of people have had that attitude towards him recently. I'm a bit sick of Wild Bill, though, honestly. I'm going to say that right now. I'm a bit sick of him. I don't want to watch him at the moment. SLNG. Well, welcome to the Rogram. You got timed out for some reason. I don't know why you got timed out. Maybe do like a timeout 1 second on that one, just because I'm not sure why you got timed out. But I get it. I get the suspicion it was something to do with that whole I want to see something. Maybe chill a bit. We'll just say, like, maybe chill a bit. I'm just going to try to fix something really quickly. This keeps happening with Firefox. Keeps fucking up my Twitch dashboard, and then I can't see all my stats. Anyway, neither here nor there. Irrelevant. Oh yeah, pride is for life, not just June. What was the point I was trying to make? I forget where I was going with any of this. I've lost my train of thought. So yeah, like, the problem is, and we're not even on the, let me hang on a second. Oh my god, I can't type because the nails. Transy talk. Anyway, so the thing about the right-wing attacks on transgender people, on the bathrooms, on the medications, on the surgeries, on the sports, on all of these things, is they really go out of their way to make it sound so much easier. And like the gender recognition certificates in the UK and the trans widows that can't get out of marriages and blah, 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 blah. They make it sound like it's so easy to transition. That's their argument. Their argument is that it is so easy for people to transition. And as a result, and they infer this with trans kids, trans adults, doesn't matter. The argument that the right-wingers have against trans people are that for some inconceivable reason, it's just the easiest thing in the world for someone who is like, let's just say, a stereotypical Sigma male to transition into a woman, right? And it's flagrantly, provably not. You know, I am honestly one of the more fortunate ones, in the sense that I still had to go to my general practitioner, who recommended I go see a psychologist first, after I had an appointment with the psychologist, and I came back to my GP. So, my GP sent me to a psychologist first, under the inference that gender dysphoria, which is a mental illness, it is its own thing, but I was sent to a psychologist to have that psychologist interview me and determine that I actually had gender dysphoria and could justify, like, then I had to go back to the GP after the psych appointment, and then, like, I had to go to that psych appointment to be able to justify to my GP, yes, I certainly have gender dysphoria, I certainly want to transition. Then I went to my endocrinologist, and fortunately, because I'm a fully grown adult and I do understand the symptoms, the side effects and all those kinds of things. Lydia, I am going to say we do have a 3-strike rule, so it's like a worn timeout ban sort of thing. But I kind of see where you're coming from, which is like stupid. But yeah, I will ask you to chill a bit. Hello, Rachel. How you doing? So even though my process in particular was easy by comparison to other people who've had it a lot harder, going through like numerous different medical appointments and waiting lists and being probed by therapists and yada 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 yada, I still did have at least like 4 or 5 steps I had to go through before I was even starting HRT. So it's still not easy, and like this is just to affirm your gender. So I still couldn't go to my GP and say, I'd like to start HRT. I'd like to start HRT. And the doctor should, I should just be able to go to my GP and say, okay, we'll put you on these testosterone blockers, take a quarter of a tablet a day, and then go back, get on estrogen. Should just be able to do that. But of course, an endocrinologist is a blood specialist who is able to measure the levels of estrogen in my blood. So for that reason, it is also important, medically speaking, to know that my levels are all good and on the level. Haha, funny. To make sure everything is working properly and I'm not putting myself at risk and all these kinds of things, right? But still, there's a ton of medical gatekeeping to transition. And there are, of course, some people who just choose not to medically transition, and they are completely valid as trans people, just like any other trans person who decides to medically transition, right? So yeah, that whole thing. Oh, pre-rollouts. Let's get an ad break in because we've got some trolls in chat. We might as well make money off them. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Gervais shows Derek and Afterlife are pretty touching, to be honest, especially when you know about his background and relationship with care homes. Oh, okay. I have not watched those, but I might at some point. But I'm also just kind of turned off any entertainer that has made flagrantly transphobic jokes. I'm just kind of like, no, fuck ya. Even if it's someone as prominent as Ricky Gervais, I'm kind of just like, oh, go away, please. What was I going to say? Yeah, so I had it easy, and I'd probably have it easy if I go and book my consult for top surgery. My endocrinologist has recommended I wait until my estrogen levels are around 400, which honestly, if I am somehow able to save $8,000 for this surgery, which it doesn't even necessarily have to be $8,000, that's just the ballpark estimate at the moment, based on the clinic's pricing range. Have you missed much? We've talked about quite a bit. We've talked about Sigma males. We've been on transphobia at the moment. Trying not to cough. I don't want to make myself cough again. Okay. So. But yeah, like, in order to get GRC, like, one of the biggest gatekeeps among, for trans people is money. Like, to get the surgeries done, I think there are certain insurance companies, depending on your level of insurance with the company, you are able to use your insurance to cover, like, GRS or SRS or whatever it's called. And that could be, like, something as simple as an orchi or... Well, not simple, but cheap. Something as cheap as an orchiectomy or a full SRS. But not stuff like my top surgery or FFS as far as I'm aware. But it might, again, depend on the insurer and what plans they have and stuff. So orchiectomy is get the balls and get rid of them, which I want to get done. But boobs first, then balls. Boobs, then balls. Need a sympathetic surgeon who will code things the way insurance companies will pay. Or true. Yeah, is it orchidectomy or orchiectomy? I've seen it orchiectomy, but my endocrinologist said orchidectomy. But when I look it up, it defaults to orchiectomy. I don't know. At any rate, it's a thing. Variant spellings. Oh, there we go. At any rate, getting the balls cut off. Getting snipped. But yeah, like that's one thing I want to do, honestly. It's either. Okay, we're good. We're good. I forget what I was going to say. Any chance we could have a long education trans stream talking and educating those who potentially want to know what trans have to go through to get gender-affirming surgeries or the processes one could experience? Essentially, especially to help with the boob fund. I mean, we could do that. We could do a whole stream on that. Tomorrow I want to do Workout Wednesdays. What we could do is start with Workout Wednesdays, which will only be like half an hour to an hour. We'll talk about, like, what I want to do with Workout Wednesdays is I want to do some fitness for you on stream. I want to be here on stream working out for you. Ooh, sexy in my gym wear. So I want to show you the exercises we're going to be doing and like take you through the workout and what areas that you're going to be benefiting and all that sort of thing. You can work out along with me because it's all home stuff, no weights. And then after that, we could do a whole stream discussing the finer details of transition. We could talk about my own transition experience, which I've talked about at length a few times on stream. But it'd be good to, like, I'll write out some, like, serious notes on this thing and put it all together. And then, yeah, we can most definitely do a whole thing there, which I think would be helpful to any trans folks who follow the stream, which is, quite honestly, a lot of you, I've noticed. I've had quite a few people come in saying that, like, I'm transitioning or I'm thinking of transitioning or they've already transitioned. And then we could do the whole shebang. Excusez-moi. You're welcome, by the way. Enjoy. How about using the skin from the balls and apply them to the booby? No! Do you know what ball skin looks like? Hold on a second. Give me a second, like... Not that. What are they called? I forget what they're called. Do you know what ball skin looks like? Let me show you what ball skin looks like. Unironically though, Sphinxes are pretty adorable. They're pretty adorable. I would get one. They are cute. Look at him. Look at this one's got a jacket. This one's got a little hoodie. A ball skin cat. Oh fuck. Oh shit. It gets worse. This has got to be like borderline TOS. Oh, fuck me dead. They are cute though. Look at them. Look at them. Aren't they adorable? Sorry, I'm dying. Big brain balls. Yeah, exactly. Not all balls. Ball skin for boobs would give you grandma titties. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Your beloved host is trying to reach a goal of $8,000 to fund her top surgery. It would be greatly appreciated if you could contribute, as her chest is one of the most significant areas of dysphoria. Please consider chipping in here. I feel like I had a bit of a problem with this. I keep talking about the boob fund because it's kind of relevant, I suppose, or whatever. I had a bit of a problem with this because I looked up, like, I wanted to make a GoFundMe for it because then, you know, I could broadly post a GoFundMe link anywhere on social media. But I figured this is also easier because you can see the progress we're making on it, right? But I looked up on GoFundMe top surgery, and it was all trans men or non-binary people who wanted to get mastectomies done, who wanted to get their top surgery done. And there was this huge moment, and I still have this experience in my head of like, am I even really allowed? Like, it's a weird social thing. Like in my head, I'm like, am I even really allowed to ask people to contribute to this kind of thing? Like, is that socially acceptable? You know, I had this whole thing in my head of like, maybe people are more likely to contribute to a trans man's fund because it's getting rid of something that they don't want people seeing. They don't want to have to wear a binder all the time. It alleviates a lot of pain there. But with a trans woman, I feel like it's the same thing as like a flat-chested girl asking for top surgery. Is that... But at the same time, I've mentioned numerous times how much distress it brought me. The prospect of possibly coming off my HRT because of a shortage and losing what I've already got, which is not much. But it's just enough to give me that little hint of gender dysphoria. You know, I know there's a little bit there. And it's given me a little bit of more of a feminine silhouette. And I have had like I've had actual mental breakdowns over the prospect of losing my medication, which would potentially revert my body. Over time, slowly, of course, but I still had that fear that I would lose all the progress I've made thanks to the HRT. You know, and I don't think anyone should have to feel that. Is that internal misogyny? It may well be. Completely socially acceptable. That's what I had. Yeah, I had these worries about it. Like, it's because, you know, I think I've seen. Actually, no. Now that I think of it, the only times I've seen people, say, trans women posting their GoFundMe on Twitter is for bottom surgery, I think, and I've seen a lot of trans men posting their GoFundMe for their top surgery, on like mainly on Twitter. Because it's like my primary social media avenue. I should look at other social media, honestly. I've still got this page of Sphinx Cats up, by the way. For the record. Can we just donate HRT? I wish. I feel like getting rid of is a lot more urgent because binders suck, but also it's a little trans misogyny. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, hang on. I don't want to open Whispers on Twitch because it keeps fucking up my dashboard. I don't want to show you exactly what happens, but it like pushes all of the element. If I open the Whisper, it's going to like push all the elements of the page up and it fucks up the tab and I have to go through a whole process to fix it. See people pushing goals for a new PC or to get a new mic. I mean, yeah, exactly, right? Like, is there a difference? Even if, and we haven't actually done this discussion yet. Let's do the cosmetic surgery thing. Cosmetic versus like medically necessary. Now, a lot of people would say medically necessary is like life-saving treatment, for example. But yeah, in the same vein, people will do those kind of goals for like donate $10,000 so I can get a new gaming rig. And people will do it, right? And I mean, if you ever watch Barjo, the streamer Barjo, Australian streamer, who has always, like every time I go to his stream, he's got a donation goal. I don't know how he does this, by the way. He has multiple. So he'll have a dono goal for like his internet bill or his telephone bill or a coffee machine. And like he'll finish one dono goal and he pulls hundreds, sometimes thousands of viewers. So he can get the money, right? And he'll have one goal finish and another one immediately pops up. Oh, electricity bill, $800? Put your money towards this. It's like, is that any different? Because, I mean, realistically speaking, as an entertainer, you want to be able to draw an income from this, right? You want to be able to make this into a job. And in that regard, people directly, like, it's patronage. It's the concept of patronage. You're providing entertainment for an audience. The audience is providing funding for you to continue doing it. Same thing as, like, buying a concert ticket or a stand-up ticket or buying a t-shirt at a show or anything like that. You're supporting the creator directly by giving them money, you know? And to that end, I suppose, yeah, if we come back to like the donating money for a PC, and I don't like the term donation. I feel like for this purpose, maybe, well, no. This is still tips. It is worth noting this, as an entertainer, is still like income. It's tips. It's not donations. It's industry super funds. But yeah, like over here, it's worth noting that if you are giving money to a streamer, you're not donating. Okay? I still slip up on this. It's amazing that I can get people's pronouns so easily, but I still slip up on the donos and tips thing. When you're giving money to an entertainer, you're tipping them, or you're just paying them, like if you're buying a ticket or whatever. When you're giving money to a charitable organization, that's a donation. There is a distinct difference there. There's actually a legal definition for the two of them. Streamers cannot legally collect donations, but it has become such a point of streamer language to request donos, and maybe they can circumvent it by saying donos, because it's not technically donations. But when you are giving money to a streamer, it's a tip, right? So all of this is $140 worth of tips out of $8,000. Dono and tips is a thing because all of Twitch does that. Yeah, exactly. It's just it's a social thing among streamer discourse. The streamer community. Difference between support and charity. Yes. You can make a charitable donation to like breast cancer awareness, or, well, maybe that's not a good example because Susan G. Komen Foundation can get fucked. Children's brain cancer awareness charities. Good. Don't donate to Susan G. Komen, they're fucked. They're also using the name of a woman who died of breast cancer to profit. They can go fucking die. Anyway, but in this circumstance, even though it's a medical expense, technically speaking, it's still not a donation. Give me some fucking donos, eh? Anyway, graphics card dono. Oh god, I saw a TikTok recently. I don't really go on TikTok, but like people post these on social media. Saw a TikTok recently of the guy who's like, I'm the reason you can't get like those GTX 30 series cards, 3070s or whatever it is. And he just had boxes. He was just recording boxes of these graphic cards. I was like, you can't be serious. You cannot be serious. Just boxes of these cards sitting open in regular old cardboard boxes. I'm like, fuck, dude. That's ridiculous. Actually, I've never thought about tips instead of donations. I've done a learning tonight. Yeah, it's not something anyone considers, really. They just automatically assume, oh, donos is fine because people are giving money. So that's kind of a donation, right? But it's technically not. What if I say, I donate this tip to you? True. Fucking Bitcoin miners, I know. Hard drives are next? Oh, great. I need to clean my PC out because there's no way I can replace any of this shit if it breaks down. I simply cannot. It's a very interesting topic, especially in the eyes of a trans streamer who does regularly use Twitch to regularly chat and discuss. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, you want to be aware of these things. I don't think anyone really gets caught out on it. I've never heard of anybody getting under legal duress for having had donations on their stream. Here's my donate button. Like, no one's getting caught on that, but... Rightio, Lydia, have a good one. Thank you so kindly for hanging out tonight. I appreciate you so much. Have a good one. None of us are going to try to claim this on our taxes. Yeah, fucking... Oh, yeah, they mentioned the big Bitcoin miners. I'll take a look at that in a minute, Saber Cat. Because I did want to talk about the, like... I mean, we sort of touched on it briefly, but... I think we talked about this before? Well, we'll get into it in a moment. What about Dogecoin? I don't get into the cryptocurrency thing, honestly. Tax people tend to care about the practicalities. I want to say politicians, rather than the name, I suppose. Yeah, like I think it's a legal terminology, donation, but it's not really strictly enforced. I am interested in the discussion around, for the same reasons that I want to get top surgery, to have that more feminine silhouette, having breasts that are prominent in any clothing, so people can know that and like see that. Big point of dysphoria, same reason I wear dresses and wear my hair down and put makeup on when I go out, you know. But I'm trying to say 500,000 points again, Jesus. But like it's also worth noting, like, we consider this sort of a dysphoria alleviating kind of thing, right? What about, say, cis women who've got like a hook nose or something like that, and they want to get that fixed? Does that fall under, like, it's not really dysphoria, so to speak, But it's definitely a form of... It's not dysmorphia either. But, you know, let's just say a woman's uncomfortable with the shape her nose is. And wants to get surgery for it. It's like, yes, it's cosmetic. But if something is... And, like, if something is causing you enough emotional distress about yourself, aesthetically speaking. Like, is that a justification or an argument in favor of this should be covered by, like, an insurance company or something like that? If it causes enough emotional distress to a person, like, as in, my psychological health is failing because of this physical aspect of myself that could be fixed medically. Could be dysphoria, just not gender dysphoria. Okay. There's a thought that I hadn't considered. Like the idea of dysphoria, but not gender dysphoria. I suppose that's a thing. Yeah, gender dysphoria is extremely different. Like the things I want to get done, I want to do for the feminine silhouette that the ideal me. Right? And part of the reason I want to get orchy is so I can tuck without having to deal with those two fucking stones down there. You know. What's good, Big Clock? How's it going? Sorry, I missed you there. Donation-wise, if you Google Brett Keen rent stream, it was 2010 event, where a leading atheist basically lied that he didn't have enough money for rent and the amount he wanted was exactly the same as his Amazon wish list. Really? The Geminis, the twins. It could be body dysphoria. Thank you for giving a heck ass toad, by the way. Is it body dysphoria? I mean, because, like, I've only really heard of dysphoria with regards to gender. Even just the word dysphoria on its own is generally associated with gender dysphoria. Like, it's just a shortening of the phrase. There are definitely other forms of dysphoria. For example, rejection-sensitive dysphoria experienced by people with ADHD and BPD. So what does that mean? See, like, when I hear dysmorphia, I think body, not, like, face. Like, I do have dysphoria around body aspects, duh. But when I think of dysmorphia, I think of people looking in the mirror and seeing a body that they hate and want to change as much as possible, which can lead to eating disorders or unhealthy plastic surgery addictions or any number of things, self-harm. You know, that's what I think of when I think of dysmorphia, right? Someone who looks in the mirror and has a delusional vision of themselves. So they look in the mirror and they see someone who's massively overweight, but in reality they're near anorexic and they still need to lose weight. They still need to cut as much fat as they can. I'm still so ugly, I've got too much fat on me, right? So dysphoria describes a deep sense of dissatisfaction, sadness, misery. Okay, so in that regard, dysphoria, broadly speaking, isn't just gender. Okay. Body dysmorphia doesn't apply to the face. Well, yeah, I suppose it does, yeah. Because we were just literally talking about that whole thing. About, like the hook nose or too big of a brow ridge or jawline or anything. You know, lips is a big one for women, I've noticed. A number of women have expressed to me their disdain for the fact that they've got thin lips and they want to get lip fillers done. I think someone actually said to me I should get lip fillers done. I'm like, bitch, shut the fuck up. There you go, Nova. My lips are fine, thank you kindly. I actually don't have a problem with my lips. They're fine. Honestly, most of my face. I'm okay with most of my face. But yeah, obviously some women don't. Some women have got a lot of problems with their own things. Look like Danny DeVito, only 5 feet taller. He's not that short. Lip fillers look so off-putting. They kind of do. And having seen my friend go through like a thread pull on her face, or a thread lift or whatever she called it, where she had like something done to like tighten her face along the sides and like along this area here. Seeing the after effect of that. I should ask her how she looks today. Like, I should ask her to send me a selfie so I can be like, oh, so how'd your facial thing go? What are the results like now? So I can see exactly what it did. You know, but yeah, there is a difference. Dysmorphia is not liking what you think you see. Dysphoria is when you dislike what you actually see. There you go. Macaronic, welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing, mate? Yeah, he is actually short. He's very, very tiny, but he's not that short unless you're like 9'11", which, you know, Lady Dimitrescu, but I haven't played that game yet, so shh. I think the estrogen is making my fucking acne come back. I have noticed a few pimples. And my skin is pretty red and rashy for some reason. I'm wearing a lot of concealer under my foundation, especially around this area, because there's just redness all the time, and I don't know what to do about it. It's not irritated at all, but I definitely hate the fact that I've got like splotchy red spots right around like my nose, my mouth region. Ugh. It's only that area, but that's front and fucking center. So, yes, there are surgeries for gender affirmation to the face, which is what FFS is, facial feminization surgery. And I imagine similarly there'd be facial masculinization surgery. But testosterone has the effect of changing the shape of your face. Like, I don't use a facial moisturizer. I will be getting one soon, but I do use a regular body moisturizer, which is largely the same ingredients, but you know. Gotta go. Right wingers are streaming for the last hour. Gotta keep them in check. Sounds good, behave. Have a good one. Thank you so kindly for hanging out. Let me see here. So I was gonna look up, No, hang on. What's his name? I've forgotten his name. Let's look up this bloke. So, you know Kumail Nanjiani, who looks like this, but then he's starring in Eternals, and all of a sudden he looks like this. So he went from this dorky dude, and like he got on the gear, obviously. And he's just, like, this is a dude who had not really, like, non-masculine features, but he had very much softer features. Then got on steroids, and you see this in any bodybuilder, honestly. You look up any bodybuilder. If you can find, like, there are some bodybuilders who have got, like, before and after photos, progress photos, basically. You see them before they started taking steroids and after, and their faces get so square. They get so particularly rectangular. It's ridiculous. And trans men get on testosterone, which is what steroids are based on. Steroids are just testosterone in different forms, right? There's a bunch of different steroids, stuff like trenbolone and Dianabol and all those kind of things that do different things. They're all just rooted in testosterone, right? And they're just different compounds that provide you with different benefits. And you look at any of the bodybuilders out there, they've got square faces, thick jaws, thick eyebrows, high cheekbones. They look ridiculous. So trans men who get on testosterone are inevitably going to experience not just facial hair growth, but actual changes to their facial structure. You know, they're going to be, their jawline will come out more, their brow ridge might come out more. Like, so there will be changes. And you can see it, like you look at trans men's timelines, and you can see someone who looks typically feminine first, then you see them after the fact. And, like, here's the thing, I have heard from medical experts and, you know, stuff I've read online, that trans women's faces won't change much because effectively those effects of testosterone are not reversible. And yet, after being on HRT for about 9 months or so, being on estrogen for about, well, probably 8 or 9 months now, I think, I feel like I have noticed a big shift in my facial shape. Still not like 100% feminine, whatever the fuck that means. Oh, yeah, fat distribution. Sorry, fat distribution. Which is strange, because like a lot, and maybe it's just that, like Kumail there, he was so lean and so cut that it's just bringing out all of the bone structure in his face, in his already in his skull shape, you know, reversible with a bone saw. I mean, it's what ContraPoints did in her aesthetics video. Looking like a slightly roided woman is fine, true. Us. Anyway. Dysphoria is when you dislike what you actually see, yeah. Here's why plastic surgery isn't always a wise move, especially if you're a far-right loony. Pictures of Laura Loomer before and after the nose job. I mean, that picture is heavily filtered. This is the thing, right? I like to talk about... This is listed as funny, and it's just making fun of somebody who's had facial surgery. And honestly, like... We're just like... We may not like Laura Loomer, we may not find her particularly good because she's a right-winger. But, you know, okay, she's changed her nose shape and all that, which is fine. But I honestly don't like the fact that... Honestly, it doesn't even look that bad. But I don't like this. Pictures of Laura Loomer before and after the nose job is listed as a funny article. Whatever your opinion of her politically or what have you, and I've heard numerous things, but whatever your opinion of her politically, I'm not a huge fan of just making fun of somebody for their appearance. Now, we did do the joke before about how all those men looked the same because they did. They legitimately did. But I wasn't, like, attacking their appearance specifically. Right? I don't like the idea of mocking someone for being fat or too thin or looking like Laura Loomer, looking like you've obviously had plastic surgery, someone who, like, walks awkwardly or anything. I just do not like attacking a person's appearance. Because it's one of the lowest, most unintellectual forms of attacking a person, which I prefer to go for their character, not for the color of their skin, for example, which would be a bad thing. Because it's only a step away from that, honestly. The moment you start making fun of somebody because they look a way you don't like, it's a step away from racism. It's legitimate. They're like side by side. You make fun of somebody for having a big ass. How long is it before you start making fun of, like, someone because their skin color is something different to what you're used to? You know? As an example. I think it's just, it's not, it doesn't help anything. Doesn't contribute anything to make fun of someone for their appearance. Lisa, besides Trump sucks, true. It's a shallow dig. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at, yeah. Like I was mentioning before, like if you make a remark about a certain physical trait about somebody, how long is it before you're starting to make fun of people because of stereotypically racial traits regarding their appearance? Asian eyes, for example. I've heard so many racists here in Australia, in particular, who specifically hate Asian people, and they will use the term slope. I think it's slope. Referring to either their foreheads or their eyes. I can't recall which it is. Welcome to the Rogue Room, Lisa, and I will happily show you my dress. It's very cute. You can enjoy my dress. Here we go. I don't know how you hold it out like a model, though. Like... Do I curtsy? I've never been a curtsying kind of person. Anyway, if you look at Bollywood's most famous bad guy actor, Amrish Puri, he was a former wrestler and quite buff even back in the 1970s before the bodybuilding boom. Oh, bodybuilding's been around for way longer than the 1970s. But it was just around the 1960s and 70s that particularly notable use of steroids and other PEDs. I think like the steroidal compounds. Hello, Cosmic. How you doing? The steroidal compounds back in the early days of steroid usage, which I think was around anywhere from the 50s to the 70s is when it sort of started to take off. Like, you can obviously tell that people like Schwarzenegger in his prime were using PEDs at... I think a lot of bodybuilders consider the Arnold era to be kind of the peak of steroid usage. Like, they had figured out a good compound that made them look aesthetically very pleasing. But as time has gone on, steroid usage has increased, and now you look at the bodybuilders today and they look ridiculous. They look absurd, inhuman almost. A lot of people will look at their their physiques, and they look completely unattainable unless you are a millionaire bodybuilder with access to steroids in the first place. Nobody could believe that any Mr. Olympia of the last 20 years is natural, you know? Natural. If you wait. Good morning, gorgeous, nice dress. Thank you, over 40 games. How you going? Ever wear a dress without pants all the time? Yeah. But it's cold at the moment, so no, not right now. But I've worn this out in public without jeggings. These are basically tights. Abigail in a Cinderella gown curtsying. I wish. One of these days I'll get something. I do want to get something that's effectively like a prom dress or a ball gown for the fucking hell of it. I don't even want to wear it to a special event. I just want to wear it for the hell of it. It's cold in Australia at the moment. Yeah, come back in summer, true. Insulin and HGH is what messed everything up. Well, yeah, pretty much. Really, the most amazing body was Frank Zane, but even Sean Connery. Oh, was Sean Connery, Mr. Universe. Sean Connery. I can't say it. Sean Connery. But yeah, Frank Zane is a good example of a pretty peak bodybuilder. I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to show these guys because they always pose in like they're always posing in their undies, and you're seeing like everything except their cock. Like it's just I can't show this on stream, honestly. But Frank Zane is a good example of a very well-built bodybuilder. Very aesthetic. If you look at Frank Zane. And then Arnold in his peak as well is another good example. And then you start to look at the more recent Mr. Olympias and all those big bodybuilder types, and you start to realize they just fell off the rails. Like you look at Phil Heath, for example. He's got a bubble gut, and it's like it doesn't look like, honestly, one of the most appealing things. Lou Ferrigno's a good example, actually. Yes. Like if you look at him, like one of the things that's most appealing about classic bodybuilders is they kind of had, like you look at, he was the Hulk, right? You look at these dudes and yeah, they look ridiculous. They do. They look obscene. But there's also an element of them that's like not attainable, but they've got this superheroic physique. They've got this comic book superheroic physique, which obviously the Hulk thing. So there is a level of appeal to them, but then yeah, you look at some of the mass monsters today and they've gone too far with it. The video from 1980 is definitely not HD and looks like it was filmed through a sock. Great thing about Ferrigno was he was roid free. Are we able? This is the problem. Like, I don't know if I can try. Oh, I can't watch this because I mean, I don't know what TOS states with regards to bodybuilders, but I don't want to risk showing anything that's like a man almost naked on stage covered in oil and tanner. I just think it's a bit risky. If you Google my name, you get nothing but Valley Girls from California. Really? What? As long as it's not meant to be sexual. Yeah, but I still don't want to risk it just in case. Anyway. It's a female bodybuilder with the exact same first and last name as me, so when you Google my name, she comes up. I think there was somebody I found on Twitter recently who was like, I think it was like Matt Damon or someone like that. Like they had the name of a very famous actor. You click on their bio and they've got like less than 2,000 followers, and they're like, no, I'm not that Matt Damon. Just kind of cool. I don't know what would happen if you look my name up. You can try it if you want, but probably nothing too exciting. Ever gonna get a sex change? I mean, probably one day. Not that it really matters. Why does it affect you though? Why are you curious? We'll do it behind the next ad roll. Oh yeah, fuck. I forgot about ad rolls. Let's run ad rolls. I am curious though, Lisa, why you feel the need to ask. Like, we obviously already have a goal for one surgery that I do want to get done immediately, which is my top surgery. But I keep forgetting to run ads because I'm a dickhead. But hey, I'll take the free ad money. Let me try something. Okay, so if you look up my name you get... Oh, I'm actually on there. But you also get a bunch of other women on there who are just the same name, I guess. But look, there's me! I'm the 5th one.
Another round on you.
Another round, Astral.
Booby Biddies.
Booby Biddies, yes please. Thank you kindly. Thank you so much, Astral. I greatly appreciate you. And all of that money, like as soon as I get my Twitch payout, going straight onto this. As soon as I get my Patreon in a couple of days, going straight on that. Which should happen. If you're not already subbed to the Patreon, I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent to it at this point. I'm mostly using the Patreon to update on my videos, but because I've been sort of stagnating on doing any video content lately, I really want to get back into doing my next video essay, which is largely about women, but honestly that like Sigma male thing might even contribute a little bit, just as like a snide remark about it, because it would be relevant very tangentially to the subject of what I want to do this next video on. But yeah, I've mostly my Patreon thing is sitting there doing nothing. So I'm hoping I'll get back into that soon, because I want to get a new video essay out sometime in the not too distant future. I had big plans to release a big July video, but I'm not going to have the time to do it. So I'm going to have to sit down, buckle down really hard soon, and get into making sure this next video is complete. I've done a fair chunk of my research for it, but I just haven't actually sat down to script anything yet. I've got notes. Yeah, I'm officially famous. I'm number 5 on Google for my name. Isn't that crazy? There we go. Even though my name is probably not that common, so that's the only reason I show up there in the first place. Anyways. Have we... Yeah, we're done. We're past the ad roll break. I don't have anything else to really talk about is the problem right now. We do still have this thing here. We could have a look at this, which we were going to do before, but we didn't get into. Googling your name again. Sounds good. Voice feminizing therapy and surgery. We're going to look at this whole thing because we were talking about earlier my voice and other people's voices. Feminine voices. Voice feminizing therapy. I still want to have an answer to the question I asked, Lisa. You kind of buckled and disappeared on me. You asked, am I ever going to get a sex change? Which is kind of an archaic way of referring to it, but I know what you mean. And I still want to know why you want the answer to that question. Why it affects you so hard. Why are you so interested in that particular information? It's very weird to be concerned with whether or not someone else is going to reassign their genitalia. Why does that interest you so much? I'm just curious. Top result is your fucking LinkedIn. Voice feminizing therapy involves treatments to help transgender women, male to female, adapt their voices, resulting in communication patterns that match their gender identity. Treatments can help you change vocal characteristics such as pitch or intonation, and non-verbal communication patterns such as gestures or facial expressions, surgery to raise your pitch might also be an option. The way people speak, including their style, voice, and choice of words, is highly personal. You'll choose which communication behaviors you want to acquire in agreement with your gender identity. Excuse me. Voice therapy shouldn't counsel you to adopt behaviors that aren't right for you. Also keep in mind that changing your voice can take years, and these changes can feel uncomfortable or inauthentic at first. Like, for example, sorry. I'm gonna try to burp in a higher pitch. So this is talking about vocal therapy, vocal training, not vocal surgery. We haven't got to the surgery bit yet, I don't think. But again, like, I've watched a few of ContraPoints' older videos and her newer videos, and you can definitely see there was, ironically, a transitional period, crazy enough, where certain videos she sounds like she's kind of in between the older voice and the more recent, like the more recent videos, her voice is a lot more obviously feminine. So she's obviously gone through that period of awkwardness of like figuring out where her voice should sit. I would love to be able to do vocal therapy, but I just simply cannot afford that. It's one of those things. Taking lessons right now for the voice, it's going okay, but you have a hard time actually holding the new voice outside of practicing. Yeah, I can understand that. Like, conceptually, I haven't had the experience, but I can totally understand where you're coming from. And mood and the inauthentic feel. It feels fake, yeah. Like, even sometimes when I'm doing this voice, which is my authentic voice, this is what I do as often as I humanly can. Sometimes I let it slip a little bit, but this does feel like how I'm supposed to sound or close to it. But yeah, there are a lot of times where it feels like I'm putting it on or it's an effort to do it. And I really don't want that sensation. So happy you found a local trans community. Fuck yes. That's what we like to hear. So, voice feminizing therapy depends on your needs. A specialist can help determine your goals and create an individualized therapy plan, as well as show you how to prevent vocal damage as you change your voice. That's not something I had considered. Vocal damage. Oh god, that's worrying. Because I kind of just changed my voice naturally. Kind of. What kind of damage can I do? Try to sound more sing-song. What do you mean sing-song? Trans women who seek voice feminizing therapy want to adapt their voices and communicate in a way that matches their gender identity. This can help lessen the feeling of discomfort or distress that might accompany a difference between gender identity, sex assigned at birth, or sex-related physical characteristics, gender dysphoria. Having a voice that doesn't match your gender identity can also cause safety issues such as harassment in certain circumstances. Well, yeah. Sing-song means not monotone. I've always been monotone, though. I mean, I suppose, yeah. I'm not a singer, so I don't have that kind of, I don't have that kind of inclination towards changing my pitch altogether that much. And I've honestly always thought that the monotony of my voice, before and now, is perhaps, I don't know, an autistic trait. Because I've certainly noticed other autistic people who've got a fairly monotonous sounding voice. Pretty monotone. So changes in pitch, even changes in intonation, changes in the way that they speak at all. Like, there are a lot of people who sound like they just read words from a script and do not deviate in any way, shape, or form. They sound robotic. Like, I've met a number of people who speak in that manner. I don't know how they do it, but they were definitely autistic people. Specifically. So I've sort of associated that idea that the way my voice sounds might be an autistic trait, which is entirely up here. It's not anything to do with this area. But, I psychologically have trained myself to speak in that way. Whatever that means. They kind of teach you how to do it in acting classes, like when you want to sound feminine, you speak more from your throat. Yeah, which is pretty much what I'm doing now. The Steph Sanyati video that I watched a while back, she described the idea of talking from your chest. So you're talking down here. Try to talk with your chest voice so you can feel a vibration down in your chest. And then when you want to sound more feminine, you go to your head voice and you can feel it more here. Or you can feel the vibration sort of in your head, so to speak, if that makes sense. But talking down here, in your chest voice. That's weird. I don't like doing that. That's really awkward. It doesn't sound right to me anymore. But that, and again, talking down in this depth, talking down here in my chest voice is still not even what I sounded like before I came out. Holy fuck, that's so weird to do. That just, honestly, I don't know what I used to, I don't know what I used to do with my voice to sound the way that I did used to sound. But I certainly did something. Because I sounded a certain way. I definitely sounded a certain way before. And I sound different now. And I can't replicate his voice now. It's weird. If you want to feminize your voice, learn Italian. Okay. Getting the head voice is the thing, but the crucial part is the mouth resonance is not the length of the pipe. The length of the pipe. Hi, I'm 13. I'm a child. Raising your larynx to raise resonance is the biggest thing for feminization. There we go. Heard of chest voice and head voice in regards to vocal coaches, yeah. I've never looked much deeper into it. I'm kind of just like, I'm okay-ish. I'm not, I don't hate my voice. You know, I could certainly do better with it, but I don't have an issue with it. Generally speaking. Like, I tend to do an audio check a couple of times a week before I start stream. so that I know all my audio levels are proper and correct. And I also edit my own videos. So, which I'm getting back into. There's a new video already uploaded. I've just got to do a thumbnail and a description, and it's good to go, and tags and stuff. So the video about the trans widows thing is going to be up tomorrow. So I'm familiar with how my voice sounds on recording, and I'm not unhappy with it. I don't hate it. Like, it could be better, it could be more feminine, but I don't hate it, you know? And I feel like I owe it to myself to own my voice and say, this is how I sound. This is the identity associated with this face, this body. This is me. The voice is part of the package. Deal. You know? Gotta head out. You're heading off, Romeo. Hello, Emily. How you doing? Oh... Speaking of throats and larynxes and necks, I think my neck is pretty fucking stiff. Anyway. Should stop drinking my wine. I feel, yeah, it's a stretch time. Has anyone got a stretch redeem? Someone give me a posture check. How about we do a thing for a minute, because we haven't done the, I don't have any cat videos to show you. Posture check. Let's do a posture check. I feel like it's kind of lewd or against TOS to be showing as much bra as this top does. This is kind of like a lacy bra. It's kind of a bit of a lingerie kind of vibe. But let's stretch our back out a little bit, try to keep it straight. I don't know why I'm doing this now. Workout Wednesday is tomorrow, but I'm going to try to stretch my back out and touch my toes. Oh. No, fuck. Okay, so we'll get a flex in here. We might as well do some yo-yo while we're standing up. How you doing, darling? Look at the way my lighting looks. Look at how fucking pog that looks. Look at this. Can you see these colors right now? This is insane. This is my bedroom. And yes, bisexual lighting. I don't care if I'm completely les. I'm doing the bisexual lighting thing because it looks good. Cue bisexual lighting. Cue biflexual lighting. Okay, yo-yo time. And this, by the way, while I've got it, is my new charger for my phone. This is what I charge my phone on now. It's a disc. The phone just sits on the disc. It's fucking cool. I hate the fact that I am now in the red for my rent because I didn't have a choice or I couldn't charge my phone. And again, I need this bitch for work. Like I can't work without my phone, so I needed to have it charging. But it's still, it's a neat little holy shit, my life is going to fall apart without a phone charger purchase. Futuristic. Trans lights are human lights. You love my curtain lights? I think those are really cool too. Like, watch this. We'll do the yo-yo, I promise. We'll do the yo-yo. But like, if I just, for a moment... Oh, hang on. The wrong thing. How cool is that? Vibe? Hang on. Do we like? I think we like. Check this out though, right? Not that one. Red. Oh yes. I don't know if you can see my yo-yoing in the red and the stars, but it's kind of chill. I feel like you're floating through the universe. I would love to get like, if I could do the lights across the whole wall, like goals here, right? Would be, let's put the red lights on for the hell of it. Goals here would be at some point to get not a curtain, but a whole feature wall that was just black, right? And then have, I've actually got little hooks. Oh, one little hook, which you can kind of see over there. Not really, like you see that little tiny black dot in the corner of my ceiling. There's actually a hook there that came with the house. If there was one on the other side, I could run string lights across the whole thing, right? But my goal would be for my own house, if I ever have one, which is a fucking laughable concept as a millennial, would be to have my main bedroom, my master bedroom, maybe not call it the master bedroom, that's a little bit of a no-no. It would be to, oh yeah, we do need to get me a light up, yeah, that'd be sick. Would be to have a feature wall with string lights all across it. Particularly the ones that have that pulsing effect. These are like $4 string lights. They're nothing. They just stand there and look at this. These are tangled. You're tangled. Stop that, you pieces of shit. But yeah, like, that would be a thing. And I also wouldn't mind getting some like fake foliage. Honestly, I kind of just want to get a fake foliage panel to put in that corner. It would look stupid. There'd be no reason for it, and it'd just be something to dust every now and again. But it would add something, you know. Do I have the Philips bulbs? No, I use Whiz bulbs, which are pretty cheap. Because the Philips bulbs are like 30... No, the Philips bulbs, sorry, are like $70 per bulb. Whereas the Whiz bulbs are like 34 per bulb. So I've got those all throughout my house, pretty much. And my kids love it when I put it on party mode and stuff, you know. Pretty poggers. Anyways. What about... Oh. Oh. Because it's still red. The lighting... Okay. Oh, no, hang on. I know what's wrong. I had to pause for a second. I'm like, why does my lighting look weird? Something's not right about this. That's what's not right about this. Where's my... Here we go. My little remote thing. There we go. We're back in business. Back in the saddle. Again. More mirrors. It's already working with the one to your left reflecting the code. It looks like it'll have a little gap of white in it. Be an idea. Yeah, the Philips Hue lights are ridiculous. And I can only hope that they're, like, just good. Maybe that's the reason they're so pricey, is because they're just higher quality lights. I don't know. But, for example... is that... Oh, no, that doesn't really work. That's fine. That one does show green properly. The strip light shows green properly. But, for example... let's show you what... Let's do this for a second, right? Let's just turn them off. I'll show you what the green looks like with these lights in particular. So let's go... If it'll do it. It's not really it's like a teal. And even like, I know the lighting is different on the stream to what I'm seeing, but it's just not a proper green. It doesn't flood the room with green. It looks unsaturated and lazy. I kind of don't like that about these. So. But I do like how they look with these more cool and warm colors, specifically. The bisexual lighting. Yeah, it doesn't look green. That's the greenest on... It's got like a little rectangle. It's got the whole color palette thing going on for it. But yeah, like when I put that on... When I put it on the greenest green that I can manage. Hello, Smudge. How you doing? It still doesn't look right. Anyway. We've just been playing with lights. I hope this has been fun. Yeah, closer to the seat it was green. Yeah, like there's certain... If you had the light, like let's just say for example, over there, where that light there, you can see how vibrant that is. Because that light is just touching the wall directly. And you kind of got the same vibe over here with this. The light's really prominent because it's reflecting off immediate surfaces. Whereas the ceiling light's not the best example. Let's turn these off again. Good night, Fox. Have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Let's try that one. So, looking at it here, the color's honestly not that much different on the screen as it is to what I'm seeing. It's teal. That's teal. That's not green. It says it's green. But it's fucking not. It says free speech green. Whatever that means. But that is the greenest green that I can get. And that's teal. That's not green. This is what green looks like on these. That's not what green looks like on these. That's teal. That's what green looks like. And on OBS you can't see it. Because either my camera is garbage, more than likely. because I got shitty fucking Logitech cameras, or freeze peach green. Yeah, I know. My freeze peach. Sorry. Fucking Christ. Cancel green, the fake color, at the very least. I could get my green screen out, turn my lights to white, and OBS would hopefully show my green properly. I don't even have anything that's like that stands out as particularly green that I could show off on screen and see if the camera picks it up properly. I got nothing. Actually, a fake color is magenta, because technically magenta isn't a true color. Oh, really? How so? I'm confused. We're going another 10 minutes till an ad roll. I need a pee. Again. I'll be right back. Don't go away, folks. I'm going to run another ad break really quickly, and then we'll come back and talk about whatever. Okay, I'm back. I have returned. Hang on a sec. Alright, I wanted to look this up now, because I'm curious. As opposed to the color purple. Bleen also does not exist. The color between blue and green, different from yellow. Oh. I am here, and my neck is killing me. So I feel like I might need to go soon. Let my neck rest. At the very least, running that ad break just then allowed me to not have to worry about another ad break before the end of the stream, because we usually end at midnight. And we're going to raid somebody. I don't know who. The Bleen color is the color detected by rods. It is visible in the dark. Okay. You got that dysphoria at being in Turfland and thinking that you possibly won't meet the requirements to transition. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that, Raw. I hope it all works out. I really hope it does. Here we go. Here's the thing. Ruthie raid? We could raid Ruthie. We did raid Ruthie recently though. And much as I do love Ruthie. I would like to continue raiding new people. And I might see if there's someone either in the Discords that I'm in, or in the, what's it called? Or in, like, the Facebook groups I'm in, or something like that. Or just, like, the trans tag. Maybe Jordan's live would be cool. I'll have a look and see who's on. What are you doing, Smudge? Don't attack me, dude. Oh, Jordan is live. There we go. We could go raid Jordan shortly. He's, like, literally jumping on me and attacking me, little shit. What an asshole. Although, Lance McDonald is playing Lollipop Chainsaw. Okay, let's have a look at this article here as we wrap it up. Magenta, the color that doesn't exist and why. Also, what's my title? Transy Talk. Whatever. Maybe that's why I've lost all my viewers. Magenta, the color that doesn't exist and why. I'm sure you recognize magenta. It's that color that's a mix between purple and red. It's sort of pinkish purple and it looks something like this. Bitch, that's a ton of colors. Anyway, this would all be well and good except there's a little problem with the statement above. On the spectrum of light, the colors between purple and red are as follows: yellow, green, blue, orange, etc. Instead, magenta manifests itself on the aptly named color wheel, which illustrates colors fading into one another. Red and purple are the two ends of the spectrum, so on the color wheel they naturally fade into one another. So if it doesn't exist, why can we see it? Okay, magenta is a primary color. Got an appointment in about 2 hours with the Gender Council. I hope that'll help. I hope that'll help too. That'd be good. So if it doesn't exist, why can we see it? Again, on the spectrum of elements, all visible colors and non-visible rays have specific wavelengths which distinguish them from the other colors on the color wheel. Magenta, because it doesn't exist on the light spectrum, doesn't have one. Rather, it's something our brain creates to fill in space in a way that makes sense. Okay. You mix red by mixing magenta with yellow. It's a gender. Behold, the gender spectrum. Usually when trying to determine color, the brain simply averages the colors to come up with an outcome. If you mix green and red light, you'll end up with a yellow light because the brain has averaged it. Yeah. When you mix red and purple light, your brain averages them. Ultimately, this would reasonably come out green, red and purple. Oh, yeah. That's the average wavelength, but because your brain wants the outcome to make logical sense, it mixes the colors and you get magenta. This is how we view most colors, as averages of the three main colors. So which three? As it turns out, the brain only has 3 photoreceptors, and because of this, the 3 colors we can technically see are as follows: red, blue, and green. This is why when you see the colors labeled, you'll often have a number that goes something like RGB 255 0255. This is actually the number for magenta, which defines what amounts of each of the main colors go into the making of the end color. You get blue by mixing magenta and cyan. Okay. On this RGB spectrum, the maximum amount of any color is 255. Arguably, this color doesn't actually exist because it's just an interpretation made by our brains to distinguish different wavelengths from one another. Evolution-wise, this ability to see in color would have been more beneficial than seeing in black and white. Different fruits can be distinguished as ripe, different predators told apart better. Other species throughout the animal kingdom have been found to have this ability too, and although humans have pretty decent color recognition, animals such as the blue bottle butterfly, which has 15 different photoreceptors... That sentence just ends. Other species throughout the animal kingdom have been found to have this ability too, and although humans have pretty decent color recognition, animals such as the blue bottle butterfly, which has 15 different photoreceptors... That sentence just ends. It's not finished. No. This is the autism for anyone who is curious. This drives me insane. Edit your articles and finish your sentences, you fucking assholes. Different animals are able to see differently, with the bumblebee having 3 receptors but further to the ultraviolet side to help them see more markings on plants. There's a mantis shrimp with UV vision. Fuck yeah. They accidentally a few words. They accidentally half the fucking sentence. All that said, let's take a look back to magenta, the color which doesn't exist. Again, you can't keep saying it doesn't exist when I can fucking see it right there. There's still, like, I'm still not getting the point you're making. I can see the color. You can't say it doesn't exist when I can see it. The black sheep in the gray area. The chimerical colors. It's not a color, it's two colors. Magenta doesn't exist because it has no wavelength. There's no place for it on the spectrum. Imagine not finishing A. I'm gonna hit you, Raw. Honestly, I'm gonna backhand someone in a minute. It's color fluid. Sorry, I gotta get my arms out. We gotta make sure you can see the arms. The only reason we see it is because our brain doesn't like having green magenta's complement between purple and red, so it substitutes a new thing. That makes enough sense, right? Well, here's a new idea. Magenta might not exist, but there are also ways to create imaginary colors, colors that can't exist, but which you can see temporarily by looking at a chimerical color demo template. This happens when you stare at one image for a bit until some of the cells perceiving the color become tired. After this, you can switch. After this, you can switch to looking at another very different color, which will let you see the imaginary colors. Stygian blue, simultaneously deep blue and black. Approximate rendering. So fatigue template, stare at X for how long? By staring at a fatigue template for 20 to 60 seconds. If anybody who wants to, you know, fuck their eyes up wants to try this, go ahead. I don't want to waste time doing this, but here's like Stygian blue, self-luminous red, hyperbolic orange, more than 100% color saturation, simultaneously red and brighter than white. So there we go, you could try that out if you want. As the template covers above, there are a couple impossible colors for you to try out, some of these types being mentioned above. However, there's a little more about each of them than the image says, so without further ado, here's a deeper rundown about what's really being presented above. Jesus Christ. I can't read! Go Jaeger, welcome to the program, how you doing? Stygian colors. Here the color is due to the bright yellow, which causes a dark blue after image when you move to looking at the black background. The blue is visibly blue, but against the black, it appears to be as dark as the background while also blue. The result is an intensely saturated blue or black, distinguishable as both and neither at the same time. So like roughly that. Self-luminous colors. In self-luminous colors, the colors appear to be emitting light even on paper. Again, this is caused by fatigued cells. Here, the green causes a red after image, which when seen against white will often appear to be brighter than the background. Hope I'm doing well. I am doing well. Thank you. I'm a bit tired though. I'm at the tail end of my stream at the moment. I'm still not used to streaming for like 6 hours at a time, but we'll get there, folks. I'll beat myself into submission and we'll get there. It'll be normal eventually. In self-luminous colors, the colors appear to be emitting light even on paper. We read that one. Hyperbolic colors. In this case, the cyan results in an orange after image, which, when placed on top of the orange block, will create an oversaturated orange. A similar logic applies if you stare at some of the magenta we were discussing. If you do, then look at a leaf. It may appear oversaturated in the same way the orange does. Okay, let me try one. We'll try the self-luminous red. That sounds the most interesting. So stare at it for 20 seconds, okay? Ready, and go. Okay. No. I can't. Do I try for longer? That was 20 seconds, roughly. Stare at it for 20 seconds and then... Nah. All it did was make me cough. What the fuck? 6 hours is rockstar numbers. It is. I'm probably, like, you know, killing something. I think I had something very slight. Like, let me try this. Let me try my plank technique. We'll put a 60-second timer on. Also, I had, we'll set you to 0, then. Well, actually, no. That should be, like, 1 minute. Okay. Oh, no, stop. Hang on. Alright. Let's try it again. Okay. The middle one. I'm trying the middle one. You could try whatever you want if you can do it on the stream. I don't know if you can or not, but we'll see. Okay, 60 seconds and go. This is a good way to waste time, actually. I did do that? Yes, okay. Hello, Smudge. Don't you interrupt my timer. Don't you put your little pads on my timer. He doesn't want to lay on my lap. Oh, I looked away. Fuck. Okay, well, hopefully that's not going to affect too much. I can actually see the green getting tired. I can see it fading a bit. So we might actually be getting a result. Dude, if you're going to harass me, why not just come and lay on my lap? Honestly, what's wrong with you? If you're going to paw at my sleeve, then just come and sit on my lap. Because obviously you want attention, you little dickhead. But it's only the kind of attention you want specifically, isn't it? How are we going for time? I can't check the timer. Come on. Go off. I can't check it. I keep trying to glance away. There we go. Okay. Stop. If I can see something, it's the faintest fucking thing. It's the faintest thing. I honestly don't think I see it. I saw the green fading out. My screen might be too dark, maybe. I'm not going to risk my eyes continuing with this shit. But that, you know, that's an interesting little experiment. It'd probably be better if it was like a piece of paper in front of me and I had to stare at that and it was like closer and bigger, like a bit more obvious. These colors, although considered imaginary, are still interesting concepts, especially where the wavelengths are considered. Because these colors don't exist, they don't actually have wavelengths. If you try to determine one for hyperbolic orange, for example, you'll wind up with regular orange, a balance of red and green with significantly more red. Overall, the idea of color and the implications of it are indeed fascinating. It makes you wonder what the actual appearance of items in the universe is, if color is merely our interpretation of wavelength values. Shut the fuck up! I turned you off already. I think I put a snooze or something on it. What is the actual look of our workplaces or the food we eat? What we see may just be a lofty thought, nothing more than an idea. Then again, what if it's not? That's getting very deeply philosophical. God, we could get into the whole discussion around, like, what is a thing? What are our perceptions of a thing? God, I don't think I need to have that discussion right now. I've had Moscato, and I don't know if you know this, but when you're on HRT, you become a fucking lightweight. Oh god, postmodernism, nothing is real. It's all ephemeral. It's all fake. And ephemeral's not the right word. I keep using that word. Ephemeral means... ephemeral meaning... lasting for a very short time. That's not... We could say that the universe is ephemeral, if we distill it down a bit. But generally speaking... no. Okay. Now my eyes hurt, so thanks for that, you dickheads. Really appreciate it, honestly. How dare you all. Those fake colors were ephemeral, I know. Yeah, like, I had the briefest, like, split-second glimpse of maybe something. But otherwise, nothing. Like, it was just... I'm not even sure I actually saw something. Oh, goodness me. The universe is pretty ephemeral, especially considering... well, the world is probably, like, human society in the grand scheme of things contrasted against the universe is probably ephemeral, if we're using it to define a short length of time. The universe having existed for, like, 13.6 billion years or whatever the number is this week. But... you know, human society having only existed for broadly anywhere between 50 and 60,000 years. By which I mean, like, human civilization, that being when humans began to progress to an intelligent species. I think. Or is that when humans technically evolved? I don't know, actually. To do that, you got to concentrate and actually do a quick take at it. Not fun to do and tired. Yeah, I am definitely tired. I am definitely tired. Okay. Goodness me. can't seem to finish my... The word has an alternate meaning, though. Let's see. Like, the meanings I found there were lasting for a very short time or an ephemeral plant. Also means of temporary value. I think that's kind of what I'm trying to use it as. Kurtgasat? Yeah. Puts humanity at 22,000 years. Okay, interesting. Oh, goodness me. I'm just looking to see here. Who can we raid tonight? I'm like, oh my god, I'm fucked. Jesus. It's kind of hard to grade humanity that way it is. You know, we keep having these discussions where, like, the concepts that we are generally used to as human beings, we could definitely question so many of the things that we take to be empirical, right? I should go to bed. I have to take all those fucking toys off every night. Put them on my chair. I put the emotionally exhausted throw rug over all the toys on the chair. I put myself through this on a regular basis. What the hell? I'm looking at my followers list, which I've recently done a huge cull of, thankfully. So I'm seeing a lot more names here now where I'm just like, oh, like I used to see a bunch of names that would fill up my following list, and I'm like, I don't recognize most of these people. So I went through and I culled about 400 or 500 of the people I'm following on Twitch. There's a site called Twitch Following that you can look up your follows. No, not follow bots. Like, I was just following a lot of streamers. And it was a result of, like, I'd either be suggested someone new to follow, to raid. I'd raid them, I'd follow them. Or sometimes it would just be the case of, oh, I also like to play this game. So I'd follow them on the pretense that maybe I'd raid them if they streamed, but they never did. Or I was following friends of mine who don't stream. So it's like, why am I even following you? You don't even stream on Twitch. It doesn't matter. You know, if they want to find me, they know my channel, but they don't stream, so I don't care if I'm not following them. And there were so many different accounts like that. There was some where it was like, I used to follow them because they used to stream content I enjoyed, but I didn't enjoy anymore. Or they didn't stream for like 3 years. Or I just drifted from whoever it was, you know. The toy workout? Hang on, what? It's the workout the toys provide. Just put them up and throw them off just for us. No, I could. I don't want to throw them on the ground though. I need to vacuum my floor. I am pretty hot. I will concede. I am very hot. Your name's Ryan. My name's Abigail. Obviously. Like it's the Rogue Room with Abigail Beck. My channel name is Abigail Beck. I'm Abigail Beck. I don't know if you could tell. Oh no! Don't tell me we're getting hit with this shit right now. Fuck right off. All right, hang on a sec while I turn that off really quickly. There we go. Go away. I'm gonna have to clean that up after stream now. Fantastic. Which one of you said it? Which one of you said it? I think Adroll. Oh my god! What the hell? Jesus Christ! Adroll. Great, now I don't want to raid someone. What in the hell? So this person... Okay, I want you all to click on that link and go and report them. Go report that person. Seems to me... I'm just going to take a screenshot of this really quickly. Don't bother, like, banning them. It's a bot thing. I'm going to do this really quickly here. I'm going to take this. I'm going to go to their About section. I'm going to go to their Twitter. I'm going to go on Twitter. We've already documented how psychs help cancer patients in remission. There we go. I've just decided to tag them. Just casually I've said, yo Simooligan, you might want to address this buddy, not on mate. If they happen to be like spamming or botting or whatever it is that they're trying to do. I am still going to report the account on the pretense that maybe they are trying to drive traffic to their streams by botting other streamers. In a chat message. Let me see. Yeah, in a chat. Somewhere else. I'm going to guess. On Twitch. Let's just do this now. In a live stream. In a chat message, probably. What options would it? Give me more options. Something else wrong with it. And I think this might be, this may be a malicious attack on this person. So, consider that for a moment. It's worth reporting these things so Twitch can look at them. And then what's that emoji? Which is thrown around like crazy on this platform as a racial slur of its own. Anyway, submitted the report. Sorry if you get banned. I don't know. They're still doing it.
The Rogue Room appreciates
it does seem to be a
recommendation.
malicious attack from that person. So Quincy's has brought guests. I don't know why you're bothering. Now I kind of don't want to raid someone. Yeah, maybe don't wish me kisses when I haven't seen you like ever. I don't know who you are. Anyway, like what? Like what? What have I missed? There's honestly kind of no point banning them. I don't know if they've followed. They have a few have followed. Yeah, there's quite a few. I'm gonna have to get rid of this again. This has happened again. Somebody mentioned follow bots in chat, and immediately we get hit with that. Which I don't think it was your fault, but I think maybe there must be bots on this platform now that are detecting when, and don't bother banning them because I'll do a broad sweep on what's it called afterwards. So mods don't bother banning their accounts. I'll just use Commander Root after the fact to get rid of them all, which will ban their accounts anyway. It's a wasted effort, honestly. But now I'm kind of like, do I raid someone? I kind of don't want to raid someone. I might just drag the bots with me. Which kind of sucks because I wanted to raid somebody. Well, do we try it anyway? Maybe they'll get abandoned. Yeah, I'm not saving to go to Canada. I'm saving to get my boobs done. You can feel free to donate to my, you should all still, I'm just going to run another outbreak again. Because, I mean, if they're here, which they're not affecting viewers, by the way. They're not affecting my view count. I don't think. But just on the off chance they are, I'm going to run ads anyway. Because, I might as well make money off this shit. Big Booba gang, yeah, we're going to get big boobs. Who do I want to raid? I wanted to raid Jordan Raskopoulos or a Quarter Ghost or Grizzly or whoever, but I don't want to bring the trolls with us. So I don't know what I'm going to do here. Anyone got any suggestions? I'm not sure what to do. Hella annoying when people bot, yeah. Now they're being truly naughty. Yeah, I mean, I know that much. I want to see if they responded to the Twitter post I made. You're not the only one to get hit with that bot? Yeah. There we go. So someone else has said that I'm not the only one to get hit by that bot. Guess Skyfry. We can have a look at them. Think the bots killed the raid? I think so. I don't think there's much I can do about it. They apparently have 1.5k followers, yeah. And after having looked at their channel, it doesn't necessarily seem like it's particularly their thing. I don't think this person would have... And it says this video is only available to subscribers. I don't know, whatever. I don't think it's necessarily them that's doing it. We're a brother-sister streaming duo, 18 plus for fuck's sake. Zero tolerance policy for racism or hate. So... I think it's someone who's like attacking them. Raid one of the bot accounts. They're not going to be live though, is the thing. Here we go. This person is... Am I getting any money from the bots? Should we try the raid anyway, or are we just going to send them on to somebody else? Host will work, bots fail to follow hosts. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do a host to someone. It's giving other Katie's a bad name. Well, yeah, we can go to Skyfry. Why not? Let's do it. Because they're not viewing. Okay. Yeah, we don't want to bring those viewers across, so we'll host. We'll do a host. So that's going to be better really quick because the spam rate just keeps going. Enabled 1-day followers only mode. Make sure we turn that off later. But their following is the thing. They've all followed, but it's alright. I'll run it through Commander.
I see you've brought guests.
Pyro! Rating.
Welcome,
well,
friends.
We're going to be hosting someone else in a minute. Because, yeah, we're getting attacked by dickheads. Anyways. Yeah, we'll host this person. They're not live yet, though. They're in the starting soon screen. So, we'll wait till they pop up. I don't know how long they're starting soon. What the hell? How is that happening?
Welcome, friends.
How are they rating again? Okay, that's something that's going on. Let me turn off something over here. Are any of you still there? Has a penis logo. Turn off my alert box for now. Anyway. They need to follow 4 a day. I don't think that's how it works. I think it's oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Yeah, no, we had a bit of confusion before where it was like how is this happening? How is this multiple raids thing happening? Twitch. I want to address Twitch here. Okay, I want to talk to Twitch for a moment, if you will listen. I'm currently getting hit with a number of raids from the same account, as well as a number of bot attacks, all at once, with this person's Simuligan's Twitch link. I'm assuming it's probably not this person who has orchestrated this whole thing, but yeah, I'm getting spammed with raids right now from like Free Pyro, Quincy Scuffed Trim, Corey Jolt, all a bunch of like one-person raids, so not actual raids on the stream. And I want to know, are you planning on fixing this? Because I'm continuing to hear of bot attacks on this platform, and you don't seem to be doing anything to fix it, Twitch. This is on you. All of this kind of bullshit that I'm getting hit with right now is on you, because you refuse to do anything about these kind of things. Bot attacks have been going on for ages, and you don't address them. And I want to know why you don't address them, Twitch. So please look into this kind of thing and fix the problems that a lot of streamers on your platform are dealing with on a daily basis. Fix this shit. It's unacceptable. Anyway, we're calling it there, folks. Have a good one.